really hard to fly really, really fast, really, really low, and not clip something. So I was just wondering if anyone has any ideas in terms of. It's great that everyone's talking about the thousands of kamikaze drones, FPV kamikaze drones, but who's going to fly them? Because
so he's gone through
He's
it.
now
Yes.
called Scruff.
Oh, he's now Scruff. Oh,
Yeah,
he
we
just
managed
changes his
him-
name at a
We
whim.
managed him away from this old, thing.
Well, yeah, we all knew why it was there, right? But anyway, okay, so Scruff, right? So now I know who you were talking about when you were talking about Scruff, because I was going, there's an imposter who's around. So there's Scruff comes on occasionally. He's an incredible videographer. Peacetime has moved on, and he's been running a whole load of these training courses. And a while ago, he was on. Talking everyone through it. The problem is we don't know when he's coming on. He just logs in at times. So if you log in later and listen in, he might be on when you come in. It's normally around about 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock at UK time.
oh, okay, that'd be lovely, wonderful to hear.
But the way I've likened the kamikaze drone bit is imagining a rally driver going across a cattle grid at 100 mile an hour, and you've got a stone wall either side, right? You don't want to be making that mistake, and it's just like that, right? When you're doing 100 mile an hour down a little road, that'll be what they're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, part of me was thinking, I'm not sure if anything's going on over here in the UK, but hell, I'll donate my FPV racing drones if it helps them get some practice in it, and I can even give them a hand if they want. But yeah, just really looking forward, because obviously I've bought two for Ukraine, so I'm really looking forward to seeing them vaporize something. But yeah, I'm just wondering what training's going on, because there's some pretty skilled FPV pilots in the UK. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of them be like, yeah, you can take one of my racing drones, my backup or my number one, whatever. And by the way, it's not what you're going to be flying. We'll stick a 1 kilo weight on it, so you know it's what a overloaded airframe feels like, and have a play. Get some practice before you're trying to do the exact same things whilst being shelled.
Yeah, well, first person is a very different view as well, isn't it? You said just from doing your Mavic drone and just looking out to see what's around, right?
Well, the distinction, so the DJIs have first person view, but when people, it's a colloquialism. We normally, that it's racing drones is probably the more relevant experience, because the conventional DJIs, if there's no wind, yeah, they can get up to like 30k. But they're not designed to go fast. So racing drones, we're flying them over 100 kilometers an hour, and we're flying them close to ground on courses. And there are people, I'm not saying I'm one, I have one, doesn't mean I'm good at flying it, but I can. But there are people lots of people in the UK who race drones. And that may not be a training skill set that the Royal Army has developed. But even if we can just provide it, like, here are some drones. You don't need to go through a MOD procurement process. We're literally going to give you ours.
Yeah, there are limitations in the UK to fly, height and purpose and the likes. Ukraine does its training in Ukraine, in areas where they see fit and control them. And
anything drone related in Ukraine is not for public consumption.
Exactly. Thank you. That would have been my next sentence. And the last one on this topic is that it's well in hand.
Except for, I would add, come when Scruff is on, if you come in, he's a delight to speak to. He's very, very funny and incredibly knowledgeable. If you I'll DM you his call sign. He's got a whole load of videos he's done that he pushes out. Some of the videography is really, really good. Delight to see. And back to you. Shush.
Because you're incapable of saying shh. I want to go back to we mentioned briefly about the the Ukrainians are leaving with the vehicles they trained in, and I want to maybe expand on that a little bit, and how great of an idea that is, because like cars, no two are built the same. No two, like every vehicle in every fleet has their own nuances, and you're training a crew on a piece of kit that okay, this is the general operation of this kit, but now they know all the nuances of their tank or their APC or their IFV, and I'm sure Gunny can opine on that. Like, I'm sure ships are the same way. You can have the exact same ship, done to the exact same specs, built in the same shipyard by the same people, and they'll have two totally different characteristics out at sea.
Yeah, because there were two Ark Royals, right?
Yeah, they are. They've all got their little foibles, haven't they? It's amazing. A mechanical bit of kit has a personality. If you don't think that's true, then that's fine. But I've come off one destroyer. I had another one that was mechanically and electrically just an absolute mess, right from start to finish. Hated it on there compared to my first one. Very different ship. A lot of time it's the people on there as well. It's the atmosphere on there. It's how the departments sort of work together and things. But ships, yeah, all mechanical things take on a kind of curious character of their own. And as you get to know them, sometimes you can even predict which bit's going to go wrong somewhere, and you eventually you become attuned to how they behave, how she behaves, how how the little things that just kind of tweak your head a bit, and you go, oh, that doesn't sound right. It's the strangest thing. So yeah, I mean, the Carter 2 of the AS90 training course is now going through, so Carter 1 is complete. And yeah, I agree. I think that means AS90 batch 1 are in theatre now, and they've given them vehicles from the Royal Artillery, the runners, the vehicles that were with batteries, because they'll be functional. And AS90, they're going to have a couple of dramas with it from the sound of it. It's a bit long in the tooth. It's called AS Nasty for a reason. But in its time, it was a fabulous gun system. I've no doubt it still will be for what it's going to be used now. Yeah, and it would make perfect sense just to stick them in the back of C-17s or something like that, and maybe fly a battery down. Why not? If not, then RoRo, yeah, by the MOD or the MOD's roll-on, roll-off ferries that we lease out, and they will be very quietly sailing from different destinations, and there'll be a bit of a blackout on it. Yeah, makes perfect sense. Don't give them a new wagon. Give them the wagon that they've been on ranges with for weeks, and they'll be used to it. They'll get to know it. They'll get to know all its little foibles, and it's better than giving them a new one, which might be a different kind of temperamental beast.
Yeah, and we get used to the things we know, right? I do remember being swapped out from one Spartan to another, and it was just like, hey, you've stolen my home from me, right?
You customize it.
No, well, no. Other than I just painted, we painted it the same olive drab. But it didn't have the same feel. Certainly didn't have the same smell.
Yeah, I mean, a really miserable day for me was when I saw HMS Illustrious at the breakers in Turkey. It's just a bit of metal with 4 gas turbines in it, and I saw her ripped in half, and I could identify the compartments from the inside, and I was like, "Fucking hell!" And it put me in a really bad mood actually for a couple of days. It's only a bloody ship, bit of steel, bit of rubber, bit of plastic, and I was absolutely gutted for a couple of days because it was, they're your home, aren't they, to one degree or another. They're part of your life. They're where you go to You know, they're just an integral part of your 24/7 existence, and your whole life revolves around these things. And when you lose it, it's like, you know, losing a dearly loved house or something. It sounds really sad, but that's the importance that we tie to these bits of kit. And you always read.
She kept you alive during that time of your service.
Yeah, exactly. And you see why people, you know, after conflicts, they're kind of really sad to leave say a vehicle, a tank or something that's seen them through the conflict, that took hits, that, you know, broke down at the worst possible moment sometimes, and just kept going when it shouldn't have done. And people get out these things at the end and hand them back over to rear party. You know, and you read accounts, people go, well, I'm pretty sad actually. She did all right. Did us all right. And that's the attachment that we grow to mechanical things, strangely.
Yeah, no, I mean, exactly, we do. So, Shaggy, you sent a message to me. No, I hadn't seen you, but I've sent you a link for you to come up. Yeah, I mean, look, we do. I mean, look, when you're in the forces, you put all sorts of things on those your special lucky underpants or whatever it is, right? We have a tendency as humans to do these things. So I'm just looking for a topic on Twitter. So maybe something we could move to, but oh no, sorry, Twitter's not really doing much for me at the moment. Axel,
Bearded is cutting about trying to come up, mate. Armored expert. If you
is he? Well, no, I don't see any requests at all at the moment. Bearded, send me a DM or follow me if you're not already following me, and then send me a DM and I'll send you an invite.
Yeah, I can't see him either, by the way.
Here's the thing. Normally, Twitter is the gift that keeps on giving, but there is absolutely there are no gifts in this at the moment. Let's find out what we've got. Here we are. See, it's no use when it's half the stuff you've got in your timeline is in German and you don't speak German. Yes, here's the thing. I don't know if we've discussed this. Have we discussed the possible psyops thing of the Russians who hanged someone? Apparently, have we discussed this yet? That was a question. Oh, yes, mockers. I see your request now. I will let you up. Yes, mockers, you're here. You have your hand up. Brilliant. But anyway, here's a question: did we discuss during the day the potential psyop?
Which potential psyop? However, I have something which is not a psyop right now.
Okay, let's do that.
Which
then.
appears to be something burning in one of the buildings of the Ministry of Defense in the center of Moscow. Apparently, a fire started in the office on the 5th floor of the building, and well, we've got a nice little film of black smoke pouring out of the top of part of the building. So keep an eye on that. But there's a new video now, a bit more from 2 minutes ago. So the cause of the fire is currently unknown. There we go. But you know, these things happen.
We like it. We really like it. When we have that smoke coming out, it means another disaster is on the way. I mean, has anyone here have they lived in Moscow? Are they able to tell us were these things normal back in the day?
Oh, back in the day when I was a lad, no idea. I would imagine that there is a. Oh, it looks like it was probably a bit of an accident, maybe, because these things accidentally happen. They do accidentally happen. I mean, perhaps somebody was trying to hide some evidence or something. You never know. It's not a massive fire at the moment, but I don't see any emergency services flying to the scene. Apparently, the emergency services are there, but let's hope that they can't get it under control, and we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I've got a couple of videos now, and it does look as though it's got a little bit bigger. So yeah, fingers crossed for that. Coming up roses. Now, are we talking about the bribes? We'll be talking about the bribes when you say no. Sorry,
no. There's the footage of the guy that we think is a psyop. It may not. If it's not, it's obviously horrible. The Russians where they may or may not be hanging someone they've called a saboteur.
I did see that video. Yes, may or may not be. Oh, I don't know. They do an awful lot for show, but they also do an awful lot of horrible things. So there is that.
Well, my immediate thoughts when I looked at it is where they've never covered anyone's head before when they've done something horrible, so I'm remaining with it's a psyop. I won't put it in the space. You can thank me for that later. Anyway, I saw another's got his hand up, and Lisa Ruiz. Lisa.
Hi, you pronounced that last name pretty good. Yeah, I was all excited when I saw that. I saw that come across twice about the fire, and I said, "Oh, I wish Mockers was here. She's always so delightful, and she describes what's going on." And I figured probably somebody was smoking by the window or near the window, and they were trying to push them out, and their cigarette flew and landed, and they didn't see it, and whoever did it left, and then everything caught on fire. That's my suspicion, but that's just what I'm thinking. You never know.
Yes, well, we just never do know. But yeah, booms, fires, everything will always be a good idea. And I've just turns out everyone's DMing me now. I'm not sure what to say. Let's go to. Sorry, we're going to go to another. Then we'll go. Oh, no, of course you can. Of course you can.
That currently, it's quite impressive how many local buses have set on fire in Russia recently. There seems to be buses just spontaneously combusting all over the place. I can only assume it's a regular maintenance issue. But yeah, that's it seems to just be sort of very common for buses to just be on fire in Russia. I've noticed that quite a lot. So yeah, just pointing out that.
Maybe general maintenance. I've just seen a picture. Apparently, St. Javelin is saying that it was one of the buildings with the air defense on it as well. That's even better news. Another.
Yeah. So with regards to the psyops thing, this is not the first time it happened, and this space is great. It's not the only one I join, but there have been other spaces.
Traitor.
But hey, hear me out. Where fellas have got together after the first, the Slava Ukraini, where the whole world shouted back, "Here I am, Slava." But fellas have got together in other spaces to figure out how to try and reply to that in the future, and what could be done better. And hopefully, you're seeing that in action with it getting shut down much faster. But anyway, in terms of fires, so I'm going to nerd out here as someone who is involved in manufacturing physical products. So in my case, it's really boring stuff in commercial aerospace, some sexier stuff elsewhere. But factories have planned maintenance periods. Items have, warrantyable lives. Those warranties are issued for a reason. You look at mean time to failure and all of this nerdy stuff, and you plan it and you model it. You do all sorts of things. This is when we need to maintain stuff. This is when we need to replace stuff, etc. And there's a reason that we replace things. There's a reason that we change bearings. There's a reason that we do these inspections. Because if you don't, things go wrong, and that is often manifested by a fire or an explosion. Because if you don't do these maintenance operations, you don't maintain your equipment, then you produce one, more waste, which is commercially expensive, but two, your equipment, if it's in shoddy order, starts typically in some factories producing a lot of dust. And dust is inherently, any material which is powderized is inherently more flammable and more likely to deflagrate. So everyone's talking about these things exploding. Exploding is different. Detonation is different. This is deflagration. But if Russia does not have access to literally really boring little things like high precision bearings for the high precision motors, then you start seeing these problems accumulate. Russia does not make precision bearings. The Koreans are the world leaders in this, trying to make decent ones, but they're nowhere near as good as basically Korea. Korea pretty much the global leaders in the best bearings out there. So in terms of factories randomly exploding and things randomly, not exploding, once again, that's physically a different process, but setting on fire or these spectacular events called deflagration, you're going to see more of it. And one of the things I found interesting is when we replaced fairly, boring electromechanical components or power electronic components, is sometimes I had literally gone and bought them off eBay because it's faster than getting it from the OEM, the people who originally manufactured that component. It's often cheaper too. So sometimes I just go on eBay and just buy some new old stock and just leave it there for when something inevitably breaks, because it's just more cost effective. But I'm now seeing with some components, it is more expensive to buy on the used market on platforms like eBay than it is to buy new equipment with warranty from the OEM. So yes, there may be, partisan actions or various other things, but the consequence of not having the ability to maintain like the really boring stuff in the production line, like the bearings in your motors, the servo drives, etc., that will lead to a material reduction in the output capacity of those lines because they will be down longer. It will lead to much bigger inefficiency because they will have unexpected outages. And if you have a situation where you're not doing your maintenance program properly and you're accumulating dust, believe it or not, is an absolute something that is absolutely terrifying to many people who operate manufacturing facilities. Because when you accumulate dust in an environment with a large power equipment, you're basically asking for a fire or worse. So once again, I can't speculate as to how much is partisan versus how much is inability to conduct routine maintenance. But these manufacturers of these, they do not have experience with dealing with scarcity of resource. And they've come off the back of COVID, so they've probably had various other issues as well. So hopefully we see a lot of fires, and this is a result of sanctions. It takes years to work, and we're only just seeing the start of what not being able to access precision servo drives, quality bearings, etc., is going to do to the Russian economy.
Yes, I'd highlight. I think the Swedes may they may be coming for you. Surely they'll be going. No, we make the best bearings. But anyway, how do you even test which one is? That would be an interesting one. What we do know is the Russians can't make for shit, right?
That's amazing. So fraud in bearings is a massive thing. So actually being able to verify whether the bearings you bought are legitimately SKF or whomever, and actually the grade that is required and was engineered into that product is a well-known and huge problem. Now, if you're forced to buy on the black market bearings, how are you going to verify with the Koreans or the Swedish or whatever? I'd give it to the Swedes for the servo drives. But how are you going to verify that when you're literally having to buy on black market? And the wrong bearings, it's a small, niche little detail, but if you have that wrong, your machine's going to rip itself to pieces. And it's so small and it seems so trivial, but actually a lack of access to that takes time to come through. Factories are typically designed on a 1 year overhaul period, most of them. But the consequences are starting, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I would suggest that people warranty things typically or engineer things for a 1 year maintenance period because that's how most factories operate. Doesn't mean they're all going to fail after a year, because what you're worried about is the cost of warrantying that failure. So it might be longer. If you're saying you're giving a bearing a 1 year warranty, you're probably pretty confident it's going to go for 2. But we are maybe at the start of seeing the consequences of sanctions on niche little things that only nerds like me care about, which is like the bearings that go into a piece of equipment on one of my contract manufacturers' production lines.
And here's the thing: that you just don't get your return to manufacturer guarantee when you buy on Silk Road, right?
Exactly. And once again, bearing fraud is a huge thing. I don't buy bearings on eBay. I don't care how much cheaper they are. I don't care how much faster they are. The amount of time and money I need to verify that thing is actually what I bought, not worth it. Just go for the OEM or go for a verified supplier. That is not an option to Russia, or much less of an option to Russia.
And no, exactly right, because saving yourself tuppence. Sometimes saving yourself tuppence can be a good one, but the consequences of going cheap are often quite catastrophic. As I remember saying to my boss many years ago, and I was telling him his hard drive was about to fail. He needed to buy a new one, and we would swap it out. We could do it, and the rest of it, he said, it's 35 quid or whatever it was. I reminded him every week for about 3 weeks, and then it failed, and he hadn't bought one, and he lost everything. There we are. Someone's at my door, apparently. Go on, ask me who it is.
Who is it?
Amazon. There we are.
Woohoo! Amazon parcel. We love it. Now, I'm also getting information of booms. Ivan Fedorov has stated that in the temporary occupied Molotchany district and Tokmak, there have been several explosions. And a few hours ago, it was loud near the village of Mern in the Melitopol district. Residents recorded 2 loud explosions in that area. So, lovely stuff.
Yeah, so I'm looking for a couple of other things. I can see scrap. The Ukraine government scrap metal is being supplied according to plan. 7,000 Russian armored combat vehicles have been destroyed. They've hit the magic 7,000. That's a good number, isn't it?
Absolutely, they have. And tomorrow, hopefully, fingers crossed, we might just have 300 special equipment.
Oh, you mean lots more 300s?
No, sorry. Special equipment is up to number 299. I've been waiting for it to tick over, and it's got to be this week.
What is special equipment?
Well, it's like radars and these jamming systems and all that sort of gubbins. Trenching equipment, bridging equipment, anything that doesn't fall under any sort of other category.
So special equipment. Okay, but that's good.
Yeah.
Anything that includes radars and things like that is good. And I think I've just seen a picture of a radar. Oh, it's 155 millimeter, 100 high precision. on the left bank of the occupied Kherson region. Oh, a Hyacinth B gun has just been destroyed. They do, because the Russians got a peony as well. They do like the flower names for their artillery.
I can see where it comes from, though, when you watch it actually firing.
Yeah, exactly right. Because it looks like, and especially if anyone who knows what a beautiful peony looks like, then you can imagine that. And there are times when they do look like it. And Visegrad have just seen, oh, I'll tweet this out. There's a thing of the Finnish army. With a video of them skiing along when they're patrolling.
Hi,
I've
Prince.
sort of run out. Oh, Prince, that's wonderful, because you've arrived just as I've run out of a conversation topic and I'm looking for something.
Well,
oh, and Nancy's put her hand up as well.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. We'll go to you, Prince, and then we'll go to Nancy.
Sounds good. Nancy may actually have input on the answer to this. At some ungodly hour that was already today, while I was still awake, Mockers, you dropped. We were talking about the informal meeting at the UN Security Council today, where Lvova Bavova was supposed to speak, and that you wonderful Brits had you guys had blocked the webcast of it, so it's not going to be something that will be broadcast by the UN. And I have mixed feelings about that, because I think it would be good for people. But also, do you want to propagate the lies? So it's sort of a 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But I just have been wondering if there has been any news that I have not been able to find in the last 3.5 hours about if that meeting happened and if there is any news from that meeting. And so I thought I would come up and ask, because I'm just about caught up on my timelines, and I haven't seen anything about it yet.
I have no idea. If anyone knows, wink at me and you can talk.
There is no wink
No.
icon.
Oh, maybe Nancy better go first.
Anyone?
Well, and I don't know the answer to that one, so I can do some digging, though. I do see that on YouTube for the United Nations, the U.S. was part of a group having a quick press conference on that blocking of the webcast, and they're pretty precise about that. So it sounds like the meeting was expected to occur but not be webcast. Which, yeah, I'm kind of with you, Prince. It's like, well, in one way, I'm very happy, because it means that her BS won't have a larger and repeat platform. And on the other hand, I'm disappointed, because I know that the idiots and jerks that be in Russia will make sure that her communications do get out, and we won't have the opportunity to be forearmed for whatever garbage she spews. But we'll just have to see how it plays out. It's the best I got on that one right now.
Yeah, that's my feeling too. And I've done a little bit of preliminary searching, and I haven't found anything yet as to what, what has happened with that. I did find a letter, though. I found a letter that was from many, many countries, and I am not going to attempt to decode all of the flags. But there was a clear letter condemning this and putting out the facts of what is actually true as far as deporting the children. So, deporting people and the children, but this is specifically about the children. and it outlines the facts very clearly as to the way it was. So anyway, so that's what I had so far this morning. Thanks.
Well, wonderful, Nancy. So then, Nancy, say your bit, please, pretty please.
Absolutely, yeah. I just and it's just a quick one, David. Unfortunately, I can't give you too much of a break. Hopefully, Lisa and Mother will be able to after me. But I was listening to the discussion that you and another fellow were having on maintenance, and it took me immediately back to an old Benjamin Franklin, Poor Richard's Almanac verse, which was the "for want of a nail, the shoe was lost." If anyone doesn't know it, I'm happy to rattle through the rest of it pretty quickly. But it's lack of basic, simple maintenance creates another problem, creates a bigger condition, and ultimately, for want of a horseshoe nail, the kingdom was lost. And that's the type of thing that is kind of funny, because I hadn't thought about that verse in years, even with as much as we've talked about how critical the maintenance is for equipment, both for the Ukrainians and the lack of maintenance that the Russians are conducting now. And it really is true. It's down to the simple, small things that can make such a huge difference, and is probably a big cause for why we're seeing so much bavovna in Russia right now. And that's a nice thing. That's all.
Cascade of failure, isn't it, on little small events? The number of times when someone, back in the old days of looking after your desktop computers and the rest of it, and the dust that would accumulate in there, and then suddenly it all overheats and dies. Right? If only someone had just taken the time to just remove the dust out of them.
Or it gets so dust covered that you're afraid to actually touch it, because you're just going to kill it with static once you do.
Oh yeah.
Regular maintenance, regular quality assurance. That's what it is.
Always.
Absolutely.
Whilst we're doing this, I've just put in a nest. There's a bit of footage, which is the Ukrainian troops moving on British Viking vehicles. So there is an image of them in country now. The Vikings are the vehicles that, we always used to be the Marines used them. I don't know if the Army uses them now, but they were used relatively extensively in Afghanistan. Originated from their use in Norway, though. So 2 hands. Sorry, I can't remember if it was Lisa first or you, Nother. So I'm going to go to Lisa.
I think it was Notha. That's the only thing I see. Do you want to go first, or you?
Well, that's why I said Nother. Lisa, to you.
Okay, I'll go first. How do you pronounce her name? Belova, Belanova, or Belova?
You're talking to the wrong person to pronounce anything. You should probably be asking mockers to get any of those things sorted out.
Are you there, darling?
Yeah, but I don't say her name properly just out of the fact that I don't respect her enough.
Yeah.
So it's Belova, as far as I'm concerned.
I saw a thing about, she was doing an interview about her children that she's adopted, and then the child that she adopted, I think they were 14. The 14-year-old from I can't even pronounce this right, but Melitopol. And she said she's having trouble with that one, because that older child runs around chasing the younger children, saying, "I'm going to eat you, you little Muscovies," or however they call that, Muscovies, or something. And I thought, probably so, because that poor child, who knows what that child has been through. I mean, he could have seen his parents murdered, or raped and killed, and seen what's going on. And she of course, she just has the nerve to say, well, that's the way the Ukrainians raise their children. And I just,
Yeah, she's just trying to make out that they are lesser in some way, because this is the whole shtick, that these kids are feral children that they're having to bring into Mother Russia to teach them to be proper Russians. Yeah, it's pretty disgusting.
it's sickening. And then I had put on there that, if you're having so much trouble with that child, then why don't you return that kidnapped child that was taken back to Melitopol, where there may be relatives? I didn't say that part, but where they came from, and take them back home. And I said a cat would be a better mother than you. And that's all I put, because that's what I think of her. I wish she was near a window. But anyways, I didn't say that, but I did.
Yeah, well, she's yeah, just a bit of despicableness. And I would buy tickets to go and watch her when she's finally in front of the beak. Right, they don't do the black hats anymore, but I'd buy tickets to go and watch her go to prison. And then we've got the Goldman, who's here. I've not seen you in age, the Goldman, but I'm afraid you're going to have to wait. Another.
Regarding the child abducting Russian war criminal, if you want to get a latest update, you can just look at a Twitter account, which is caps UK UN and then _ followed by New York. So this is the official British government account. And also James Clively has also issued a statement in the past hour, which I'll read out. You can go look out. The UK has blocked Russia using the UN to broadcast its meeting on the forced evacuation, in inverted commas, of Ukrainian children to Russia. Russia invited Maria Lvova-Belova. The ICC issued an arrest warrant for her last month. The UK will never allow Russia's lies to go unchallenged. Proud to be British right now.
Well, the problem with that, and I'm sorry for interrupting here. I know that it sounds good to block that, but all that they have done is block the broadcast via the UN web so that nobody can watch her testimony, so that the public cannot watch her testimony. So I am sort of 50-50 on this, that yes, that her message should not be amplified. However, is it better that we be aware of what she said and exactly what she said, so that as disinformation starts coming out that they are putting out in the UN, we have the skills and the tools to counter that as quickly as possible. That notice and that statement came out last night, and that's sort of what I was bringing up, is looking for an update on, because it's on what has actually happened. Did she actually testify, and what did she actually say? That's the kind of
The thing is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was going to. Yeah, Prince. So the thing is that either way, you both arguments are about. So if you allowed her, both arguments are about. So if you allowed her, someone say, "Why didn't you do this?" There's a problem, right? So the question is that are we allowing that to go out, and for whatever she says, if she's saying the things in the knowledge that it's going out, she may even adapt what she's saying, right? So who knows? I would suggest that maybe blocking it now and then releasing it later could be the way forward, because she's not doing it in the knowledge it's going out.
I would also suggest that information has been put out publicly of some aspects of the Twitter algorithm for who it boosts and who it doesn't boost. So if you are upset by part to help fight that, because what was revealed is that the more accounts that one account blocks, the lower their rankings are. So if you go onto any Russian embassy account, point this up and get them to block you, you are essentially helping to mute their voice. So if you find it shocking, offensive, and don't even have the words that this person has a platform, then you can shrink her platform by relentlessly attacking Russian MFA accounts until they block you, because the more of us that get blocked, the more that Twitter deprioritizes their response, the more their platform is reduced.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I hadn't realised that you blocking someone might block your platform. I guess yes, if you're blocking thousands, that might come into it. Never really thought about how that part of the algorithm works. Interesting stuff. So, Nancy, were you going to talk about what we've just said?
Yeah, actually, the one thing I was going to note is the best comeback for any of the slurs that are likely to spread from her statement is probably strictly, well, the ICC will consider it as evidence for her trial.
Yeah, always right. Thank you very much. You've just said that it's in a place no one's going to dispute it. We've got it there. Look. Yes, this is probably a very long discussion, isn't it? Right, if we think about it. I'm going to go to Zagolman, because I've not heard from you in ages. Zagolman.
Hey, good afternoon.
And good afternoon to you.
Interesting discussion on the the maintenance and bearings, and I've been kind of waiting for this point in time, because there are bearings, there are high quality bearings, and then there are helicopter quality bearings. And there really is only a few people that can make those in the world. So I've been waiting for Russian helicopters, and probably I would guess the average helicopter has 40 or 50 bearings in it, the transmission. And probably half of those bearings are flight critical. So the bearing fails, the aircraft fails. So, I've been waiting for, about a year for the typical, maintenance period to start coming, to where we will start seeing potentially helicopters just kind of fall out of the sky because they don't have the bearings to replace them. And bearing failures can be very, very rapid. You start to spall. The time between spalling and failure is relatively short. And I predict somewhere along the line we will start seeing the impact of not being able to replace bearings in helicopters in Russia, because they can't get bearings for their helicopters, but they'll probably continue to fly them. That would be my guess.
Yeah, I can't see them stopping flying them. They'll just take the risk, won't they? Because let's face it, they don't put value on anything, really, do they? Right? If you don't put value on your pilots' lives and the rest of it, then you'll just carry on doing it and just see it as another loss, I suspect. I think you're right there.
So I've been looking forward to this moment when the bearing issue caught up with their helicopter fleet. So just wanted to point that out. So,
no, it is a great thing to point out.
When a machine fails, you pull it over. If it's a car or a truck or a tank, you pull it over the side of the road if you're not in battle, and no harm, no foul. It's just broken on the side of the road. You can't put a helicopter on the side of the road when the bearing breaks or when the bearing goes. You die. So.
The rotor bearings fail, then you're in a bit of a bad way, right?
Yep. And chances are, they probably don't have advanced health maintenance systems on there so that they get, kind of a warning of a failure. I would bet that they don't have kind of those types of advanced systems that the West would have, what we call hum system, or the sensors that can sense impending bearing failure. So, I don't know, all of a sudden have a bad day. It'll come quickly.
Yeah, and then when we talk about this, we have to remember this is the difference is it's just isn't just their rotor wings, it's everything, right? Going from their cars to their rolling stock, trucks, buses, absolutely everything. Incredible that something so small, or so small and most people would see as innocuous, can have such devastating effects, and we forget about that. I mean, in the days 1970s, your wheel seizing up wasn't an unusual unusual experience, was it? But the 60 years, 50 years later, then it is unusual, because guess what, we look after our cars a bit better, and the bearings are just so much better. Yeah. Another.
I suspect it'll be the railroad cars that can consume bearings will also be a significant contributor to their not being able to move equipment. So that's another unintended kind of long-term coming, but when it comes, it'll go quickly. You can't maintain your cars. Yeah.
No, I was going to say it's a demonstration of just how Putin was unable to think strategically, right? So I always go back to a person in history. The Prince of Wales before Agincourt, how he spent 5 years beforehand. He'd worked out everything he needed for a war with France, right? Down to they needed whatever it was, 50 million arrows, and the 5 years beforehand got everyone making these things, right? Because guess what? He worked out it was important, and logistics was to him back there 6 centuries ago, 7 centuries ago, 6 centuries ago. The 7, yeah, 7. I get it right. It was important, and these things haven't changed, have they? So if their rolling stock starts failing, right? Where are they when they want to move their last tanks over from the Pacific to Ukraine? They're going to be in a whole world of pain.
Correct. And it's not like railroad track you can replace pretty quickly. You're done. Like, you're done. Once you fail the bearing, usually you can't just replace the bearing, because it takes other stuff with it when it fails, when it truly fails.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be, you lost the axle and all the other bits and pieces with it. Have you damaged? Yeah, the wheel, probably damage to the wheel, right? So that'll be that piece is off there, right? And then you get to the how many other pieces of rolling stock, right? So how long was it on there? So maybe you'll lose the entire carriage or whatever it is, and then you start seeing that happen 1,000 times, right? And then you've got a significant loss to your railway, haven't you?
Correct. And then what you do is you start like harvesting off of multiple, whatever it is to keep one going. And invariably you break stuff when you try and take it apart. So I know for helicopters, at least, there's a significant number of failures that occur because you're removing a part to get it to another part. But the part itself didn't fail, but removing it damaged it. So once you start taking stuff apart, it becomes a kind of a spiral.
Yeah, that's wonderful news, isn't it? When we think of it like that, absolutely wonderful. Another, do you want to comment on this as well?
Well, yeah, because the railway thing is relevant because it's a complex system which relies on many things all working, because one point of failure can be so devastating. Now, in the background, out of curiosity, I looked at something I would use to procure on eBay, because we as a company, when I started up my company, we didn't have established suppliers of advanced servo drives. Now, if anyone's wondering what a servo drive is, it's a thing that's used to precisely control a essentially smart motor. Really good ones have always been sanctioned against export to Iran, because you can use them for things like enriching uranium. We don't need anything that sophisticated. I've just been looking at the bread and butter thing that I would choose not to maintain stock of, because it was cheaper and easier for me to just go on eBay, find someone in the UK who had one, and pick it up for 300 quid as a way to backfill having OEM equipment for a couple of grand sat on my shelf. I now cannot buy one of these servo drives on eBay, or the model I particularly used, from the UK. They were all gone. So if anyone's interested, it's a company called Cole Morgan, which is a juggernaut in terms of industrial electromechanical equipment. It's German. The particular model I was using is called an AKD, and it has a specification called NBEC, which stands for EtherCAT, which is a communications protocol. But the point I'm trying to make is, I used to just be able to go online and be like, I can be another random person and buy a pretty sophisticated piece of industrial machinery, get it next day delivered in the UK. That option is gone. If I wanted to procure off eBay for one of these servo drives, which would typically be part of a production line, the only option I have is from China, and it is more expensive to buy from China than it is to buy new equipment from the OEM. So it's a very niche, weird little testament. But when Russia goes, everything is fine, economy is fine, it's just like, your cost of procurement to essentially the economic lifeline of your country has just escalated. And all of the cheap available stuff you thought you might be able to get, which I did in the startup days of my company, we're 11 years old now, we can just buy from the OEM. That's closed off. It's gone. The ability to maintain production lines is going to be, it's once again, I think we're going to see a lot more cotton and a lot more fires in the next year.
So I'm going to ask you another question. So are you suggesting that possibly someone who's been buying up out of the UK and been taking them to or for use in Russia? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, because in the past, I mean, the reason my company has procured these servo drives is because we use them in certain custom pieces of machinery, which we develop for a production line for aerospace cargo, air cargo containers and aerospace pallets. That's just what we use, what we settled on. Lead times for these things are long. Procurement is a pain. So when I had a short-term need, I would just normally go into eBay and buy it cheaper, faster, temporary fix, get the OEM part with the warranty. But as a temporary fix, I would procure off eBay for these particular items. I can't do that anymore. Now, I don't need to do it anymore. We have an established relationship, but that option is gone. All of these, literally in the UK, I'd go on like, who's the cheapest one? And then, well, normally, who's the fastest to deliver? Who's always cheaper than buying you from the OEM? So like, okay, we've got our development machine, a drive's gone down, put another one in, procure a backup on eBay in case something goes wrong, and then procure a new one from the OEM under warranty when we give it to a contract manufacturer. That's gone. Like the idea that I've only just haven't done it for years, but I'm actually going back on it on eBay right now, and I would not be able to procure a replacement servo drive for the production equipment that we manufacture to produce our products. I couldn't do it. If I off eBay, I mean, I can go to the OEM. I'm pretty certain Russia cannot go to Cole Morgan and buy from the OEM or one of their distributors like we still can. And I'm saying it's small, but production lines are important.
No, of course they are. I'm going to stop you there for one moment. Anyone in the UK security services is wondering about stuff getting through to Russia. What I suggest you do is tell us what this servo is again.
So if you look
servo name.
So this is a Cole Morgan AKD. The specific thing is the designation NBEC. The EC stands for EtherCAT. That's just a protocol that my company has adopted some of our equipment. The drives that we use in development all have the pre-designation 306. 6 stands for single phase rather than 3-phase voltage because it's just easier from a development point of view. But I used to just be able to go on eBay and just buy a boatload of these.
I know, so you can stop there. But anyone in the security services, put an eBay advert or several eBay adverts out there and see who is prepared to pay the highest. You'll probably find out who is in actual fact supplying sending stuff to Russia.
That's a really fascinating idea.
See, I was going to say, I nearly said Find a criminal to catch a criminal. But I'm not a criminal. I would like to point out I am not a criminal. But my mind did look like that. So no, there you are. Find out and see how much they're prepared to pay. There you are. Come back to us, and then Nother and I, we'll set up a business as well. Right. Anyway, yeah, that's very, very interesting, isn't it? Those tiny little things. So maybe someone spotted it, or maybe the Russians have spotted it. But someone somewhere, no doubt, will probably be supplying the Russians, right? Because everyone else will be able to buy it normally through an OEM, right? eBay is where you find these things. It's eBay's the new Silk Road. Yeah, very interesting. Stephen, you've had your hand up for quite a while. It's probably got tired.
I spent about an hour on the phone before I just came up, so this could have been mentioned before, but it appears we have a nice smoking accident in the Ministry of Defense in Russia. According to
yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to ruin your fire here. We've already discussed it. Mokka's got there before you. You were a little bit slow. An hour earlier, you could have pointed and said, "Mockers, you're just too slow." Sorry, Stephen, but I'm prepared. I'm prepared to take offers on other fires. What else do you have?
I just had that a task is reporting the fire is out and 60 square meters burned in the Ministry of Defense. That's all.
Oh, okay. Well, no, that's okay. So you did have some information that that Mockers didn't have, right? That the fire is out. That's unfortunate. Is there any way we can start up another fire? That would be wonderful. So I would like to say one thing. I was reading some tweets on here. Finland has made its less than a day in, or has made its first purchase from the NATO purchasing scheme, $25 million of Kevlar helmets. So they were straight in there. Value for money. Let's go through that, get a better bargain. Kevlar helmets. Let's see where they're going to go afterwards.
Have I gone deaf, or are you just not talking?
No, David is currently still hunting for his microphone.
No, I'm still here. I'm talking. What's happening? Are you muting me, Axel?
I would never do that.
Yeah, but that's not to say that someone hasn't done it I was going to say someone wouldn't do it in the future, or has done it in the past. Yes.
I have never done it, and I would never do that. Is that clear enough now?
Yeah, that's okay. But someday I'm going to accuse you of doing it at some stage, probably when I'm drunk.
Yeah, that is about half a bottle of something into it, I presume then.
Yes, probably.
When you're knee deep in the garden.
Yeah, that'd be it. Yes, I was looking at videos about composting yesterday. Don't ask me why.
Because you live such an exciting life, obviously.
Yeah.
Teensy bit more information about the fire at the Ministry of Defence on Moscow. It did start in the lower part of the building, on the 5th floor in an office, and one of the first vehicles to arrive was an ambulance. So it would appear there was indeed an accident. Terrible accident, like the kind that you might need a fire to cover up. I don't know.
Sorry, Mockers, I'm getting in there before everyone else. Just tweeted just now, maybe someone else has, confirmed shot down KA-52 helicopter.
Yeah, that has been confirmed now, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, was it an unconfirmed shoot down previously?
I'd heard rumours. I'm looking for any sort of footage but there is no footage because there are no phones allowed.
Is that a band?
I would imagine right now they're probably not taking current battle footage.
Sorry, I just thought no phones allowed was a very good band name. Sorry. Here's the thing. So I'm busy laughing at my own jokes, which is just very, very bad. Right. Oh, and it turns out Lithuanian military support package for Ukraine will reach 41 million euros. It will consist of equipment already sent, new acquisitions, contributions to international funds. That's very good. What else is happening at the moment? What do you know about the visit to Poland, Mockers?
Not a lot right now. I know they had a very lovely man hug. Yeah, it was a very brotherly man hug that went on between Duda and Zelensky. However, I did send something to you in the back channels, just with regards to the Ukrainian border. The Belarusian Hajun project, they're usually pretty good for what's going along on the border there. And they have installed a projector on the border with Belarus, and they're sending them a little film of an evening showing the Belarusian colleagues the consequences of Lukashenko being complicit in the war. So they're basically showing them the sorts of things that Luka has said and sorts of things that have happened as a result of him not standing up for himself or not doing anything really, just sort of, limply hanging around.
I know this is brilliant trolling, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant trolling. Thank you very much. I've just retweeted it.
Yeah, I thought you might like that. They are trolling kings, really, aren't they, the Ukrainians at the moment?
Yeah, they are very, very much so. You wouldn't want to be on the wrong side of them, even on the social media, right?
No. Let's just say Ukrainians are going to be, very industrious and busy at the moment. I'm going to do a little bit of investigating. But yes, they just, 3D printing pink penises to fit with bombs and things like that. Come on. I mean, it might be war, but Bayek, they've got a fabulous sense of humour. And I think you have to keep that, don't you? You have to keep that because morale is 99% of what you do. If you have the morale and the will, the determination, then it takes you a very long way, I think.
Yeah, it does, right? I mean, that's one of the reasons why the soldiers spend their time either cracking jokes or complaining, right? And what you want them to be doing is cracking jokes more often than complaining, right? Oh, I'm looking at something from Ukrainska Pravda in English. Is destroyed AN225 Maria, a former chair of Antonov Companies, served with another notice of suspicion. Serhiy Baichkov, former director general of Antonov State Enterprise, has been served with a notice of official negligence. Oh, is it because he was supposed to have moved the plane and then didn't? Does anyone know anything about this?
Yes, I think that was basically part of it. Yeah, he was supposed to not only move that plane, but a number of other pieces of equipment and vehicles, and didn't, for whatever reason. Also, though, there's you know, they're cracking down, basically. There's an awful lot of this going on. Law enforcement officers have now released new details in the case of the former head of the SBU office in Crimea. I think this guy is Oleg Kulinich, who collaborated with the Russian FSB. It's quite a bit of an investigation, this now. So they've submitted the case file to him, and he gets to look over it now before, while he's in custody, before he gets officially tried. But this is what is suspected of. So we've got high treason, creation of a criminal organisation, unauthorised leaving a place of service after martial law, seizure of weapons in collusion with a group of persons under martial law, illegal possession of firearms, and according to the investigation, he was involved in covert cooperation with representatives of the FSB, and on the instructions of the FSB, here we go, former NSDC Deputy Secretary Vladimir Sivkovich and former head of the Presidential Administration of Ukraine, Andrei Kilyev, created a so-called political office to monitor the activities of influential Ukrainian politicians, high-ranking officials, and law enforcement officers. Remember those lists that they had?
Yes.
These are the people that were putting together the lists. This was searching for agents of influence in their midst that they could perhaps control, and keeping a list of people that they needed to keep an eye on, basically. Dirty, dirty dogs. The investigation has established that Kulinich was a confidant of Sivkovich. The former head of the SBU department actively followed the instructions of his supervisors to infiltrate his people into various government and law enforcement agencies in order to work against Ukraine's interests. In particular, Kulinich lobbied for the appointment of Andrei Naumov as the deputy head of the SBU. Apparently, Naumov was detained in Serbia. So they've nabbed him as well.
Is it? I thought it was Nemov.
Oh, it might be Nemov. I don't know. I just read it how it's spelt. And
well, who knows, right? I mean, it's entirely because let's face it, not one of us is actual fact we're top of the list of who you would want to be reading a name out, right? We're not very good at it, but we mean well, so that's okay. So I think this chap might be in a bit of trouble. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say that, you know, they've tried to be very fair with people with regards to sentences so far. They've not made a real example out of anybody, I don't think. This might be the occasion that they feel that they want to do that, considering he's quite a well-known character.
High treason in pretty much most countries is it would be quite serious. If it was North Korea, no doubt that would probably mean that you would be put on a target range and Kim On In or whichever Kim it was there would be shooting a missile at you, right? So I suspect in those cases that whatever happening is quite fair. Yeah, I mean the pilot of the plane that bombed Kharkiv, who was captured, it was only 15 years, wasn't it? Which is astonishing. It's a very, very short period of time. But yeah, I mean, look, they're going to find more and more of these people, haven't they? I think it's obvious, isn't it, that prior to everything kicking off, there was a lot of bad advice going around, and it's only natural that people are going to turn to. Who was giving out the bad advice before? And look what you did, and etc. And there've been quite a few places where people did things that weren't in the national interest. Let's put it that way, right? So there's going to be a lot of people having trouble. And Ukraine's had a year to get the SVU doing stuff. We see stuff coming all the time, isn't it? They're taking down troll stations, hackers, and some really big type criminal activity. So they've been very, very busy, which I guess will be, this is going to get it's just going to get bigger and bigger, isn't it? Because they're looking to change everything to join the I was going to say the UN, the EU, right, and get everything in order. They're doing a really, really good job. Pretty good stuff.
Well, the thing is as well that some of these people will have been well-known actors, well-known bad actors, but they just didn't have the clout or the political will to be able to go after them before. And now it's like free for all. So all these people that they've, known have been up to no good, now they can actually go after them. They've got the weight of the law on their side. 1 second, I'm going to sneeze.
Had you? Yeah. So whilst you
upset my cats very much.
Oh.
Yeah, they all looked at me like I'd grown another head. So what was I saying? Oh yeah. So we're seeing on an almost daily basis now them yanking out the roots of this corruption, and they're doing the same in the church. And I just think it's a beautiful thing that the communities are doing that to their own churches. They're going, no, we're taking this back for us. You can't have it anymore. And that's a beautiful thing. And we see it going on in, there was a lady on the bus in Odessa who was apparently trying to take pictures of some military equipment. And the other people on the bus virtually jumped on her, sat on her, and called the police. And when they went through her phone, it turned out she was a collaborator sending images and messages to a Russian contact. And, basically, the people have had enough of this. And they absolutely won't put up with it in their midst. And if they catch anybody themselves, woe betide. They better hope the police turn up first. That's all I can say. Because, an awful lot of people have had enough. And when they see it, they're quite prepared to call it out now. Because in the past, it was always, don't say anything, put your head down, get on with it. You can't do anything about it anyway. But now they're empowered and they can do something about it. And so they're making a point of taking things back, not only with the army, but with the civil society as well. And I'm just watching them grow in their confidence to do so, and to know that they've got people supporting them to do so.
No,
you mean tying them with sellotape to the lamppost?
To be fair, if someone was looting my house, I would probably want to do that to them too.
Well, this is what they did. You saw this, right? That in certain areas, they said, okay, fine, we know that the troops are coming, but they were still finding collaborators or soldiers hiding in cellars and the likes. And they just took kitchen tape, cling foil, and wove it around them, just in order to make sure that they didn't run away until the troops arrived.
And if anyone's watched Dexter, they'll understand how useful it is for people. If you've been cling filmed in, you're not moving anywhere.
That's very true, but to be fair, that's quite humane, considering all the stuff they've been through. To pop them out and wait for the army to pick them up. I like that.
See, I think this is a fair thing. This is reasonably humane. It's not something which
community
goes
policing,
against,
as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but it's how civil societies deal with prisoners of war.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing when I look at this, what fascinates me, if there are any physiologists or biologists in here looking at this as well, what fascinates me is how closely this looks like a a human body reaction to infection. Right, you have different mechanisms for fighting infections. We have, white blood cells, etc., NK cells. Then you've got a whole load of other things, and this is just like fighting an infection. We have the people inside the Ukraine who found the infection, and then they're attacking it and eradicating it. Right, they're eradicating that Russian disease. I mean, it looks very, very familiar to anything, whether it's a bacteria or a response to a bacteria or a viral infection, right? Yeah, it's pretty amazing. We got a couple of hands. Oh, Lisa, back to you.
Well, thank you, David. I sent Mockers a bunch of stuff. I don't know. The things like you had, I heard you saying that there was going to be a whole lot of goodies coming in, and they're starting to flow in. And I noticed that all these exciting things are happening where helicopters are getting shot down, and there a whole list of stuff for the positive on the Ukraine side. I can't remember because I have to have a list in front of me, but I sent it to Mockers. Only she does the booms much better. I like her booms, but I'm sure the helicopter went boom when it went down, and airplanes. But there was some shelling in 2 villages. I can't remember the name of them, but 2 people were killed, which is sad. But they're trying to stop that. But there's just a bunch of cool stuff coming in. If you go to a special Kherson Cats page or Kherson Cats page, there's a whole bunch of stuff you can look at and see what's coming in. So I would suggest you do that.
We can. So we can see that in actual fact. So today, one of the things that was signed was a sign for for some reason I thought it was 60. I don't know why I thought it was 60, but there is no number on this. So some Polish Rozomak armored personnel carriers, right, and some racks, self-propelled mortars, air defense as well, right. So looks like they've Ukraine's been over putting some more orders in, which will keep its neighbours happy. And when you've got countries doing business together, that's a very, very good thing.
Did you see did you already talk about the Czech Republic and what they supplied? I don't know if it was a Pion something. I'm terrible about the artillery stuff. Mockers, are you there?
No, she's on her way out. And I don't mean she's on her way out.
Oh, she is there. I sent you a list of what I saw. Can you look up that Czech Republic thing and tell them what it is? Well, maybe she did go away.
I mean, look, if you send her a list, no doubt you'll
she's
have
only
it.
going away to check. Give it a sec, Lisa. It will take a minute. But
Hello.
one question for you. For you, Lisa.
Yes.
Look 1 year back, or a little over 1 year back.
Uh-huh.
Would you have imagined that you would be talking to people globally on digital radio about arms supplies reported by someone who's named after a cat, a special Kherson cat?
I would never, ever have dreamed that, ever. And I never, ever would have dreamed that I made friends like around the world. And I correspond with these, DM back and forth. And just, I guess, with today's internet, information can get around so fast. But then it's the evil people that twist and turn it. But yes, actually, that is amazing.
Now think about what that means. This is part of this community of the people who voluntarily come here, join up, discuss, contribute, ask questions, refine things, tell us about their backgrounds and things. We've had people from all over, I mean, literally every trade, machine tool salesmen, tractor operators. We had warehouse managers and rolling stock managers, as well as rolling stock operators from Ukraine, Moldavia, Romania here, you name it. IT specialists, academics, military people. It's a unique space, and it only exists because of people like you, David, Mockers, myself, others. I did not think last year, in the days before the invasion, that it would end up in digital radio. Neither did David. Both of us, I am sure, had a perspective on the Russian chances and what they would do, and that they would invade 100%. I've been on the record stating this from October the year before, and I'm quite sure that there are many people who had the same thought, if not earlier. But still, this community helps us dissect it and deal with it and shift that in the public perception to what is fact and what really happens. So I'm very grateful. And I love the fact that you're checking whether it's a Pion or not, or whether it's a Roosevelt. I like that. Much appreciated. Thank you.
You're welcome. And I appreciate your knowledge.
Yeah, wonderful. So anyway, yeah, you're right, Axel. I knew before Christmas it was obvious it was all going to happen. It was going to kick off, and it was always very, very confusing to me that many people just didn't. But I think that it was just hopium for whatever reason. We've got used to these things not happening, and that's why we're hopium, I think. But it's good. We've all found this place where we can talk. We're talking about a subject that we care about very much. And no, you're right, Axel. I did not think 1 year ago that I would be on a digital space talking about anything. No, not at all. I've been sent some links, which is all very good. A couple of links. One is for which I've
if only Ukraine would be sent some links.
No, exactly right. If only, right? Yes. Yes. Yeah. I'm laughing at myself because there's a double play there as well. And we're still just clicked off one of the links. I was going, that's really interesting. And now I can't even find it. So let's go to the other one, which is Mockers has sent me a link with booms. The Ukrainian military destroyed a Russian 120 millimeter self-propelled artillery installation. That's very good. More booms. I'm going to tweet it out. So most of these things are on my timeline. If anyone wants to see a boom, you can. Oh dear, I've lost that link completely. And what else? I'm all hands. Yes. So anyway, I saw a different question. So if you're listening, Nick, BFT is a battle fitness test. So I can go back to, yes, Lennart, you need to put your hand up if you want to speak. And I suspect you probably do. Not wave, put your hand up. It's the one on the right. Lennart? When you at the bottom right, where you waved at everyone, there's a put your hand up sign. Do you want to hit that? No, that's waving. To the right of that, there's a hand icon. Like you can see my hand going up there like that. Right? No. Oh, you just dropped down. Okay. Well, I don't need my hand up. I'll talk about that. So, Nick, BFT is a battle fitness test, and a battle fitness test is 1.5 mile run. It's run. It's actually a 3-mile run. Really, you do a 1.5 mile warm up that's run at around about 11-minute pace, and then you run back at your fastest pace possible. And I've got some people requesting by the looks of it. Oh, Lennart, right? Okay, I will let you back in again. Just put your hand up. Right. And okay, great. So we got one per Jana. Wonderful. You've got your hand up. You got your hand up first. You get to speak first.
Yeah, thank you very much, David. Yeah, I was just going to let Lennart speak first because apparently he was trying first. But maybe I can just put up my question and see what is more interesting to speak about. Because when you and Axel said that you knew already in the end of the 2021 that this invasion will happen, well, I feel very naive, and because I had absolutely no idea, and I really try to uh, see the news and deploy some critical thinking, but I would never even dream this. And when it started, as for many people, it was so surreal for many months. So if you can maybe then talk about how you knew what because for example we had some guests from Ukraine in our house, and they were saying that they knew through word of mouth, that like they knew from like people whom they knew messaged them, but yeah, how did you know? But if Leonard had something that is more urgent, I can wait for the answer.
No, this is a good subject. Lennart, I'm afraid you got your hand up a little bit too slowly, so you're going to have to wait.
Easy waiting. Don't worry. Absolutely no worries.
Remember to put your hand back up. So let me explain. So I don't know. Obviously, I was a Cold War soldier for a long time. I've just never trusted Russia or the Russians. I've been aware, of course, of what happened in Ukraine, 2014, and been aware of what's happened elsewhere. And then you look at the build-up of the forces and how they were doing it. And the other thing is to work on. They kept on saying we're not doing it, right? So at the point where there is a Russian denial, then it was 100% certain this was happening, and the more they denied it, the more it confirmed they were going to do it. For me personally, there were things that really interested me. In the press, there was a lot of, in the media, there were lots of stories of people who were English and saying, "Oh, they're over here," and they weren't sure. They didn't think it was going to happen. But what the things that used to go through my mind is there might be a war, right? So you're worried about work, right, and doing your job, but there might be a war, and in wars, horrible things happening. I was just going, why haven't you just said to work, I'm going to take an extended stay. I'm going to go on holiday, take an extended stay, because horrible things work. And then as the build-up came on, more and more people were coming onto the press and talking about how they didn't think it was going to happen. But you can hear that in their voices and the way they said things, that really what they were saying is, I hope something isn't going to happen, which means that the little puppy dog at the back of their brain was saying something's going to happen. And then there was all those conversations. I've got my girl. I just got I've got my live with my girlfriend, or I'm married, and I'm just going, well, just apply for a visa now, because getting the visa now is going to be so much easier than when everything kicks off, because you never know what other countries will do. There's a possibility we might just close the borders. Why we would, I don't know, but always be a little bit risk averse in these things. But people just weren't, and they were working. And then the final bit of the, if I needed anything to give me more assurance it was going to happen, was when the Ukraine said they didn't think it was going to happen. I read that as they 100% believed it was going to happen, but what they were trying to do was give an out for Russia not to do it. And then, of course, it was sadly, very, very, very sadly proven right that they did. And then the rest is history, isn't it? I was on social media quite a bit, and then came across the space, and then started listening in, and then I think one time I spent like a couple of people. I used to listen on my computer. And I was going, I've no idea. They keep on saying, put your hand up. I don't know how it is. And then I finally, because I was only ever Twitter really on my computer, I finally installed the app on my phone. I went, oh. So I can, in actual fact, put my hand up, but I have to use the app. So then I put my hand up and upset Yehuda. I told him he was wrong. And he was wrong. He's still wrong. But he's not wrong about everything, but he was about this point. And yes, my pleasure. And then the rest is history after that. Yeah, it's interesting. I've really not thought about that really for quite a while.
Thank you. It's really interesting. It's that you also kind of developed the way to read these things. It really resonates with me very much, because I think as I grew up in Czechoslovakia, we really kind of developed the ear for this verbiage of the propaganda. So yeah, I think I already talked about it. That's another surreal feeling that I have when I hear the exact same sentences that I used to hear from the great Communist Party. So you really have to kind of understand these things to know this. Thank you so much. And Axel, would you tell yours as well?
Well, to an extent, it is well known already. I've said it a few times, but and I apologize for the background noise. I had to do a quick grocery run. But the annual war games and maneuvers of our friends towards the east are called Zapat in the region. And Zapat in 2021 was not like its predecessors. It was more comprehensive. It had more troops. It had actually specifically more logistics troops, and had a couple of troops which we hadn't seen before participate in full force. It literally emptied certain garrisons, such as Pskov, which is at the southeastern border of Estonia. It led to a reallocation of air assets and a change in naval force posture. That was interesting. And there were certain assets which were rumored by friends of mine to have been in theater, which didn't make any sense, neither in the concentration as they were, nor some assets in the format as they were displayed or positioned. So the rumor mill amongst those who once served and are still in touch with former colleagues, friends, and the likes, and meet regularly in some shape or another, was that this was a unique concoction of threat matrix. And one would have to look at what would happen during summer when the projections would come true, the maneuvers were to be conducted, and typically the Russians would then recede. But they didn't. They actually kept a lot of the assets, specifically logistics assets, in place in theater, which you do not do if you actually don't want to use them. It makes no sense. And when they brought back most of the troops who had gone back home to an extent, or had been cycled through home garrisons and regions, and added additional field medical staff that started in October last year, and the posture was increased. The troops were located there, and many of our friends heard this, and that's when I think it was pretty dang clear. So I think 2 days after the German national holiday, that's about October 5th or so, I sat with a friend, and we both came to the conclusion that between us Germans and English, we have seen this before somehow. And we were not surprised when at the beginning of November that was even further established. And our American friends started talking about it quite publicly, actually, I have to say, because the Biden administration seemed to have allowed a lot of people to alert many more people through the grapevine. And it was relatively public knowledge. And it took, however, a large part of the public debate to shift up until the MI6 briefing, or the head of MI6 gave a briefing, gave a speech, a presentation, however you want to call it. And David, remind me, is that the 3rd, 4th, 5th, or even 6th of December? One of those days, it's in this meandering stream of meetings and presentations and whatnot. At the beginning of December, I sat then 1 or 2 days after this with my colleagues in the office. We had a cup of coffee. It was in the afternoon. We came to the conclusion that we're all, from everything we're hearing, from everywhere where we're hearing it, whether it is the Americas, Britain, or the continent, the same signal is there. It's absolutely clear. They will do it. The question is, will they start doing it still in January, or whether in February, whether they will actually wait, like last time, for the Olympics to pass? Most likely. Then we had a discussion about this, and then we said, just, you know what, sod it, it's enough now. And we ended up carbonizing a very, very decent bottle of whiskey and said, okay, we won't have a drink until New Year's, and we probably won't have a drink until the war breaks out. And that's what we did.
Yeah, I think it's just understanding how the Russians operate, Jana, as well. As I said, so I was a Cold War warrior. I used to compete in the Czechoslovakia at the time. I think it was 1987 was the first time I competed there. Banska Bystrica, I think it is, which is now in Slovakia, isn't it? But yeah, people just didn't. That's the one. But I mean, listen, you've got to remember the way we pronounce stuff.
Can you say it
or
again?
I pronounce it. I said Banska Bystrica. I'm never going to get it right. Look, one of the
okay.
well, it was there was a Georgian we used to compete with, Yashashvili. We used to call him Fagash Willie because it was just easier to say.
Did he have a fag in between?
Yeah, those are the days when people used to smoke, right? Yeah, very funny.
In any event, yeah, it was very damn clear in December that they would attack, because it's the same approach the Soviet army had always taken beforehand. It's the same setup, logistics, support in depth, massing of tanks, massing of infantry, even with the strange concept of these battle tactical groups. It was there, and we discussed it quite publicly. And my spouse said, "Okay, fine. Why don't we just simply pack up and rent out the house and work from the States for 6 months?" And yeah, there you go. We stayed and we did this here.
Yeah. I think you so much, and it's I really appreciate it because it's like now I'm thinking about all those times when they were just posturing and showing their power, and yeah, it's yeah, I guess it requires some knowledge and practice to recognize what is what. But yeah, thank you very much. I'll drop down now.
Thank you very much.
Jana, don't forget. I mean, Yakuyan first and foremost, but don't forget, David and I are really old.
Yeah, I'm not the youngest either. I should know better, but thank you. I wasn't a warrior, but thanks.
Dear, that's very funny. Anyway, listen.
David, by the way, did you hear this now? We're going to get, like Chuck and Doug, we're going to get our own little cartoon as the Waldorf and Stettler MriyaReport.
Yes, I heard. I fully agree. I do fully agree with that. It's wonderful. Anyway, Lennart, you've had your hand up for quite a while. Let's go to you.
Yeah, no worries. I couldn't find the hand in the first occasion, but anyway, slightly different topic.
It took me a month to find it, so don't worry.
Any comparison between the Ukrainian and the Russians? Who's shooting most shells right now? How is any reasonable stats so we can see?
The Russians supposedly, according to the Ukrainian sources, still out say gun them by 5-1 at least. That was the data from about 3 weeks ago. And whilst the Russian frequency of shelling has receded a little, so has the Ukrainian. And the Ukrainians, however, continue to be more precise. They record more hits than seemingly what they have to concede, which is no different from what we should have expected, because this is how the massing and the overall setup of the Russian artillery compares to Western artillery, and the Ukrainians have made precision their game.
Understood. Is it clearly a trend line that it's decreasing on both sides, or is it decreasing more on the Russian side? Is that visible, or is it too hard to get quality data?
I don't have that data. I don't think that there's a real trend line. I think it's pretty much erratic, say going in and out with the respective battle rhythm, with times of bad weather, relocation, reconstitution, framing the enemy. I think so. What you're looking for, is there a sign that the Russians are attriting? Yes, there is, but it's not necessarily in their artillery. It's more in their rocket artillery, which has been pushed back in some locations. It seems to be the case in their tank attacks or tank-supported attacks, where we see more attrition.
Okay, and in general, grinding down the Russian troops in all aspects, I guess. Is that a fair conclusion?
So I would say yes. There is also a I did see something, like I was thinking about this just now as where Axel was talking. So last week there was something along the lines of, oh, that's my washing machine. That's not very good.
When it starts talking to you in Chinese,
yeah,
you really need to disconnect your phone.
Yes, exactly. Right. They're going, why have I got that? It looks like an error message. That's not good. It looks like they last week, especially, there was a comment that some captured artilleryman had said that he's shooting a bit less, but it wasn't sure of over the area. But what we did have last week, there were a couple of times where one of the people who puts out the stats, something about 19, the Ukrainians have managed to take out 19 artillery systems, which is a decent number.
That's a great number, and I guess it depends also what phase are the Ukrainians in what are they planning to do. So it's a bit hard to basically take that number and say that's a lot more than a month ago. So it's really complex to figure out, like, where's the power balance right now.
No, exactly, and we know that there's an information blackout for a reason. And if we remember, Herson last year didn't move for a while, and there wasn't a lot of information, and then all of a sudden, up in the northeast, they started making big gains there, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, I'm certain small pieces of information I know, but it's hard to make a big picture of these small pieces I know. But and that's a different topic. But this power balance regarding artillery and say duels between tanks or whatever, that could be good. Say view how is the balance? Is it basically the Ukrainians slowly trying to get the upper hand or increasing their power slowly? So I guess it's hard to get a definitive answer. So
yeah, I think this is a case of what we say is wait out, right? We just have to wait and see to what's happening, right? I mean, we know that something's going to happen. We just don't know what it is or where or when, right? So the information blackout will just hold. I mean, there's the unfortunate thing is we want information, but they certainly don't want us to have the information because they don't want to be saying anything. So it's just one of those annoying things, right? So we'll get a slow feed of it'll just be a slow drip of information, I think.
And then a short question, Axel. To be born during the 1960s, is that old enough to share a whiskey?
100%. That's a very, very good timing.
I agree with that there.
Thanks a lot, gentlemen.
Leonard, you know where to find me on one of your trips, so there you go.
Yeah, I'm not close enough, but rather in Kiev, okay? Thanks a lot. Over and out. I'll drop down.
Pleasure, Leonard. Pleasure. So I think it was Sojo, then Soren. So Sojo.
Hi, David, and thank you. I'm really sorry. My comment, well, not a question necessarily, but more comments, rather sort of passé now.
Well, no, so you just say them.
Well, yeah, I will. But I did request quite some time ago, and
I'm not seeing you. Not seeing you requesting, Sergio.
No. It's not a complaint. Please let me finish. So yeah, it was something that was spoken about for some time, and the conversation has moved on. But anyway, I'd like to just to say. I wanted to comment on the conversation we had about the Ukrainian sort of internal security services working really hard to root out corrupt players and also collaborators. But my comment was the collaborators. Yeah, that's a different story. But my comment was more regarding the corruption, and I think really we shouldn't underestimate the incredible job that they're doing, actually rooting out corrupt politicians or how do you say it in English? God, I'm thinking in Danish. People who are employed by the state. Because they've got so much on their plates. You know, there's a full-blown war occurring in their country at the moment, and it really is commendable that they're able to do this on top of just defending themselves. You know, I don't think we ought to underestimate that, and I'd just like to kind of highlight that. Really, I think it's great. I think it's really incredible work they're doing. And may I also, I know it's a few days late. There was a little bit of a tendency to for people to sort of express what MriyaReport means to them a couple of days ago. I didn't come up and express myself, but I would really like to now, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you. Well, I started.
You
I
still
began.
like us, right, Soldier? You
Oh my
still like us.
God! Oh, Axel, stop it! You don't have to ask. I know. I began listening to the report. Yeah. Almost from the beginning. Almost. I wasn't here on the first night of the invasion, but I began listening almost from the beginning when it was called something else. And for me, oh my God, it was such a relief. It was such a relief to come to a place where things were the ongoing things were spoken about, not only spoken about, but also dissected, analyzed, and also with very, very deep historical background. Actually, what the thing that I enjoy most is not so much the military stuff with the T this and the C that or whatever. I mean, that's okay. I don't mind it at all. But what I really enjoy is the historical and cultural kind of perspective. But I learned so much, and I'm profoundly appreciative of most of the co-hosts who are currently here, and also co-hosts that have been here in the past. I remember quite a few of Match's shifts, and he was wonderful with the whole historical perspective. I mean, he, just to name one, I'm not putting him above many others.
Maciej is a very good journalist, and he really is an exceptionally gifted and well-versed historian. Absolutely, I agree with you.
Yeah, right. And so what I appreciate about this report, about this place, this community that was built actually within a flash. Really, it became a community almost straight away. What I appreciate most about it is the depth of knowledge, experience, or education, which many of the co-hosts and contributors have. It's incredible, and I really recommend it to all of my friends and associates and pretty much anyone I meet. Actually, I'm a bit of a weirdo. and I do engage in the conversation about Ukraine with people that I just meet very briefly, and it's of what is going on, but mostly it has been a huge learning experience, and I profoundly appreciate it. Anyway, I'm sorry to have gone on, but yeah, thank you for allowing me to express myself.
You didn't go on at all. It's hearing people's stories is important to the space, and everyone's story is important, because guess what? Everyone here has been involved in our journey from where we were to where we are now, and hopefully will continue to be involved going forward as well. I happen to believe history is very, very important. And
oh, sorry.
Keep going.
I would just like to add also, of course, we all as listeners, especially the listeners who for one reason or another don't come up to speak, whether whether they're a bit shy or whether they just have the, oh my gosh, I'm thinking in Danish and speaking in English. They don't want to. I think that we all appreciate all of the efforts of the volunteers, and actually myself personally, I also appreciate every single listener that has been here for 12 months or for 6 months or for 3 weeks. I really appreciate them too, because it's because of all of us within the community that this place has grown and has become what it is. I see you down there, Ryan. I love you too.
Oh, thank you for those very, very kind words there, Sojo. Anyway, Soren, I don't think I've heard you speak before, so please go for it.
Hi, David.
Soren.
Hi.
Oh, well, I have heard you. Why did I think?
I have been here a couple of times before.
I have heard you.
But I'm not a regular speaker. You're right, David.
No, what it is I'm actually
David is just old.
No, that's exactly what it is, right? Because I could see those legs. I'm a bit blind, right? So I'm thinking it's a lady anyway, right? And I'm going, well, there we are. But now I recognise dementia is only partial. So please go for it.
Good to hear you. Good to hear you. And good evening here from Germany. I would like to go 2 steps back, if you allow me, to this "did we see it coming" discussion, because I would like to add 3 points besides the military argument, because you, David, and Axel, you referred to it brilliantly. Maybe just 1 sentence on this, because Axel referred to the first build-up in 2021, and simply, why would you do it a second time? Why would you bluff twice, right? It was a practice. So he would have lost his face already in his understanding for the world if he would have thrown them away for a second time. So this was, to my understanding, also a clear indicator. But 3 other points. First, he did it before. He invaded Ukraine before. And I think that the decision to destroy Ukrainian statehood and to make Ukraine in the best case maybe a colony, in the worst case for him a failed state, was taken 10 years before, basically. Yes, after Euromaidan, latest, I would say, after the Ukrainian people ousted Putin puppet Yanukovych on the Independence Square in the center of Kiev, right? And that was when this decision was ultimately made, but they were not sure which tool they would need to reach their goal. And that's why they took Crimea. They invaded in in the Donbas region, and they were always present there, as we all know here in the space, with regular army. Also, this whole separatist story was storytelling. The problem was only big parts of Western societies and democracies believed it, or better, wanted to believe this bullshit, right? It was never a separatist movement. So he did it before, but he saw that he could not reach this goal of destroying Ukrainian statehood with these instruments. So he needed to escalate. And that's what he did. And second point, he prepared the narrative for this, right? We could see a sharpening of the words of Russian representatives in the months before this second build-up. And Putin himself, he in the summer, after the first build-up, he issued this unprecedented essay or pamphlet, better to say, called "On the Historical Unity of Russians and Ukrainians," which was also published in some newspapers, don't recall now in which ones, where he presented his narrative and deprived Ukrainians of being Ukrainians and Ukraine of being Ukraine. He simply ignored Ukrainian statehood, and this was the first step, the preparation of the narrative, let's say, in the wide open, visible for everyone, and basically exactly the same what he then repeated and repeated again until the very evening before the invasion. Basically, no new arguments. It was all based on the bullshit he was talking about in this pamphlet. So everyone could take it serious if he or she wanted to take it serious, but unfortunately, we many times too much took him not serious. We also took him not serious when he said Soviet Union crash was the biggest catastrophe of the 20th century. If you take it serious, you know what is his, or you could have known what might have been his plan: restoration of all this. And third point, he's simply obsessed with Ukraine. He is, in a pathological sense, obsessed with Ukraine. And that's also why our Western rationalism doesn't count. And all our practices to explain, yeah, he would not benefit from this because his economy would crash even more and so on. It doesn't matter, because that's not what he is interested in. He doesn't matter about his people. He doesn't matter about his economy. For him matters only his power. And in his country, and then secondly, also in this idea of restoration of Soviet Union, I think that he really sees Ukraine as the second gemstone of the former Soviet Union, right? And it has to be taken back to the crown. And all this put together, I think it was quite obvious, and a big part of the responsibility why it could happen in this way is also with the West. Not because the West was somehow threatening, no, because we didn't act fast enough and early enough. That's the story. And now it's our responsibility, at least, to give full support to stop it.
Oh, absolutely, isn't it? And there's one thing here, isn't it? Just how important it is that people remember is just that Russia, for some reason, hates. I mean, look at Stalin's genocide in the 1930s in Ukraine. He absolutely hated the Poles. I think what was the name for the Poles? Did he call kulaks? Someone help me out here, Axel.
No, the kulaks in the Russian Revolution were those who owned land themselves. For the
I think
Poles, he always used Polak. I'm sorry.
No. He's a state was because he hated the kulaks because and all kulaks should die. And then there were the other part was he said all Poles are kulaks. Yeah,
that I don't remember. I do remember everything about the kulaks and how both. I mean, it starts actually with Trotsky. Trotsky is the first one who rants and raves against the kulaks, and Lenin just picked up on this later.
Of course, because finding someone to blame for stuff is always the way that these regimes start, isn't it? Find someone to blame, sling mud, it sticks, and then eventually you just carry on with your hate. I mean, but the Russians just, hate, right? They can't help it, and perplexing. And on said that, so I've just happened across a Chatham House has an article from the Independent. Putin will be angry Finland has joined NATO. No, but there you are. There's stating the blindingly obvious. Problem is when my phone goes out of control, I'm trying to find the stuff. So a little bit earlier, one of the ladies asked, I can't remember who it was asking about equipment, and I've just found it. So I think she was talking about Czech equipment that she was buying, but it was I think it was Polish. So I've got the numbers. So Ukraine is buying 150 Rosomac APCs, 54 rack-wheeled self-propelled mortars, and 100 PO run. Obviously, pronounce it properly in your head. PO run man pads. So the man pads will be a very welcome asset. They don't say how many missiles they're going to be buying, presumably in the thousands. Lisa, I think it was you who said it, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
You up? PO run.
Did you hear me? I said
yes. I didn't hear you say yes, but I saw your hand go down. No, that's okay.
Yes, sir. I said yes. I wanted to ask,
Ask
are
away.
you still there, Soren? How do you pronounce that?
Sören. You say
I'm
Sören.
still here, yes.
Zervin. Oh,
Yeah.
are you still there, Zervin?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I saw on your page from Ukraine War Now, you posted something from UARE Reality Now, UA Reality Now, about the priest. It was like in Bukovina. Bukovina? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think I posted something on the priests some days ago, a couple of days ago. Please help me out. What was it exactly?
Yeah, I'll
have
read
a look
it. It was just said outrageous, and I don't know how to pronounce Bukovina. Priests of Moscow FSB agency did not allow the body of a fallen Ukrainian soldier to enter the church to perform the proper rituals. And as we all know, Russian agents, priests, parishes are in Ukraine. It says the Orthodox Russian Church installed by force in Ukraine in the 90s. And it says they are Russian. They're also, of course, with the FSB, they've been providing coordinates and sensitive information to Russia about Ukraine defense systems. But I think it was originally Lois Lane that had posted it, but I found it on his page. But it said we need to purge them out of there. I get very angry when there's such disrespect. I mean, they don't care. Russia does not care about its people. They don't even pick up their dead. They really, the military does not care. And it just, I was brought up, my father served in World War II, and he had a 21 gun salute military funeral.
It looks like we lost you there.
Am I back?
Yes, you bet.
Yeah, so somebody tried to call and that cuts me out. But yeah, he joined the World War II when he was 17, but he always taught us to have the greatest respect for soldiers and military. And so anyone of you that have served the wars, any kind of war, I have a lot of respect for you, regardless of what side you were at the time, because you were serving your country. But that just really makes me mad that they would not allow that soldier to his body to have the proper rituals.
Well, the story is even more tragic. So this is, I think Axel was saying this particular church is over. It's over on the border near Romania, but the soldier, that was his local church. That was the church he used to go to.
Oh, that's terrible.
Well, but here's the thing: it's just an explanation of how these people are going to find themselves homeless, maybe stateless if they're Ukrainian at some stage. But as we talked about it a little bit earlier, all of these things you can see, Ukrainians, Maidan, before Maidan, right? They started the process to the removal of or de-Russification, right? They've started that and they're rooting out everyone who's in that process, and these people will find themselves living in Russia very shortly, right? Somewhere that they won't want to live, right? Because they've been living somewhere nice, and that's one of the things that came out at the very start of the war. MriyaReport, one of the reports that came out of it, one of the soldiers, when they started releasing the recordings, was the guy surprised. They all have toilets in the house. So
I remember that.
Yeah, exactly, right. It's just an explanation of what they're like, right? So these stories will go between village to village of just what the Russian patriarchy have been doing, and they're going to find themselves without a place, right? Without a church and without a congregation very soon. So in some ways, if they just keep this up, it just means that their end is going to be a lot quicker. Hopefully, they'll all be
by the locals. I mean, they may get as upset, and if they try to leave, they may be mobbed. I wouldn't be a bit upset about that at all.
I mean, they've had a couple of cases where the priests have attacked people or and the rest of it. It's going to go badly, isn't it? Ukraine is fully in that point of evicting everyone.
Yep.
Oh yes, I can, Prince. So 1 second. Prince, I'll send you an invite. I'm not seeing your request. 1 second, everyone. I just need to bring Prince. Sorry. Say what you say your bit.
I have a question.
Ask
have you
away.
had a session here on the churches in Ukraine already? Have you spoken about this Orthodox Church in Ukraine and Ukrainian Orthodox Church? Because it's all a bit confusing but interesting topic.
We haven't had a session on this this part, but we have we talked a little bit about religion, but we definitely do need to speak about it because it's probably quite people probably get confused as to which church we're even talking about at times.
Exactly. The titles are so similar. So you have, I don't want to open the whole box now, but just on the titles, because the church we were just speaking about, Liz, I think, right? It's so-called Ukrainian Orthodox Church. Yes, UOC, right? And this is the Moscow Patriarchate, right? These are the Russian priests, basically, that run their church like a mafia organization because it's just one business for them that they can exploit, right? And they have also been, until today, one instrument of the Swiss tool knife of the Russians to manipulate Ukraine. Yes, and that's why a little bit provocative, but maybe not so provocative. I call them FSB priests because their churches are also safe houses of the FSB, basically, in Ukraine until today. And that's why it's very important that Ukraine is getting rid of them, right? Because this is part of the full independence and the full freedom Ukrainians are gaining and striving for. But it's a difficult topic because it's about faith and belief, and members of those churches and of this church also, of course, and you have to be a little bit careful. At least the government has been very careful until today, and I think they are still very careful and also reasonable somehow dealing with this topic, and I think in a wise way, because if you push too much, then of course everyone will cry out and say, and this will full meet the Russian narrative of the pressuring and fighting religious freedom in Ukraine thing, and so I think it has to be balanced, but I think they are in a good way. And the second one, this is the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, so not Ukrainian Orthodox Church, but Orthodox Church of Ukraine, former Kiev Patriarchate, but since some years, I think 2019 or 18, Petro Poroshenko pushed this very much forward politically. It became its own autokephal and acknowledged by Byzant's Orthodox Church of Ukraine. So it's its own legal entity. Yes, it's not a part of the same story anymore with a different patriarchate only. So it's an acknowledged, alone-standing church, and everyone who's saying the difference is not saying the truth. And they have their they are gaining more and more congregants in their churches, and they are also eager, of course, to get some of the churches back. But until now, the situation is that the churches are still divided between those two churches, and their patriarchate, no, I think it's called metropolite. It's a comparatively young guy in his early 40s, I think, Epiphanius, and his seat is the Saint Michael Golden Domed Monastery, which you see very often in TV reportings about Ukrainian life, reports from Kiev. The blue church, the beautiful blue church with the golden domes, and also with this wall of the fallen soldiers of the Russian war against Ukraine in Donbass, where they always lay down the flowers. Just a little excursus to be a little bit better oriented.
No, that's brilliant context for everyone, and it is confusing because initially, when you keep sounding, it sounds very much like the Monty Python sketch, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
The change
definitely.
of names.
How was it? The Jüdische Volksfront and Jüdische Volksfront.
Die Volksfront von
Genau,
Rea.
sowas in der Richtung. But you can see it in the logos already. You know, this is maybe easier, the logos, because the good ones, the good guys, they have a simple cross as a logo, and the bad guys, of course, they have something very fancy and Mitra-like and ugly. But you can also see it in the appearance of those guys. Always when they have all this gold on their bodies, you know, on their talars, and fancy colors and gold and gemstones, then it's the Russians. And when you see the simple black dresses and the white hats, it's the good guys.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Do we go to Prince?
Hello, Axel. Good afternoon. Good evening. I just do want to point out that yes, the funeral was initially denied in that church, but it seems the people who attended that church obviously were not very pleased. There was the heartbreaking video of the mother, and the residents removed the priests from the church, and they were able to go ahead and go in and proceed with the funeral with their own priest from, I don't know where they produced their priest from, but the funeral was able to take place in the church that the soldier had gone to. So he did end up having his funeral that his mother and probably he wished to have in the long run. There was just there was a hubbubaloo trying to get to that point where that could happen, because the priests that were there initially were not going to allow it.
I mean, they just behave like a gang, don't they? when you look at it all the time there. Did you see the one with the priest hit the kid because he had a Ukrainian flag?
Oh, the things that I've seen this week from the priests have just been atrocious, and yeah, it's been horrid. I mean, the whole um Pasha Mercedes stuff, and then the kid hitting the priest, or the priest hitting the kid, and I think there might have been, oh, and then the church that was where the Moscow Patriarchy guys were kicked out. Yeah, that happened in between. It's just been like every day this week, something relating to the church there in different cities has been taking place. So it's been interesting to observe, and I will just keep an eye out and keep watching for what more continues to happen. But I was happy to see that soldier did end up getting the funeral that he wanted, and it wasn't as much trauma as I think it could have been. So
I mean, that's just great. I mean, let's face it. I mean, they did it because they knew it was going to increase the pain and sorrow for the mother anyway, didn't they? Right? It's all part of that bullying process. It's just absolutely stunning, but not expected, given how we see how they behave. Right? Not very godly, is it?
yeah, well, we could go into a whole conversation about opinions having with what is behavior, what is behavior. And, I agree with you. It is. I was raised to call it Christ-like. It was not loving your neighbor as you love yourself. It was not how I would expect a priest to behave. A priest should be the shepherd of the flock, taking care of their people. And at this time of year where we're looking at Easter and Ramadan and Passover and all of these major religions having celebrations, celebrations and traditions and probably sacraments, sort of, um, that they're all having them all around the same time, but you can look at all of those religions, and um, the loving your neighbor as yourself and loving your fellow human being is something that is um, common amongst them all. And
But it's predicated on them being actual priests and not just simply those who take the opportunity of joining that intelligence operation in a rather nihilistic fashion.
yes, you have a very, very good point. And I agree with you, but it's just, it sort of leads me into that whole thing, and then it leads me to looking even at our group here as volunteers, and the variety that we have in beliefs, and how we all get along, and we all love each other, and we all care for each other very deeply, and it's an important thing, and I think it's a very interesting thing. But when you look at what is happening in Ukraine with these churches, it beggars belief. I know that they come from a different background, and they have the FSB and the KGB history. Um, and to me, that's something I've experienced, something I've never seen. Probably should have. It just has to do with the fact that I was never exposed to it. But it's been a bit of a learning experience, and it's sort of um disappointing, but at the same time, not surprising because of behaviors I've seen in other churches throughout my life.
Yeah, I've rarely been into a church. I like seeing them. I think, especially some of the the 12th century. I like the architecture, the design. But I'm as an atheist, the other bits I don't quite get. But I, of course, understand that people do believe, and I fully support their any opportunity for someone who wants to believe to do that in peace and harmony, right? But I'm just looking at a tweet, and I thought I would remind everyone. So tomorrow we have Biljana's Battlefield. So Dr. Biljana Lilly is joined by Dr. Dimitar Betchev, which is with a talk on Russian influence operations in Bulgaria in the immediate aftermath of the 5th Bulgarian elections 2 years ago. So I thought I'd highlight that and advertise it because it's a very, very, very good talk. Oh, someone with a hand up. Back to you, Søren.
Yeah, sorry, David, couldn't resist as you were talking about church buildings now, and we were just talking about the churches. The very church that I just mentioned, the blue one, where the good guy sits, right, in the very center of Kiev, it was not always there, because in the 30s of the last century, it was destroyed. Guess by whom? Spoiler, not by the Ukrainians.
It's a good old Stalin.
Right. And they rebuilt it after gaining independence. So they collected a lot of money to do it. And in the 90s, Ukrainians built up their very heritage again at the same place. And it's really beautiful. I can only recommend to go there and see the beautiful paintings inside. It's marvelous. And what the Soviets wanted to build there was another of those. I don't know if you know the building right next to it, right next to this monastery. It's a huge monumental building from Stalin era, and it's the former headquarter of the Communist Party of Ukraine, and after independence, it became the foreign ministry. And this is it until today. So Kuleba seat. It's a giant, ugly building. And they wanted to build a second one. And I think because of corruption and all the bullshit they have until today. But they for it and paved the ground already. But then failed again.
Well, there you are. Human stoicism and determination, isn't it? People who have a mission to do something will rebuild what has been destroyed, as we see from country to country, don't we? Just haters hate. The Russians seem to hate a lot, but they're certainly not winning in this at all.
They cannot. With this intention, you cannot win. If you don't have any values, you cannot win. And when you travel through Ukraine and go through the villages and the towns and visit the churches, what I really like to do all the time, I always go the slower routes, yeah, if I have time. And then in every town and every village, you will find, if you speak to the people, stories about destroyed churches. So everywhere they have destroyed churches systematically throughout the country, and they have abused and misused many churches. So they have used them as warehouses for potatoes. They have used them as kettles for pigs. Very, very, very preferred use, to use it for pigs, right? They have used it as hospitals. They have used them as, I don't know, all kinds of stuff Russians like to use churches for. And then if you if you know this, I mean, the people, they haven't really changed, right? It's the same. The people grew up in the same, with the same stories and in the same society. So nothing has really changed. And then you can also much better understand why the Russian church is so corrupt and so meaningless in a way, and just a tool, just another tool of Putin to steer his people, right? It's meaningless. It's a Potemkin village, like most of things in Russia are.
Well, they're definitely a cuckoo nation, aren't they? They implant themselves in places and try and push everyone out in whatever means that is, and pushing out regardless of consequences of anything. Yeah, I mean, look, when I said I've rarely been in them, obviously I've been in them. I do love around the UK, the different styles of chapels. The thing I've always loved is you can feel the sense of history in them, and those pieces, right? And different. You go to a chapel in Wales as opposed to somewhere like Salisbury Cathedral, and they all have that feeling of history, right? And you get that pretty much in any or all religious places of prayer. They have that feeling, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. And you know, so we are very different here. And for me, this is not so important to know what others think about it. But I'm religious, and I'm a Protestant Christian, so I try to take it a little bit serious. It's also because of the traditions of my family and my socialization, right? So, and what do I want to say? Yeah, that's why I love to visit churches, not just because of the architecture, which I also admire if it's nice, but also because of the mood in those rooms. Because sometimes I need and I value some space for meditation, or just getting to yourself. And especially in Ukraine, I like it very much because I come from this Protestant ethics, everything very deprived of ornaments and clear, and which is also nice, right? But
are you going to tell us now that the Orthodox Church, the Greek Orthodox Church tradition, has the better show?
Yeah, it has, definitely. And sometimes I really like it. And I told you about the beautiful, colorful churches, because they are, if you think a Catholic church, the usual Catholic church is colorful, you have never been to Ukraine, because the Orthodox churches are painted everywhere inside. And it's really, really nice. And then also I like this, the special smell inside there. I like the chorals they sing. Ukrainian is a beautiful language, much more beautiful than Russian. It's really it's a very different language than Russian. It's not dialect what the Russians are telling. It's a beautiful different language with its own alphabet, and a totally different melody than Russian has, and it reminds me sometimes a little bit of Italian melody. So it's really very nice when people are speaking pure Ukrainian, and the chorals are very, very beautiful in the churches. And also that I like the tradition of lighting candles. So that's what I usually do when I go inside there. Then I just buy some candles and and light them for family or some other reasons. And then you always will find a huge variety also of little pictures of saints, of all saints, literally all saints, and you can buy them, and it's also a little bit funny. Thanks.
Yeah, well, you hit on something. Some languages are suited to the choir and singing. Welsh choirs, but sometimes you might not know what they're saying. They're absolutely beautiful. There's a song called Callan Lan, which is just just wonderful. Yeah, I've not heard it. I have heard, and I have listened to the Ukrainian folk music. I'm a particular fan of Hey Sokoli and the Red Viburnum. They're very 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 easy to listen to. Oh, Chris, you've got your hand up.
I would sing Canon Lan and Llandione, but I won't, David.
It is a
at the minute.
beautiful song, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a very beautiful song. Yes, yes. So I was just on the churches. We were discussing this the other morning, actually, David, and I learnt a new word, autocephalous. Have you heard that word?
Autocephalous. Go.
Right. Oh,
Autocephal.
Yes.
Yeah. And and War Doggo was explaining that it basically meant a horizontal, not a vertical structure, and independent. Everybody was, each church, pope, but not as in the main pope, but pope priest, I guess, of the church was actually independent. And what I understood was that they didn't actually report officially to the Moscow Patriarchate. I may have got that wrong, but that's what I.
They're all their own boss, right?
Pardon?
They're all their own boss.
Exactly.
Correct.
I'm also not an expert in this, but to my understanding, it's a church which does not has another church above it, right? And that's why I said when I was talking about this, it's not Kiev Patriarchat anymore. This Orthodox Church of Ukraine's, in brackets, the good guys. Because they are now independent, and for this, in the Orthodox Church family, you have your own process to get this independence. It's not so easy. You have to receive something. It starts with T. The word I forgot about what you have to receive. You have to receive a certain paper, and this can only be issued, which gives you this independence, and this is issued by this. Sorry for I'm not into the Orthodox world so much. This meta-patriarch who is sitting traditionally in Byzance, right, in Istanbul. And this is the case until today. And you have to undergo a complicated process. And in this process, they did in 2018, and they became independent from Moscow.
Yes, and at one point I understood that this was a source of friction between the Ukrainian Orthodox Church and the Moscow Orthodox Church, if we call it like that.
That would make sense, wouldn't it? Because guess what, right? The last thing they want is people believing what they want to believe and not under the control of someone, right?
Yeah, absolutely, David. And then so where I was like getting to with this, right, was obviously only since I've been on this space, and since this last year, David, I've understood that the Moscow Patriarch priests are basically KGB. Let's put it right. So I was thinking, oh, this sounds like more like terrorist cells than it is reporting back to the Moscow Patriarchy and the KGB. But maybe I'm not quite right there.
Well, look, I'm not an but I do understand how it operated in China and religion in China and the rest of it. I suspect it goes the same way, isn't it? Like the last thing you want is someone who's teaching a different narrative than yours. So controlling the church is one way of making sure that you push out. Someone's got a hot mic there. I wonder who that is. Not me.
Well, I think it's
Lily.
Oh, sorry. Can I have 1 point, David?
Please do.
On exactly this, I think it's basically, as it is always in Russia, you are completely on your own. Yes, you are not woven in a network of responsibilities and rule of law which you can trust on. That's why you are completely on your own. And this is the same in the church. You go there because it's a business you can exploit in their logic, right? And that's what they are doing. And it's heavily connected to the FSB, because I think FSB and the Russian government sees this as a brilliant tool, because church naturally always provides you with a network, because you have churches everywhere. So if you have control over this, you have premises everywhere, you have networks everywhere, you have social contacts with your congregants, right? On a regular base, at least every Sunday. No, in Orthodox churches, much more, not every day you have it. Yeah, so it's a perfect network. You want to get in control over such a network. It's very, very valuable. It's a propaganda tool, right? But the officials who are working there, the priests, so-called priests, they are basically officials of this business. And of course, they are exploiting it, because the official salaries are laughable, ridiculous. Yes, and they also want to exploit this. They know about the structure, and that's why they are going there. Have you seen the picture of this metropolite who was yeah, so you have seen his golden fish in the house, which reminded me of the golden bread that was found in Yanukovych's mansion. So that's what they are basically doing there.
Yeah, and to following on, so look, if you're in a business of controlling people, which the despots are, such Stalin, Putin, the rest of them. If you want to control people, which they want to do, right? If you've got someone for half a day, right, in church sitting there, you want to control that because you've got someone listening to you. Not only that, I don't know if they have confession in this church, but you're doing Catholicism, and then you might even have people telling you their secrets. Once you know their secrets, you have the ability to control them even more, right? All that information, the information flows goes back up to it goes back up to whoever needs to see it. Call it the KGB or the SFB. Now they process that, and here's a key valuable point for them to be able to control you. Not only that, it's a huge source of income, because guess what? People donate to churches. The scope for religions to be abused is just huge by nation states, and it's not just Christianity that has this problem. Chris, to you.
Yeah, well, actually, you touched on sort of the final point I was going to make there, David, because I was going to say, so is there money coming from the congregation, or is it coming from the KGB, or both, or what?
I don't know how it works, but people donate to churches, don't they? You don't, let's not even talk about Ukraine. Look at the amount of money that goes into some churches in the United States, to the point where they have some pastors complaining that the plane they're flying isn't fast enough, and they want to raise an extra 100 million so they can get a better plane, and they get it. Right, so the abuse of religion, unfortunately, and this is not to say that religion that there's a problem. It's this open to being abused by people who don't believe, because people who believe don't automatically think the person who's in charge of their church or religious place is the person who's going to be lying to them, do they? So that's not the godly way.
Yes, and they are lying to them, and which comes into handy for them is that they don't have the tradition, because this church has undergone a different historical development than other churches in the world, and they didn't have this. I don't want to say the reformational aspect of the Protestant church, because it's a little bit an element of enlightenment also, yes, or of progress in the church. Yeah, they don't have this element of asking questions. They just simply consume what they are being told, right? And that's why it's like TV in Russia. It's a perfect instrument to reach and fool people, and they believe it. They just take it. They don't ask questions, and it's easy. It makes the perfect tool, because in this Orthodox tradition you don't ask questions, because the whole setting and the whole setting of instruments that you have and regularities that you have in this church is functioning in a different way than in our Western churches, right? I mean, in the Catholic Church, you also don't ask many questions, but at least you have the possibility for it, yes. And you have a kind of on the local level, kind of a say also for the congregation, right? And in the Protestant Church, you have very much a say of the congregation on the local level, right? In the Orthodox Church, this is all not the case. You simply consume, and also the church services themselves are not an interaction. They are a very how to call this? It's a very they are basically it's just singing and what is the term for this? Alex, please help me. It's just how is it called, this in the church service, the formality of how it goes, you know, the order of the service from the beginning to the end.
Ritual?
Yes, it's
Ritual?
not ritual, but it's close to this. Yeah, sorry, I'm missing this term
Tradition?
now. So it's everything is from the beginning to the end is clear. It's always the same, basically. Only the Bible verse which is cited is different, right? And in the Western churches, you have the priest saying something and interpreting the Bible first, but also interpreting sometimes some topics, some worldly topics, right? Even sometimes some political topics. And in the Orthodox Church, this is not the case. You just consume what you get. And that's why it makes it the perfect tool for influencing people. And that's why the Russians are so much pissed off that now, finally, Ukrainians have started to kick them out.
Okay, what you mean is in English different than in German, but you mean the order of mass.
Exactly.
This is how it is. Yeah. But that's the Catholic side of things, which, funny enough, finds its representation in the Orthodox Church just as well.
So anyway, I can see, Lily, you've come up as a speaker, but you haven't put your hand up. Maybe that's because you don't know how to put your hand up. To put your hand up, and if you come up as a speaker, it's because you come up to speak. What you do is click the heart button, and on the far right, when you click the heart button, you will see a hand, and then puts your hand up, and you can see Shaggy. Yes, exactly. Shaggy's got his hand up. That's what you need to do if you want to speak. If you don't want to speak, then that's okay, but we'll drop you down until you do. But if you want to speak, put your hand up. We'll pull you up in a moment. Shaggy, over to you.
Yeah, cheers, David. Yeah, one of the things about a lot of church services and a lot of religions is the fundamentalism in it, i.e., you've got things which are repeated, which are like dogma, which go
passed down, and you just got to follow a set of instructions, and the scriptures never change, and and you have to believe kind of, or the adherents believe what is written down, rather than any interpretation. And one of the things in that is kind of, you believe your priest. Yeah, your priest is supposed to be a messenger of God, and therefore you got to trust them. And that's where that's where the problem comes when you start trusting people who shouldn't be trusted, especially when they're triangulating, in effect, God and the Word of God, and God is working through them. So yeah, you kind of give yourself over. You believe in God, and you believe that your priest is working under the guidance of God, in effect. And if they're not, then you're a bit stuffed. Yeah, that's kind of my view on it. So yeah, house.
Yeah, I mean, look, religion it says is a force for good, isn't it? It's just unfortunate that not everyone that progresses to that.
Yeah, there's a great book I read by Jessica Stern called "Terror in the Name of God." It's kind of from the early noughties, and it's mainly to do with Islamic fundamentalism, and it goes into other things as well. But you can broaden it out to other religious extremisms within religion and without, actually. I nailed it all down to 4 words: belligerent, radicalized, evangelical fundamentalism. So people who believe in dogma, who spread it about to other people rather than keeping it their thoughts and whatever within themselves. It's on the edge, it's radical, it's out there, it's kind of out of the mainstream, and they spread their message and their ideas belligerently with force, which is basically it. So when it comes to most religions actually have this extremism at the edges, and people who want to use religion, or want to get people involved, can use religion and use that kind of thing. So it's a really good book. I recommend that book.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say the thing is that anything that is open to be abused, people who are who are the type of people to be abusers in this case, will gravitate to it, and there you are. It'll be anything, right? It could be the police, someone who see their scope for getting a bit of power or whatever, right? So, and therein lies the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it happens in religions, it happens in politics. Yeah, they're the 2 main ones that I've come across where power corrupts, basically, as well. So, yeah, that whole thing.
Yeah, it does, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Anyway, whilst we're about this, what I haven't done is requested everyone to retweet and retweet the space, please. Right. So whilst you're sitting here in the luxury of your own homes, it may not be in the luxury of your own home, but wherever you are sitting, standing, jogging, or whatever you're doing, if you stop doing what you're doing and retweet the space, that would be wonderful. I dearly love to get the space up to 500, because 500 is a nice round figure. I mean, better still if we got it to 1,000, but I'd be happy with 500.
Axel, now I got my word liturgy, liturgic. I was missing this term. It's entirely liturgic service.
Liturgy, actually, liturgic is actually the adjective. You have very liturgy goes further and is part of the order of Mass, actually.
Thanks. Just wanted to get this clear.
No props.
Yeah, I was going to say litany, actually, but I looked it up and it kind of was just liturgic occasions. So yeah, repetition stuff.
Yes. I'm currently looking for another topic. This when we move away from religion, that would be. I don't mean it in a bad way, but if we go on to more of the subject of Ukraine,
we discussed all the things which we were supposed not to be discussing at a dinner party, meaning religion, politics, and which sports team you support.
Football. Oh well, we could talk about Man United, but there'd be no point. It would just be a liturgy of people laughing. But there again, I supported Man United in 1982, and they were equally as bad then. So it's just full circle.
Yeah, I support Liverpool, so we won't talk about football.
But you were, for the last 6 years, have been the most exciting team to watch.
Yeah, but not this year. So yeah, let's change the subject.
What can we do? Can we talk about Olaf? Oh, here you are. Oh, here we are. This is wonderful. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz will be checked for involvement in a fraud for now, this is quite a big number. 30. And what do you think I'm going to say after it?
Million.
No. 30 billion euros. That's quite a big number, isn't it? Olaf Scholz, I read it again. I'm going to sound happy. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz will be checked for involvement in a fraud for 30 billion euros, says Politico. According to the publication, the German opposition wants to launch a parliamentary investigation into the likely involvement of Scholz in a large scale. I don't know if it's true. I don't care.
Wait, this is just classic political hobgoblin. I mean, it's really terrible. This is full well known. He has been interviewed by the state prosecutor of the federal city of Hamburg, federal state and city of Hamburg, where he was the Lord Mayor. There is, unfortunately, for the purpose of getting rid of Mr. Scholz, there is nothing at this point in time which gives us the hope that this could be proven if it were true. This is an old case. You could say it's a dead parrot. It is no more.
If you've shattered my dreams, Axel, shattered them.
Yeah, because the opportunity to go into this heavily was last year in May, June. And then the state prosecutor, what you would call in America the DA, in Hamburg, decided not to pursue it further. And then we have these wonderful investigative committees on both state and federal level in Germany, who can then investigate and subpoena and whatnot. And they did. And he was called upon in Hamburg yet again, had to speak. And neither the opposition nor anyone could get him to say anything or provide anything or prove anything which could have been detrimental. That does not mean that his role in the so-called Cum-Ex scandal, dividend stripping, and therefore tax evasion scandal, which involved a series of German banks and European banks. It's not a German scandal per se alone, but it has relevance in Germany more than anywhere else, because that is where many who kept their money there had to file their taxes and could get away with it easily. So it's a very difficult case. So should he be pursued? Absolutely. Should he be questioned? Yes, absolutely. Would I like to see that actually play out and to the point that, a constructive vote of no confidence would lead to a change in government? Absolutely. I'd say a national coalition of different parties and all willing to support Ukraine more fervently and change German energy policy to accept nuclear power is absolutely called for, but it's not possible with the current Green Party, therefore it's not going to happen. This is the whole point, David. So when Politico comes out with a headline like this, that is clickbait. Now, they do take, of course, in this instance, the clickbait from the claim of the opposition, which for good reason claims that. And the scandal in itself is that large, if not much larger, because it engulfs more than just the German banks involved. But yeah, how should I put this? Yeah. ain't looking good. There seemingly are more politicians worldwide who have technical legal issues. I'd say this case is equally badly presented. Sören, you want to add anything? Sören is still shaking his head. How could we miss that opportunity?
I mean, I
it's-
was just thinking.
It's
Oh, sorry.
okay. I'm just ignoring the comments on the Greens and
No,
everything's fine.
the comment on the green is only for the nuclear power side. If
Yeah,
the Greens were
okay.
to switch, that's the point, because that seems to be the real point there, right?
Yeah, no, I agree.
And if they could make up their mind there, they would probably lock in a major role in German political parties over the next generation if they could lock this in, because they would be seen as taking the right stance on transition technology and energy creation.
Did you hear that Habeck during his Ukraine visit said basically he's fine with the Ukrainian nuclear power plants as long as the Ukrainians are running them safely?
Yeah, I agree. I like what he said.
So,
how about the German nuclear power plants, my friend?
yeah, no, I just want to say, they're Greens and Greens, Habeck was also the first German politician who openly advocated weapons support for Ukraine in 2021. And he got punished for it from all sides, including his own party, but also from all others.
Yeah, which, by the way, our friend and colleague Konrad Schuller was so kind as to highlight in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, which I copied and framed out here and explained to people, albeit that, by the way, there's a group of politicians, funny enough, within the Christian Social Union of all places, who were right with him in this regard and absolutely on his side, and who all wanted the same thing. But then again, they have constituencies which are close to Pullach, so no surprise.
Right.
Sometimes facts don't care for people's projections and political affiliations, then they are truly, truly bipartisan. Mockers.
No, Mockers can't say anything yet. She sent me a link. Stop. No, Mockers, you're not allowed to speak. You sent me a link. I got there first.
Shoot, David.
So Mockers sent me a link.
You, if you had read it. That was all.
Yes, but it's okay. But we could do it together. We need to do it together. So listen, I have a question for you. When you, so it'll become apparent to everyone in a moment. Mocker sent me a link.
There's a dad joke. It will become a dad joke in a moment.
No, it's not a dad joke. There's Shoigu is in this, but next to him is a gentleman. Mockers, does it look to you as if that guy is missing his arm? Before I go on to about how bad his tailor
is. He does look a bit wonky, doesn't he? A bit lopsided, yeah.
And that is, I mean, it does look like it's very badly ironed as well. I tell you what, Mockers, you go on and talk about this. I will put this into the nest so everyone can see it. This is a thread by Maria Kramarenko. I may even have got that close to what it is, but anyway, the Mockers, do you want to talk us through it?
Well, as far as I can see, this appears to be in the way of trying to get around sanctions. So, this chap who stood with Shoigu here, I believe he is the director of the Russian Center for Study of Middle East and Central Asia, the host of the Authors Program Smirsh on channel of the Russian propagandist Solyarov, right? And anyway, this guy, I'm trying to find his name. I'll get there in a minute. Oh, here we go. His name is Bagdasharov. I know. So apparently, the Ukrainian hacktivists of the cyber resistance team handed over to the international intelligence community informed napalm, email dumps and other private correspondence of this chap. So this is more than 7 gig of correspondence with files that contain numerous scanned documents of personal documents, financial certificates and information about his family, who are offshore, of course, documents of financial frauds on the sale of state lands of the Russian Federation, certificates and other materials of interest to intelligence related to the establishment of Russian economic projects in Iran, Iraq, African countries such as Uganda and Congo, and the UAE. So apparently he's quite the character, this guy. And just from a few documents from his mail relating to Iran, characterizes this figure as a link between the Russian and the Iranian legal entities. It became known through his correspondence that gas turbines and compressors need urgent maintenance at 5 Russian thermal power plants. These are Novokorviska, Vladimirska, Permska, Ademichna, Icheveska. And also the Russians lack a number of expendable spare parts that cannot be bought due to sanctions. Shame. Therefore, Bagdasharov was asked to act as a mediator in establishing cooperation with the Iranian companies to try and source this sort of stuff because, you know, Iran seems to be able to get around quite a few sanctions. They've set up a company called Tisifra. I don't know. The Tisifra Group in Iran. It's a Russian company that positions itself as an international company. It develops and provides solutions in the field of digital automation and production management for industrial enterprises. The company was founded in 2017 and is headquartered in Helsinki, Finland, probably to circumvent sanctions. So Tisra also has representative offices in Turkey, Germany, Morocco, India, Colombia, Peru, and Indonesia, and some other African countries. And then it goes on to list the Iranian companies that were part of this. And some of these companies are already under secondary sanctions. However, for most of the companies on the list, there is no certain data or there is missing data from the sanctions registers. And this is very likely why they've been chosen as potential partners for the Russian company. And yeah, there's quite a bit of information here regarding imports. And well, it would appear that this has been quite a deep dive to get to the nitty-gritty of people trying to avoid sanctions. And for some reason through Iran. I can't imagine why they would go to Iran first. Did that kind of go through it for you, David? Did I understand it correctly? Take your mic from behind your ear.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Maybe can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So yes, I think you did. I was hoping I could get another 10 minutes out of you because I haven't cooked anything all day. And I'm just putting the oven on. Otherwise, I won't have eaten for 24 hours, and that would be it would be a catastrophe. So yes, it sounded exactly Exactly right. I mean, here we are. We go through why Iran. I think we know why that would be, because they seem to be able to get round many of the sanctions, don't they?
Can we have Mockers just go through those names again, please?
Which
Yeah,
names?
yes, please go all through the names.
The names of the places or the companies? Because I didn't list the companies.
Oh, both. Both would be great. I'm just
Yeah.
winding you up, Marcus, but I love your pronunciation. It makes me laugh. Makes me feel good because I can't pronounce them either. I'm slightly dyslexic, so they just merge together. That's well done. I actually understood some of them, so it's cool.
Well, I try my best, but I don't really try as hard for Russian words. I'll be absolutely honest. Like that guy who presents the TV, Solyolyov, him. I can't even be bothered to read his name correctly, just because that's what it is in my head now. He doesn't deserve the respect of his correct name. So yeah. But you can see, obviously, there's tendrils everywhere with all those offices in different locations. You know, it just goes to show, doesn't it, how they're evading sanctions in the way of, you know, having these companies that are apparently nothing to do with them, but are absolutely everything to do with them. Yeah, it's cheeky. As Chris, would you like to talk while David's putting his oven on?
Well, yes, I thought I'd take advantage there, Mockers, as I heard him wanting to do his tea and that. Yeah, so I was just going to say that little story that you told there. I don't know if Anna's listening into the space at the minute from U Control, but that little tale that you told there is exactly what U Control and RU Assets is for. It's basically tracking in close to real time the ways that the Russians are trying to evade the sanctions. So I won't go over everything that you said, but it was a. I wish I've got a recording of that, Mockers, because there was a wonderful little example. Was that and also, of course, you know, at some point at the minute they're tracking Russian and Belarusian connections. So that means, you know, companies that have Russian shareholders, Russian directors, wives of Russians, children of Russians, best mates of Russians, companies that report to a Russian holding company, Belarusian companies, etc. But the intention is to extend that to, you know, Iran and China sanctions busting as well at some point. I don't know when they'll get there. But anyway, thank you for that, Mockers, and I hope that took up a little bit of time in a relevant manner.
All good, Chris. So yeah, I think that we're starting to see the fruits of these investigations, and the hackers and the activists are, you know, definitely appear to be working on Ukraine's side in this case. We've heard of Anonymous doing their part, apparently. And you know, I would say there is definitely a place for people with those skills, especially in this sort of situation. So yeah, if they can root out the people who are indeed, you know, allowing people to dodge sanctions, I think it's very important that those people are brought under some sort of attention, because we need to know that sanctions aren't going to be able to be circumvented easily. the EU new package of anti-Russian sanctions is exactly what is needed, because the sanctions pressure on the Russian Federation must continue to be stable, and the attempts of Russians to circumvent the sanctions are also recorded and must be taken into account to make such actions impossible. I would like to remind you that the McFaul-Yamack International Sanctions Group is completing the preparation of the action plan on strengthening sanctions against the Russian Federation 2.0. Our past sanctions plan was 85% completed. We are preparing a lot of additional trouble for the Russians. That's fighting talk. I like that. Chris?
Yes. Now, Mockers, have you taken to bed with you Peter B. Duran's report?
Which report would that be?
So, I don't know if we go to his, I think it was pinned to the top of his Twitter, Mockers, right? But Peter has written a very, very, very comprehensive report around sanctions with a number of recommendations at the end for further actions. It's if you can't find the time and opportunity to read the whole thing, then the conclusions in themselves are an interesting summary. And I always like to drop in a little fact, Mockers, which is that at least in America, if you happen to find out about some sanctions breakers and you decide you want to dob somebody in, you can get paid a lot of money because you get a share of the amount that they are fined or something like that when they are successfully taken to court. It's called the whistleblowers law.
Yes, I've heard of that, and it's certainly an encouragement to get people to speak out when they see something that shouldn't be going on. Yeah, I quite like that encouragement because it does encourage people to call out corruption. It's an incentive that we shouldn't need, but it certainly gives people the nudge in the right direction, doesn't it? Yeah, I like the sound of that.
Well, it does, and it's sort of an interesting historical fact, Mockers. Well, interesting to me anyway, that the key TAM or key TEM law actually comes from the UK, but for some reason it doesn't exist in the UK anymore. But it does exist in America. Yeah, so it's sort of interesting. But yeah, it's as you say, it's a nice little incentive, a nice little earner if it all turns out, and we get somebody successfully sanctioned.
Well, it's nice to see them being dragged out into the light. That's my main concern, really, is that people, the right people, get this information, and that they're able to deal with it. Wow. So I just wanted to mention a couple of slightly more cheerful things. Yeah. So last night, apparently, Estonia was almost as happy as Finland for joining NATO. I'm just going to retweet some pickies. There we go. And you'll be able to see that Estonia celebrated Finland joining quite extensively. They did a good job there. Now,
thank you.
Did you arrange it all, Axel? Is that what it was?
No, not at all. On the contrary, this is this is a widely based level of general happiness here in the country. It does not have to be organized. This comes viscerally to the forefront. Trust me. No, but people enjoyed it greatly, and we received our Finnish friends with all their ferries buying whatever they could buy for the replenishment of their Easter stocks, which they had evidently otherwise depleted. And it was great. The atmosphere in the city was fantastic since Friday. It actually started on Friday, but I think I mentioned this. On Friday, flags went up everywhere, Estonian and Finnish flags. People were partying, and yeah, it was fun. Lots of Finnish tourists birdieing the Russian embassy, which is on Big Street, so right bang in the middle of the old town. So you walk past, and Finns were doing all sorts of crazy things. Supposedly, some Finns may have lost control of their belts and may have publicly sometime
Was there a full
in the
moon?
early
Actually?
morning
Was
hours,
there a full moon?
in the early morning hours, given a reflection of a full moon.
Goodness, the frivolity. Well, here's something fun. We have a Bavovna report in Kursk. So I'm waiting for a bit more information, but I will just retweet a little video which apparently has the boom on the sound, and hopefully more will come of that. We'll find out what that actually was. So yeah, nice. No panic. Go on, Shaggy Fella.
Yeah, that fire of the defense ministry in Moscow, is that turning into a big fire, or is that just a little bitty fire? Do we know?
Unfortunately, it was put out quite quickly.
Oh, boo.
What a pity.
You need to try harder. Was that the ministry with the Panzer or wherever it was on top?
Yeah, apparently it's got one of them air defense doodahs on the top of it. I'm noting that served it really well.
Brilliant. Yeah, it'd be nice if that blew up, actually.
Well, you never know. If they ever tried to use it, it just might. You know how these things work really well in Russia. In fact, we saw today a video of a very close call of a group of 3 or 4 Ukrainian soldiers who had a bomb shell land right next to them. Only they were very lucky that it was Russian made and didn't go off. It just landed. And yeah, I can safely say it was probably new underwear time for all those chaps.
I was about to say exactly the same thing, Mark, because you took the words out of my mouth there. That would have been a more than squeaky bum time. Yeah.
Yeah, they were lucky boys, is all I can say, and thank goodness for that. So we are, yeah, keeping our eyes on anything that goes boom, or at least I am, obviously. And I will let you know if any more comes of that, because yeah, it is quite interesting to know. Oh, and I finally have some actual footage of a possible downed Ka-52 helicopter. Well, I don't know. There's a number of sources. We think it's a Ka-52 helicopter, although Special Herson Cat seems to say that it might have been an Mi-24, it might have been an Mi-35, so we don't know the full story yet. But either way, it went down. It went down, it did, and has been vaguely geolocated, although they don't say exactly where, which is always helpful. I like it when they do that.
Yeah, if it's Russian and it's gone down, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, well, it shows what appears to be a helicopter flying, and then what appears to be a helicopter crashing and burning. So, lovely. Lovely stuff. And now being pestered by a cat. Sorry, he's got 3 legs and he can't climb up on the sofa by himself. There we go. Oh,
Is that the cat you consider to be obsessed or possessed?
no, this is another one. This is the weird, funky one.
How many cats do live there?
Just the 3.
What are their names, Mockers?
I have Chairman Mao on my knee. No, he's just called Mao. I have Elmo the Possessed, and Miss Kit on Foof, the fluffy one.
I love those names, Mockers. They're brilliant.
Thank you. I'm glad I could share. Glad I made you chuckle.
Yeah, I mean, my cat's called Mutzi, but I call him Mutzi Manface sometimes. That's his long name.
But Miss Kitty Van Floof takes the biscuit, literally.
She's burlesque. She's got a big burlesque tail. Promise. It goes with her name. I promise. She walks around with a feather boa attached to her. Do you remember the Ukrainian soldier who discovered the joy of just eating an apple when he came back from Russian captivity? Do you remember this fella?
Yes,
No, I
yes,
don't
I
remember
do
that
remember
correctly.
it, Marcus.
Yeah, there was a video of him handed an apple as, like, something to stick in his face while he was coming out of Russian captivity, where he had lost 32 kilograms due to malnutrition. And he took a bite of this apple, and just the look of joy on his face that he was eating good food, really, it was very visible that he was almost brought to tears just by the taste of an apple. And well, he's returned home. He has a decision to rejoin the army. And so, wow, what a fella. I can only say that's true heroics right there.
That's courage.
Nobody can
That's
tell
real
me he's
courage.
not a hero.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, nobody can tell me that man is not a hero. Absolute. All the respect for him, put it that way. And well, I would imagine that he's got perhaps a different focus now. Perhaps maybe he's I'm sure he will have proved himself to be fit and able to go back, because they wouldn't let him back if he wasn't. But yeah, I'm sure he has a particular singular focus now of never being taken prisoner again. So, co-hosts, is anybody there?
I've literally just finished doing I've been rushing because I could hear. Okay, Russia's. Poor old Mockers. She's working the crowd like nobody's business. It's time for me to come back in and take the plaudits, right?
Mockers, just imagine,
Yeah.
in the Muppet Show, camera goes from the stage, turns to the right, and the balcony is empty, and the 2 old farts are coming back from the toilet, racing, nearly overtaking each other. That's what just happened.
Excellent stuff. Well, I am going to now go and be pestered by the chairman, and I will talk to you all a little bit later.
Can't wait. I can't wait. So I have, if anyone wants to know, I have
music.
put.
I can't wait.
Yes, but anyway, I was saying I have put the chicken with Thai sweet chili and with rice. That's what I'm doing. I'm feeling very hungry.
You really try to poison yourself each and every single day. I mean,
I
this
do.
mystery meat cooking you're undertaking there. The fact that you are still with us is just utterly, insanely improbable.
I once on exercise, I'd had enough, and the corned beef, which was part of the daily staple of your ration pack, and my corned beef poured out, right, and I went, oh, I found the optimal way of getting out of this exercise. I will eat the corned beef. So one of the guys in the section, he went, oh yeah, what a good idea. We both can get out of this. And he only had a spoonful. I ate the rest of the can. 40 minutes later, he's basically, he's very, very ill. It's both ends stuff, right? And everyone in the section is going, but David ate the rest of the can. Nothing. I ate this putrid food for nothing. And guess what? He was off to the medical centre. They had to take him out there. He was just very, very ill. I won't be doing it again.
Means you and I have another thing in common. No matter what we eat, we simply just carry
get
on
with it. Yeah, to get on with it. It wasn't a pleasant experience, and there was no chance. If I might have been able to cope with it if there had been some sweet Thai chili.
I'm just glad it wasn't refried beans or something like that. That would have been terrible.
But aren't refried beans? They're supposed to run though, aren't they?
Well, they definitely make you run. Yeah, they make you run to the toilet.
I need to highlight something. Our friend Tom Logan, who's currently, I don't know whether he's just reverting back to the city after having had a day off at the hot springs or the likes, but he just shared with me a note. And this is Reuters reporting. And take it as it is, but it's Asia Nikki. So Tokyo Reuters is what they're referring back to because they play it in English. And I'm going to spare you the Japanese version because my Japanese is so bloody limited, I could barely read it out now. However, today, the news is that Japan departs from refusal to extend aid for military purposes. Tokyo projects of friendly nations. Putin is a master strategist, is he not? Let me read this out to you again in case you're still sitting there aghast and say trying to find sense in this. Japan departs from refusal to extend aid for military purposes. Tokyo changes rules so it can fund defense projects of friendly nations. And they do so under a program, which is the Japan's Overseas Security Assistance, OSA, which will be operated separately from the existing Overseas Development Assistance. So it's a clear delineation, development versus security. This is the first ever move of Tokyo since the capitulation to consider rendering international aid for military purposes. If you ever thought there was a 9.0 earthquake coming your way in Asia, that is it.
Can they send the F-15s tomorrow, Axel? Just 20. Just 20 F-15s.
The good thing about my Greek friends is always that they are so excitable and so excited and so happy to have other people send something without sending any damn tanks.
Hey, I told you we need
we need replacements, and other people are dragging their feet.
Come on, you have 400 Leopard 1s. You have a little over 380 Leopard 2s. Can you can spare a company of each?
Like I said, you know, it's Slovakia gave its MiGs. They're getting helicopters in return. X, Y, and Z give this stuff, and they get you know, things in return. We've
What
said,
are you telling me Greece is getting bupkis?
well, right now, yeah, we're getting bupkis because we've said about the air defense. You know, just think about it, how nice it would be that, you know, those stupid, you know, the Russians are lobbing now their glide bombs from 70 whatever miles away, or 70 kilometers, or whatever the hell it is. Wouldn't it be nice if they can move their S-300s toward the front, and that way the Greece's S-300s would be able to take their place, because Greece's S-300 version is more capable and includes anti-ballistic missile capabilities. But no one wants to help foot the bill. We're willing to give the stuff. We just need a replacement, and we're not even asking for 1-to-1. Not even 2-to-1, a 3-to-1. Just give us like one bloody Patriot battery, and you can have the whole kit and caboodle. A Patriot battery and an ASIMS battery, and they would send everything they got, which is a lot. It would literally double the inventory that Ukraine has on launchers. But Japan, please send the F-15s, because I would love for that a plane to blow one of those Su-35s right out of the damn sky, because I know it can.
Okay, I'll say this one more time. Find a way to send a company of 14 plus 3 of A1s and 14 plus 3 of whichever Leopard 2 you can spare, with a bit of ammo, and we can talk.
I'm going to counter with, if Erdogan loses the election, maybe we'll be able to do a lot. But since other people aren't,
Are your leopards swimming?
What do you mean swimming?
I
No,
was
they're not
wondering, this wide land bridge, this massive land front which you have with the evil empire there. You definitely need round about 800 tanks. I'm completely with you, in order to defend what?
Well, we have islands that are literally just a couple of kilometers away from
I know.
Turkish
That's
mainland.
why you really.
And these are not.
That's why you need a tank. I agree. Mm-hmm.
They're not small. They're not small islands either. And yeah.
Are they by any chance a little bit hilly?
A hill never stopped a Leopard 2.
Oh, George. David, what do we do with our beloved friend George?
I mean, I don't know. I've just noticed that I was hot miking, so I do apologise.
Come on, you were hot miking because you wanted to. Come on. So, George, let's put it this way. So that land bridge which you have now next to Constantinople, how wide is the front face?
I don't know. Maybe it's about 70 miles or something.
Ah, right. 70 miles. It is pretty much the same width as the Suwalki Gap.
Yes, but you see, that helps us, because now Bulgaria is a friend. They're in NATO, so there'll be so it keeps that gap nice and tight at 70 miles, whatever it is, and then we can mass our tanks, and it'd be hard for them to penetrate.
So you have another NATO army joining you there with their tanks and their air force. So that little gap is a pretty tight funnel would you think that the Turkish army would ever believe it's a good idea to go there? I mean, this is like I'd say you had a battle once where 300 men were able to defend the funnel.
I was just about to mention that. Actually, I've seen that film. Was it a documentary? I think 300.
Yeah, it was a documentary with this Scottish Greek actor. No, but seriously, George, are we in agreement that you don't need 800 tanks for this 70-mile funnel the Turks will never use to attack?
No.
So for everyone who doesn't know my Greek friends, and I love them to have a sense of stubbornness, which is only exceeded by Finnish stubbornness. David, what can we give George so that he releases, let's say, out of the 400 A1s, one
A good spanking. That's what we need to give him.
Some Turkish delight. There we go. A nice box of Turkish delight for an S-300 system. From because you don't need it, because Turkey's a NATO ally as well. So we're all friends. We're all lovely. You don't need those tanks.
Since we are talking about Turkey, there is a post. Turkish President Erdogan has called for reforms of the UN Security Council, calling the system where 5 states have much more influence than all others unsustainable. The Security Council has 5 permanent members, that is Russia, the UK, the US, France, and China, which have veto power and 10 rotating members. So Turkey wants to change the UN Security Council. Maybe it's about time.
Well, here's the thing that you go ask yourself: why? Who's he found that he thinks who's he thinks he's got in his pocket for something? Because that's the reason why he's saying it, isn't it?
Yes, that's what my question also is. What does he want to gain with it?
Someone must have an idea. What does he want other than more wealth? I mean, not that, I mean, how much more wealthy can he be, right? And there lies the problem, right? Some people, the world is not enough, is it? Right? That seems to be some of the political players that we have currently in the world. The world isn't enough.
I'm just wondering why George legged it. I mean, I was kind of joking when I said a box of Turkish delight for his S-300s, but
you should see what he's saying about you in the back channels. I mean, it's just dreadful.
Oh dear. Well, 2 boxes of Turkish delight then.
See, there you are. He's looking a lot happier now.
I have no idea why George dropped down. I think he is currently frantically calling all his friends in Greece to finally get in on the act of defending Ukraine with what they got, because the Greeks have maintained these tanks in mint condition. They're constantly shooting them. They've upgraded them. I mean, these are really good tanks, and they have 400 of them each. I mean, seriously.
So what we really need is Turkey and Greece to mutually donate the same number of tanks, right?
I know we need to, of course, George has a point. Greece needs the assurance from both Western Europe, by means of delivering more anti-air systems to Greece, that it can deter the not so innocuous and rather insidious and perfidious approaches by totalitarian spirits within the Turkish government to just fall foul of yet another island and try to send their strange little, in this case not green men but brown men with parachutes in. They've done this before, there's historical precedents. And they'd rather like to have the capacity to deter the otherwise existing Turkish Air Force and air assault troops, which I completely agree with. There needs to be a balance, actually. Technically, it would be nice if the rather assertive posture of the Turks could end, but that ain't happening. So as a consequence, they need to have the capacity to deter them and to destroy them in place if necessary. For that, they also need a clear commitment from the Sixth Fleet, meaning, therefore, as a consequence, from the DoD, which means, in case nobody has quite noticed, that's not a job which typically is hosted there. It's a decision which has to be made in the White House, which may or may not quite like the current Greek government, as always, and has different kind of approaches to these matters, and still thinks that they need to deal with Turkey and Incirlik first and foremost. The Turks just need to be told to, sit down, be straight, be calm. We'll come to you when this is over. At the moment, not your topic. Go back to the end of the line. And the Greeks have to be told, here's your piece of bread, shut up, give them the tanks. That's fine. It's completely okay. And everybody agrees with this. And the Greeks want nothing more than that. They want the comfort that both the European part of NATO as well as the Americans will be there for them and probably have equipment evidence for this. So I'm completely with my friend George. However, one could, of course, like in every other good negotiation, maybe offer a little, salt, rather than just demanding that, hey, we invented democracy, please deliver. Maybe just, bring a wedding present.
Yeah, just don't smash them on the floor, first of all.
David.
May we?
I need to send you a message. I need to read it quick. And in the meantime, you can
send away.
Shaggy.
It's lucky I'm not holding my breath. I'd have died.
How's your dinner coming along, David?
The rice is about 25 minutes away. I am feeling very, very hungry. This is what happens when you then you forget that you are okay. When you forget when that when you're on here that you need to cook and do all the other things, right? Oh right, yes. So here's the thing. Oh right, yes. I think I can do that. Yes. So I'm talking to Axel. He messaged me because I'm old and the rest of it. I will do that. Hopefully not now, though.
I sent a war pigeon to carry a message. The good thing is, David, whilst you are seeking for that response and the response item, we can say hi and good evening to our Yankee friends. Alan.
Good evening, Axel. Good evening, David. So, David,
hello there, Alan.
You're cooking rice, are you? This is part of
That's my diet. Yes, rice.
Your diet.
No, diet. I'm not dieting. Well, I hope I'm not. I mean, other than the usual. I know. Yes, I am doing. That you will be delighted to hear this, Alan. I am doing rice with chicken and Thai sweet curry. Not Thai sweet chili. I can't even say it. That's how hungry I am.
It sounds delicious, David. And you love Thai food, do you?
I like food, basically. But yes, and it was just
The British Army version of food. I like food. It doesn't matter what it is as long as it comes, it's on time.
David, you need to keep some spam and corned beef in your cupboard for just in case of emergencies. I've still got some spam in my cupboard from the beginning of lockdown, as I thought it was a good idea to get a case of spam and a case of corned beef. I've already ate the corned beef, but I've still got about four tins of spam left. I'm not a great fan of spam, actually. I think I sent out a picture the other week, actually, of my spam with Anna.
You did. Yes.
Yeah, beans and sausages. Yeah, I've still got those. I should maybe post them to you so you can keep them in your cupboard. And yeah, as a man who lives kind of by himself as well, I always have a few ready meals or sad meals for one. Where actually the sad meals for two, but I have it all by myself, just in case in the freezer. So that would be my recommendation. Then you don't have to wait or spread butter on a napkin and eat that. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, Shaggy, a sad meal for two, eaten by only one, is the saddest meal I can think of.
Of your grocery, storage, your cold storage, the larder, the walk-in larder. You go there and you pick up one of those cans you bought 5 years ago, and there's your corned beef.
Exactly. Dib, Boy Scout stuff, that, David.
Yes, dib. I was never a Boy Scout. I tried to join the Cubs, but they didn't let me in for some reason. I've no idea. If I remember rightly, it was something because my mum wouldn't pay for the uniform or something.
I went to I was in the Cubs, and across the road from the Cubs, my sister used to go to ballet school, and I went to one ballet lesson, so I know how to put my feet in the 10 positions. But yeah, I only went to one lesson, and after that, I got ribbed so much at school that I didn't go again. So that was it, and yeah, that's the secret. So don't tell anyone.
Chris, whilst David is sitting slightly, shall we say, hungry, and with a level of disenchantment from recent comments you can't imagine, would you like to talk about proper hot food?
Spam, 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 spam. Glorious spam.
You nearly saved David. I will cycle up G-Man. I hope he doesn't sit in the bathtub again with the little squeegee duck.
He is. He likes his bath. I'm surprised that he's not like a prune at the moment.
Could be more like a shrimp.
You should try rendang sometimes, David.
Oh, I do chicken rendang. I do make a very mean one of that. A tom yum as well. I do a very good tom yum. Yeah.
Chicken piri piri.
By the way, let's tell Nancy. I don't have time to type now. Nancy, we can't add you. You need to recycle. There's something wrong.
Yeah, I can see mockers with a hand up as well.
Yeah, same goes, by the way. G-Man shows connecting. He's probably still surfing with that little rubber duck. G-Man, as you're connecting, please recycle. Restart your phone or restart your app. Come back. We'll add
I
you
see
back
him
in.
as speaker and also mockers.
Yeah, he isn't. Not on my phone.
Okay, then it's maybe on your side. G-Man, can you hear
Well,
me?
it's the host phone.
Yes.
You see, he is speaker.
Yeah, but it's the host fault.
Oh, okay.
So maybe we've got incoming problems. Because I can see Mockers, Chris, and G-Man.
So am I okay or not?
All right. G-Man, if you can talk.
Okay, I can talk. Hello.
Please do talk. It's very echoey, though. Are you getting wrinkly?
Yes.
He's in the bathtub.
This is part of the mindfulness regime in order to relieve
you're in
himself
the
of the
sauna.
stress of all the listening I have to do and learning about what's going on in Muscovy. It's I need to keep my mindfulness regime ongoing, but at the meantime, I can still talk. It is a wee bit echoey, but I noticed that Kevin McCarthy had hosted a meeting with the Taiwanese president in California, which is an interesting move to make, but a good move, I think. I never liked this thing where sovereign states, like the United States, persisted in this pretense in order to, because of the sensitivities of the People's Republic, persisted in this pretense that Taiwan's not a real nation, not really independent, even though they have embassies and the like. The same thing happened, sort of went on with the state of Israel, persisting on the only recognizing Tel Aviv as the capital. I'm a bit of a, call me a cynic, but just call a spade, and have done with it. So anyway, so McCarthy and Mrs. Tsai shook hands. The meeting was being held in the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. That was quite fitting, I thought. I've been away all day, so I'm really not sure what's happened in Ukraine, so I'm going to have to frantically go and check.
Why don't you let us tell
That would
you
be
then,
lovely.
Gina?
Yeah, listen to Mockers and she will tell you. Mockers, go ahead.
I'm sitting comfortably, so Mockers, you can begin.
Please mute your mic while I do so. Thanks. So, President of Ukraine and Poland addressed the Poles and Ukrainians in Warsaw today. The main thing from the speech, basically, this is Zelensky speaking. The enemy wanted to bury our independence and dissolve it into the common Russian world, but we stood and we will stand. The battle for freedom cannot be partly won. Russia will not be able to defeat Europe when Ukrainians and Polish stand side by side. And of course, he said he was honoured to be there. Ukrainian and Polish hearts beat together for freedom and our common Europe, sorry. And key points from Duda's speech. We already knew on February the 23rd that Russia would attack. The end of the war is still far away. Ukraine needs the support and further deliveries of modern weapons. The Kremlin will no longer be able to quarrel with us or divide us. Poland will never agree to compromises. Only Ukraine decides what grounds to negotiate with the Russian Federation. I think that was nice, clear statements, and I think made the most of that trip. And there was a huge crowd.
That's excellent. I did see a little clip on Twitter when I was en route to our leisure activity with the kids today, and they were playing. The Zelenskys and the Dudas were standing outside the Royal Castle, I think it is, in Warsaw, and the Ukrainian national anthem was playing. I have to say that over the last few days, I've found myself humming the Ukrainian national anthem quite a bit, and then in the car I ended up playing it because I said to my son, and he said, "Don't let me hear it. I'll be humming it too." So I had to play it in the car just to see if I can make it go viral in this house. So, and Zelensky was given an award, I believe, by the Poles.
I think it was called the Order of the White Knight or something like that, the White something or other.
Yes, I think that's the one. Yeah, for I'm trying to think what the citation was, but yeah, humanitarianism and a few other bits and pieces. Yeah, so that was nice.
Neither co-host here again. Chris, go ahead.
I'm back in the bush.
Sorry, Marcus, I've completely forgot what I was going to say. No, yeah, sorry, pass on this one.
I've had a United 24 email come through, so I can read you the highlights if you want.
My audio is kaputt, Marcus. That's the whole point. Now I can't mute myself.
Okay, well, United 20.
Go on, go for it, Shaggy. You go for it.
All right, I'll have a go. Right, United 24 have now raised 300 altogether, $300 million. $300 million is brilliant. So, I mean, I donate these to these guys every month. So, what other highlights have there been this month? Bear Grylls is now a United 24 ambassador. He did a documentary with Zelensky a little while ago called Warzone. Bear Grylls meets President Zelensky. They've United 24 have transferred 300 DJI Maverick 3T thermal drones to the military on the front line. 160 copters went to the east, 85 went to the Zaporizhia region, and 55 went to the Kherson region. So I'm liking the fact that they're thermal ones. I mean, night vision is good, but thermal is a lot better, I think. 31 ambulances were delivered to healthcare institutions in Ukraine. Sumy Oblast got 6 of them. Zaporizhia got a few. Military hospitals got some. Odessa, Kirovarad, Sumy, Cherkasy, and I can't pronounce that other name. I got a few, so that's very good. And 12 million UA hryvnia for the reconstruction of bridges was transferred to their partner AWT Bavaria. So some bridge reconstruction will get going from the 11th this month, I think it is. I just said the 11th. Oh no, that's the 11th contribution made. So yeah, that's the update from that little newsletter I got through half an hour ago. Hopefully that helps people. Alan, are you there?
I'm here,
Oh,
Shaggy. Good to see you. Good to see David tonight, of course, as always. G-Man, Chris, Mockers, Mr. M. All of my favorites here on the panel. But where in the world are we going to go, David, tonight?
Yeah, I mean, where are we going? Good question. Where are we going? Which club are we hitting, Alan? Throw some shapes.
I have not seen a lot of news from Ukraine today, but Mockers is much better as a news hound than I am. Mockers?
Well, I've sent these things to David, but if he's not going to talk about them, I will. So, in Moscow, Russia, in the Mir Mitino residential complex, the power has been out, for more than an hour now, about an hour and 45 minutes. And I hope they're enjoying the fact that the power's out. And also, has anybody seen what Igor Girkin's saying recently?
Yes, I saw that, Marcus.
About him. I'm getting a bit concerned he might have an opportunity with the window shortly. He's been ripping big strips off Prigozhin mercenaries anyway, stating that they're killing people in Syria and South Africa and Africa for money. And he does not approve of Prigozhin's political ambitions. So somebody's had a little word in his ear to have a whine at Prigozhin. And also he had a right moan about Z and the meeting with Vladimir Putin. He basically said that the Chinese ambassador led him by the nose. Sorry, the Chinese president, whatever he is, Tsar, led him by the nose. So he goes on to say either our media are lying, that Russians and the Chinese are brothers together forever, which is more than likely because our state-owned media always lie, or the Chinese ambassador to the EU lied. We will find out soon. If the ambassador lied and disavows the statements of the head of the CPC himself, he will be recalled very soon. If they don't withdraw him, you understand. As in, the ambassador, whoever he is, would not have spoken those words without full permission. So I would imagine that unless he disappears very shortly, that he did indeed have full permission to say what he said. So yeah, generally, Gherkin is moaning about everyone. It's quite fun.
Well, he has a lot to moan about, I guess. G-Man and Shaggy. G-Man, go ahead.
Yes, and I'm not sure if this is genuine. I just happened to get a Reddit email come in, and it was a NAFO from the NAFO site subreddit. But it's a link to Ukrainska Pravda in English Twitter feed, and the wee photograph. I said, well, it's a GIF, and the Russian Defense Ministry is on fire. Now, it's black smoke, which means, according to the official conclave smoke color guide, that there's no pope chosen. But given it is Muscovy, I wouldn't expect them to be choosing a pope. But anyway, black smoke coming from behind the building could be photoshopped or video shopped or whatever, but we'll see.
Marcus has an answer for you.
Yeah, they appear to have put it out pretty quickly, started on the second or third floor, and appears to have only been an office or two. So I don't know whether somebody was just hiding some documentation or whether it was actually just...
Yeah, probably so.
I read a
or whether
report.
it was just a spontaneous fire.
Yeah, I read a report earlier. They said they're claiming it was a kettle fire. So maybe the black smoke, G-Man, was that they're changing patriarchs in the Russian Orthodox Church. Hopefully they're burning him. But I just want to give a correction. It wasn't a White Knight award. Thank you, Mr. Porter, for sending me a DM on this. It was the Order of the White Eagle. Nothing to do with White Knights or anything. I don't know. Mind you, I'm getting Bornholm and Gotland mixed up today, so it's been one of those days. So I'll shut up for a bit.
I do seem to remember White Night was a make of cider once in Trondheim. So anyway, it wasn't very nice cider, I have to say.
I maybe should have a wee dram of that. Actually, it might help me through.
Oh, White Lightning, not White Night. White Lightning.
Ah, you see, I was yes, mixing my drinks.
Oh yeah, I remember
And
White
White
Lightning.
Lightning is really, really, really downtrodden stuff.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, people on the streets drink that, I think.
I think it's the ones that can't even make it onto the streets that drink it. But yeah.
I did see reports today of newly trained assault brigades for Ukraine that will soon be filing into the battlefield. 40,000 strong, newly trained, fully armed, ready to go, with real fire in their bellies. One soldier was quoted as saying he wants revenge on Russia. And that is an understandable feeling for any soldier fighting to reclaim Ukraine. So 40,000 strong coming into the front lines, newly trained assault troops. I think they would be crucial for a spring counteroffensive, don't you, David? Well, I think the dinner bell rang for David.
Yes, it did. It's just gone. There you are. So I'm going to go to the back channel, see if anyone can take over, because I need to eat, because I'm more forgetful than I am normally, which is, we know, quite forgetful.
Yes, that's one thing I remember about you, David, is how forgetful you can be.
Unless it's spotting other people's mistakes, and then I have a very good memory.
It's all
Yes,
a
I
matter of
remember
blood
that
sugar,
too.
Alan. It's blood sugar in this case. With age, blood sugar matters more.
There you go. I want to welcome up Peter. What do you have for us, Peter?
Yeah, the Wall Street Journal, an article on an upcoming meeting in July, I believe, in Vilnius. It's a NATO meeting, and it's to do with how they deal with Ukraine, with whatever happens. If Ukraine wins or partially wins or whatever happens, what they want to do with Ukraine. Now, Lithuania, Vilnius, Poland are all demanding that there is a direct route to membership of NATO, while the USA, Germany, France are saying that it should be support, humanitarian support, and supply of weapons. Now, this really isn't on. It's, Ukraine, once it wins this war, must be in NATO. There's no question about it. To not be in NATO, and I could go into many reasons why, would be a disaster for Ukraine. It needs its airspace opening up, and it needs to start rebuilding itself, and it needs to get trade moving from Europe into Ukraine. I just wondered if, because I'm not sure on how NATO works, maybe Axel will probably be able to fill in better. But say countries like Poland, Lithuania, and others who are part of NATO turned around and said, sorry, we are not going to accept anything but membership of NATO. And if you don't give that, I'm talking about America and Germany, we will give it ourselves. If they came into a conflict by doing that, would they and were attacked themselves because of that? How would that figure as being a member of NATO? Does anybody know?
So, in other words, Peter, you are saying, I'm not quite clear on your question. I detected two. One, how do nations enter NATO? And two, if Ukraine is not a full member of NATO, but was again attacked, what would the response be in defense of Ukraine? Is that essentially a summary of your questions?
No, my question basically is, if certain NATO countries refuse to allow Ukraine in, I'm basically talking about from this article, America and Germany, who want to go one way without actually having Ukraine as a full member of NATO, and others disagreed. Is there any way the others could form some sort of rebellion which would force that hand? Because I think it is vitally important that Ukraine is a full member of NATO, and they deserve to be.
Yes, I think Ukraine's accession to NATO is a topic well into the future for Ukraine and for NATO to take up. It's no nation can become a member of NATO if it is at war. So Ukraine is, of course, currently at war. And if we listen to some of our military experts, we expect this war to go on for some time. So that is an obstacle to Ukraine's immediate membership in NATO. If there is a long debate about Ukraine coming into NATO after the war ends, after Ukraine is victorious, I am quite certain that it will have some bilateral or multilateral defense pledges from European nations, possibly from the United States, etc. These pledges to defend NATO if it is attacked again by Russia would be outside the NATO treaty. But I think they would prevent Russia, for example, from ever again launching an attack on Ukraine. Shaggy, what are your thoughts about this?
Yeah, I mean, just look at recent history with Sweden and Finland. So there was it was a speedy process, relatively speaking, but there were some countries, namely kind of Hungary and Turkey, which dragged their feet and tried to extract some stuff out of it. But while that was going on, kind of immediately Sweden and Finland decided and put in their applications to join NATO. Then the UK, for instance, did sign some additional defence treaties. I think definitely with Sweden. I'm not sure about Finland, to help both bolster their cooperation in case something happened. But yeah, as with Finland and Sweden, you need all NATO members to agree. You can't skirt around it. All of them have to agree. So all 30, I think 31 now. Finland has to agree as well now, and then when Sweden comes in, then Sweden will be another one that would have to agree. I don't think there'll be a problem there. But yeah, they all have to agree, as far as I know.
Alan, I did actually send the article to you about 10 minutes ago. I don't know if you've seen it.
I'm going to take a look at it, Peter, and thank you for the article. This was in today's Wall Street Journal, I believe, right?
Yeah.
And it does not infer at all that Germany or the US were to be against it. On the contrary, it is playing with hypotheticals only.
Yeah, I think that in a way, Jens Stoltenberg earlier this week was setting the tone for future membership for Ukraine. I mean, he as much as said upon victory, Ukraine must become a member of NATO. And I know that Jens Stoltenberg is just one official in NATO, the most important one right now, but his term is coming up, and someone else is going to replace him. An American general, I believe, is under consideration. But I don't foresee a lot of objection to Ukraine joining NATO. Do you, Axel, or well, Mockers has disappeared, but Axel, do you
No, you
see
see
much
delays.
opposition?
You see delays by Hungary for Hungarian domestic political purpose. You will probably see one or the other, say, power play by the Turks. Fine, fair enough. But other than that, only the French are the issue, as always, and that's nothing new. But Ukraine and Georgia have both been given a clear nod in 2008. What failed then was to provide the membership action plan. Jens Stoltenberg wants to have a membership action plan drafted so that in case Ukraine wins its war, whenever that is, that a membership action plan can be devised and communicated. And as a consequence, then Ukraine can take its fair time under applicable security guarantees, same process just as Shaggy highlighted, as was undertaken between, say, the US, Britain, Finland, and Sweden prior to provide comfort period of the integration of Ukraine into NATO, which takes time. It just takes time. It's literally time consuming. And that's not a joke. It's not a matter of readiness in terms of force structure and everything. Yes, you can accelerate a lot with you have a professional partner. The Ukrainian armed forces are a superbly professional partner, but still, it just takes time. And that time is fine. It's just work. It's just what soldiers do. They do work. And during peacetime. And as a consequence, during that peacetime period where they transition into NATO membership and into a full force readiness and integration, interoperability and the likes, the Ukrainian society will want to have security guarantees that it can't be invaded, won't be invaded, and that there's no one who actually has the power to do so. And those will be given. That's that.
Yes, it will be business as usual for NATO, and it will be business as usual for those nations signing bilateral and multilateral security agreements with Ukraine, which they will be eager to do, I think. So the order of hands will be Shaggy, G-Man, Sojo. Shaggy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I remember reading about something about this yesterday, so I just dug it up. So Blinken, for instance, has basically said that Ukraine must comply with NATO standards before joining. I mean, that's just one of the things. So they've got to get up to the alliance's standards as it is a precondition for any application. So the focus at the moment is trying to help is for NATO to try and help Ukraine beat away its Russian aggressors in there. And to quote him, of course, the doors to NATO remain open, and there is no changes in that. But we must focus in the weeks and months ahead, in particular, on preparing Ukraine for a counteroffensive to try and take back more territory, as well as the work that needs to be done to continue bringing Ukraine up to NATO standards. So that's from today, actually, from the new Voice of Ukraine. I can't like that website. That's it for me.
Thank you, Shaggy. G-Man, and go ahead, please.
Okay, yeah, just on the whole business of Ukraine being brought up to NATO standards, I suppose it depends what they mean. For example, they could mean human rights, and then we could compare them with, let's say, Turkey. Or we could want to talk about maybe corruption in government, in which case we could compare them to, I don't know, Hungary. Anyway, that was one thing. On the other thing, it was, I just looked back, we were talking about when Sweden and Finland applied to join NATO last year after the full-scale invasion by the Muscovite forces. The British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson at the time, signed a declaration with Finland and Sweden in May 22, which basically gave them a bilateral security arrangement and a security assurances to provide a stopgap until they were full NATO members. And I've tried
Exactly what I
to
just
find,
said.
yes, indeed, including the nuclear umbrella that our nuclear deterrent provides to us. And so that still applies to Sweden until they join. And there's also, the
Until
article.
they get their smørrebrød into order.
Yes, yes. And the other thing was that, the other article I read, which was in The Guardian, which isn't a paper that I normally would read, but it's okay in foreign policy, I suppose. And it mentions that both countries, that is Sweden and Finland, are members of the JEF, Joint Expeditionary Force, even though they're not in NATO. So that's a side thing. Okay, that's me.
Very good. Thank you, G-Man. Sojo, please go ahead.
Thank you, Alan, and hello. I just had a thought. When we're talking about Ukraine and the whole idea of Ukraine joining NATO and the recent comments by Secretary Blinken, where he said something along the lines of, they will have to become so good that they would adhere to NATO standards. I don't actually hear within that statement that they don't already sort of equate to NATO standards. What I'm trying to say is it's like a bit of a non-statement. It's like saying, well, to join our club, you'd have to be 6 foot tall. And you may be speaking about a whole group of people who are 6'3". Do you understand my point here?
Yes, I think what you're saying is it's quite possible Ukraine not only qualifies, but more than qualifies.
Absolutely, Alan. Absolutely, and I think they do, and I think actually, these kind of statements can lead people to well, it depends on your it depends on your sort of thought process. If your thought process is, well, these guys, they're just like so behind, blah blah blah, then perhaps there's a long way to go. But if you're actually looking at the situation on the ground and how Ukrainians have proven themselves within this war, and also been involved in so much training from NATO forces, I highly doubt a long way to go, basically, between Ukraine not being a member of NATO and being a member of NATO. I think that is a short step.
I think it's a very short step, and I think pointing out that Ukrainian troops have been trained by, at this point in time, many NATO member nations, and even before Russia invaded Ukraine, Canadian military advisors were in Ukraine, training and helping modernize the Ukrainian army. This was Operation Unifier. And that might have been the first NATO member country to train Ukrainian troops. And of course, since then, the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, Poland, I believe France as well, have and the Netherlands. So Ukrainian troops themselves have been trained by a half dozen or more NATO member countries. These are the NATO members who will know full well just how qualified the Ukrainian military is today.
It's not the
and how much
quality and qualification of the warriors. It is really interoperability. It is administration, logistics to this than people outside the military could ever even believe that they exist.
So interoperability, Axel, for example, of the Air Force, is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
In other words,
for example.
So Ukraine would be instantly NATO if we would just send them those damn F-16s.
Yeah, even there, the systems, the integration into the sensor arrays, the communication systems of NATO, it takes time. It just takes time. We're not talking 10 years or anything. I'm just saying it takes time. Our Finnish friends and colleagues last year in July came to meetings so well prepared that people on the other side of NATO were impressed because they've never seen anything like it. But the Finns had been preparing for this for about 18 years in the Finnish way, as in on a level of perfection, which will make the Swiss think they can't eat off their toilet anymore, which normally you could in Zurich. So you have to understand that this is really an administrative, a logistics process. It's about procedures written into systems taught to officer corps, NCO corps, civilians. It is superbly comprehensive. It permeates the whole force structure. Then the interaction of the military with its civil administration. This is seriously complicated shit. People should just because you can win a war, that's not it. That's the problem with this. But it doesn't mean that they can't be and they won't be. On the contrary, the good thing is that we all know that they're not only worthy and they have the right kind of guys and girls, that they have the great commanders, but they can get the job done. So the rest is just administration. So the only thing which needs to happen is to say that we hereby provide the membership action plan, which is, by the way, what Secretary Stoltenberg is pushing for. That he wants to create a partnership structure which includes what in the past were membership action plans, maps. And he wants to include the security guarantees to be available in case Ukraine has reasserted its wonders more and reasserted its sovereignty, and therefore goes forward and wants to continue as an observer of NATO, because that's how you typically start. You start as an observer state. When you have filed your application, you become an observer, you're integrated into this process, and then over time you accede to NATO. And it doesn't really matter whether it takes 2 or 3 years. It really doesn't matter. If you have the security guarantees and the process in place, you're good to go.
May I say something? Yeah, I understand your points there, Axel. I really do. But as a person who has never had any military experience, neither have I had any national security education or whatsoever, or anything along those lines. My question is, really, I mean, sure, the Ukrainian military have had this kind of experience during war, an ongoing war in Ukraine, and are perhaps not so well versed in the whole kind of interaction within the NATO community. But on the other hand, on the other side of the coin, would it not be vastly beneficial for NATO to garner all of the experiences that Ukraine has had during this contemporary war, with drone warfare and all sorts of other things. I don't know. I'm not quite as
it will happen.
Yeah, I'm sure it will, but I'm just not quite as convinced that it's the Lievect, the Hillary, what's it called, the weights. I'm not so sure that the scales are so unaligned.
Yeah, but I would
unbalanced.
see, this is what I'm trying to get away from. I don't think that this is an issue of actually weighing. You're completely correct, Sojo. They are worthy, they are qualified, they're capable, which, by the way, makes it so unique that without having actually integrated the whole force into a NATO membership action plan and process over many years, but fighting and having training, of course, ongoing, and developing their own systems independently, they still have arrived at a juncture where they are the best you could wish for from what I would consider to be a modern army. Yes, they have many still issues. And of course they have. Why wouldn't they? I think everyone in their situation would have that. But I think they are. There is no better position than a victorious army coming back and then being reintegrated into civil society and taking the lessons learned and feeding it into that observer process. And I think that's when you say scales, I would consider it more like aligned interests.
Okay, yeah,
It is the aligned interests of both the West and Ukraine will secure that membership action process being successful.
Yeah, okay, yes, I understand your point, and thank you very much for explaining that.
Thank you for your question, Sojo. So I believe the order of hands is Carrie, Martin, Peter. Carrie, please go ahead.
Hi, Alan and David. So really, it was just I put my hand up before Sojo came back with her response, and it was partly to say exactly what Sojo was saying, which is that obviously there will be a period of full integration, but there will come a really incredible exponential benefit to NATO, in addition, obviously, to Ukraine, from that experiential period that Ukraine has gone through. Obviously, this last year intensively, but the previous 8 years, and that will be absolutely stunningly valuable for NATO to have that inside experience. That plus the Finnish experience is going to have the most incredible impact on the capabilities of NATO. And obviously, once Crimea has been returned, then we can pretty much completely take over the security of the Black Sea. And that in turn will lead to wonderful economic gains and a very, very fruitful economic period coming forwards in Europe, which is really exciting to look forwards to.
Thank you, Carrie. Martin, and then Peter. Martin, please.
Thank you, Alan, David, Axel, and everyone. Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava.
Thank you for saying that. Yes. Just if I may, Alan, just provide a little bit of historical context to Operation Unifier, that was launched in 2015 by the Canadian Armed Forces at the request of the Ukrainian government, and in 2022 was expanded and extended until March 2025. Since the beginning, Op Unifier, the CAF, Canadian Armed Forces, has trained over 36,000 Ukrainian military and security personnel in battlefield tactics and advanced military skills. And you know, as a journalist, I've done a couple of stories at least on Op Unifier, interviews with people who have participated, including a former commanding officer of Op Unifier, as well. The Canadian Armed Forces are involved and were involved last year. They may have a deployment this year too of members who go to Poland to work with Ukrainian refugees. And I did have the opportunity to interview a padre, Ukrainian Catholic padre, who was involved in one of those. He's originally from Ukraine and is a member of the Canadian Armed Forces, and he went over there last year for several months working with Ukrainian refugees. So there's a wide range of support that NATO allies, including my own country, Canada, is providing for Ukraine. And if people are interested, you can always go onto the Government of Canada website and just look for Op Unifier, and you get some really what I consider important background historical information on the extent of this very worthwhile operation. And let me just conclude, Alan, and thank you for letting me go on like this. Please retweet this space, and it's just an invaluable resource for up-to-date 24/7 information on Russia's genocidal war against Ukraine, one which Ukraine will win by defeating the barbarian invaders. Thank you, Alan, and everyone else, and I will drop down to listener.
Thank you very much, Martin. That is good background to have. And I have no doubt that Ukraine has a list that they will tick off as they make various accomplishments in meeting standards, these being the military, operational, logistical standards that Axel is talking about in order to become a NATO member. But the door will certainly be open to them. That has already been emphasized. Peter, Skykiss, and Kerry. Peter, go ahead, please.
Yeah, if we look at the beginning of this, just imagine for a minute, had Ukraine already been part of NATO, one meter into Ukraine point, if we have to get to a situation where Russia knows that if it sends one missile after the end of this, that they're going to get severe retributions from the rest, because that's the only way the airspace will open, and that's the only way commercial airlines will start to operate in and out of Ukraine again. So, you know, I appreciate there's going to have to be an interim period, and there's going to have to be guarantees, but they're going to have to be 100% guarantees, and not like what happened with the Budapest Agreement.
So, but if we have the same, Peter, as issued now by the United States and Britain for Sweden and Finland, I think we can live with
it. You know, Peter, if I just might interrupt here, going back to the Budapest Agreement, I saw a very interesting interview of former President Bill Clinton, who says he regrets convincing the Ukrainians to give up their nuclear weapons. Because obviously, if Ukraine had become a nuclear power after leaving the former Soviet Union and becoming an independent nation, that also would have deterred Russia from invading Ukraine. And just to go back to a deal that can't be redone, it would have been very beneficial had Ukraine agreed to give up its nuclear weapons, leftovers from the Soviet times. It not only in exchange for security guarantees, which they did get, but they were insufficient. But 20 years ago, in exchange for an open door to join NATO. I suppose Russia never would have agreed to that even then. But who knows? It was a different time with different leaders, and everybody imagined different futures 30 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm really trying to say is we have to put right what we didn't get right throughout this invasion, because we must see that, you know, our hesitation, all the other things which have happened. Do we give them this? We don't want to upset Putin. We mustn't do this and we mustn't do that. We have to go back to the beginning and put things right, which means they will have to have completely cast iron guarantees that if Russia does anything towards Ukraine, they will get the full force of whatever countries sign up to an interim agreement.
And I think we can expect that to happen. Sky Kiss and then Kerry, please.
Thank you, Alan. And I put a link in the nest about the post office in Ukraine. It was a tweet by the Postmaster General, and he welcomed these ambassadors from, I think it's 15 countries who are firmly supportive of Ukraine, and they're talking about some new stamp ideas. You know, just go forward. We all love the stamps. So accidentally, well, see, without dropping down to listener and then leaving the space and coming back, I can't see my post in the nest. I can't see it. So I didn't know. So there are two of them. There are two of them.
Yes, I
If you'll
removed
take one of them. Thank you. All right. Yes, you were saying?
And so this is a sidebar of just interest in Ukraine and in new stamps. What are some of the new stamp designs under consideration? Did they get that far?
He didn't say. It seemed like they just met I believe today. And so he already liked that I shared it. So that's great. And I think, you know, they were stopping by maybe I have to look into it and read into it later this evening. But I believe that they were visiting, you know, different primary departments within the government and the civil service there in Ukraine. So that was really great. You know, he was really pleased that he got to entertain these people and talk about these stamp ideas. No, it will be something to, I'll definitely want to, I'm a stamp collector, so it will be very interesting to see what they come up with. So I'll try to follow the story. And thank you very much.
Thank you,
and I hope
Skagis.
David got something to eat. Okay. So it's really
he did, and it was
okay.
nutritious.
Very
We
good.
do know there's a new stamp on the way featuring Malcolm Nance. That is one stamp I would love to have in my stamp collection.
Oh my goodness. No, he's just one of my favorite people on the planet. So, and he has been since, you know, I mean, before he went to Ukraine. Before. But
Right.
yeah, even more so now.
Right.
Okay. It's very good.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Carrie, Dr. Nick, and Shaggy. Carrie, please.
I'm just looking through, trying to.
Carrie, your audio has become very, very soft.
Is that okay?
Barely better.
Okay,
Barely.
wait a sec. I know what the problem is. How's that?
That's much better, Carrie.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my head around what's going on with Macron at the moment. If there's been any sort of update on his little side trip to China. Couple of things coming out that are making me, because I am waiting for the diplomatic fuck up, I have to be honest. So I'm just looking at the information that's come out so far. So there was a statement earlier today saying Macron and Biden want to involve China in ending the war in Ukraine. The statement of the Elysee Palace. I'm wondering how America feels about that, whether they are happy that that statement has come out officially from the Elysee Palace. That's one thing. Not heard anything about that. Haven't seen Ursula von der Leyen. She's not been in any of the footage that I know she's out there. I don't know if that's deliberate to try and sort of keep in the background until there's anything serious that comes about. And a very worrying, to my mind. So French officials close to Macron have indicated that he's considering offering Xi a deal. Who is he to offer Xi a deal? Along the lines of this, France will resist US pressure to decouple from China if Beijing invests diplomatic capital in bringing about peace in Ukraine. I mean, I don't know what other people's thoughts are, but it just annoys the F out of me, the way that Macron is constantly like a lapdog going round the edges, just trying to make himself important and just screwing things up when there's clarity. Every time there's clarity, he sticks his foot in it. He's just the most annoying, desperate person, desperate for attention, desperate to be important. So
Kerry, what is Macron?
A desperate, sad fuck.
What is Macron?
A cookie.
He's French.
Yes, but that is extreme. That is extreme, Axel.
He's a French president,
English,
to be exact.
I am English, and I wouldn't say that, and I should say that because that whole, old guard of French and English. But no, let's be serious here, Axel, which I know you're more than capable of doing. What the hell is this man doing?
What French presidents do.
Yeah, I think you got it, Carrie, and Axel is getting it in his way as well. He likes the spotlight. He likes to be at center stage, and he has an instinct for how to do that. And one way is just to behave outrageously.
I think it's pathological. I mean, it's not normal. It's really not normal. This desperate need to be in the spotlight, to be seen as some form of significant diplomat. It's frightening. Absolutely ridiculous. He makes himself ridiculous. He looks ridiculous.
I can think of other politicians who have such a pathological need. Shaggy and then Dr. Nick. And Dr. Nick, thank you for your patience. So we'll go Shaggy, Dr. Nick, and Daryl. Shaggy.
Yeah, just a quick one on this on diplomatic visits to China. It seems to be a coordinated thing going on. 5 days ago, the Spanish Prime Minister, the Spanish Premier, was in China visiting as well, and reports came out of that he was pushing. He was asking China not to support Russia, and now we got Macron in there doing the same thing. We got von der Leyen going in there doing the same thing. So I think this is a diplomatic rebuff of Xi's visit to Putin. You got the West visiting Putin as well to put their side of the story there. So yeah, and I mean I like a bit of French bashing as well, but yeah, I think it's just the West is going to China and just saying, look, pal, whose side are you on? Come to our side. Don't go close to Russia, and things will be better for you. Things like that. But on the stamp thing, there was 3 new stamps issued on the 31st, same day as the Spanish Prime Minister went to China. Actually, 31st. So they show Vokzena Street in Bucha. They also show the crossing of the Irpin River, which was the main evacuation route for civilians. And there's a third stamp which shows the plane that was destroyed at the airfield in Homstal. So they're 3 new stamps that were published by the Ukrainian Postal Service about 5 days ago for any stamp collectors out there. Or even that, I think they are. I'm not quite sure if that's for all 3.
Thank you, Shaggy. That's all good news for stamp collectors. Dr. Nick, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to mention it's kind of gone past now, but I don't know if it was mentioned at some point because I did get a phone call at some point during some of this, but just a reminder to listeners or maybe first-time listeners that with Operation Unifier, of course, you know, Melanie Lake was she's a colonel, isn't she? Now,
Yes, she's a colonel.
yeah, so she was part of Operation Unifier and training, and of course, Melanie Lake, for those who don't know, is one of the founders of Maria Aid, and you know, it was her interactions with the Ukrainian troops that really inspired her to want to, you know, engage and create this to create that NGO in the first place. And another reminder related to Operation Unifier, our own Fairlane, who is one of the founders of MriyaReport, who you may have seen in some of Colonel Spencer's pictures. She was acting, helping him as the translator as he was going around. She was one of the translators with Operation Unifier. She also works with Ukrainian defenders and right now. So just thought I would point that out for our listeners. And there was something else I was going to say, and I honestly don't remember. So,
Well, stay with us, Dr. Nick, and it will come back to mind.
yes, hopefully.
Okay, good. Daryl, go ahead, please.
Oh, I just came up here just to. You guys were talking about Macron, and I was like, maybe his nanny didn't give him a cookie today or something. Who knows? He's looking for a. He's looking for something show off. I mean, he wants a cookie. That's all. She didn't give him his cookie.
Well, we're not going to give him a cookie, Daryl. Martin, welcome back. And you have written about Operation Unifier, I believe.
Yes, I've interviewed in the past, as I said earlier, Alan. By the way, Slava Ukraini again. I've interviewed people who have. Thank you, Axel. I've interviewed people, including a previous commander of Op Unifier for the Canadian Armed Forces. I don't think Melanie is a colonel. I just was checked when I heard Dr. Is she a colonel? Because I'm just checking.
Yeah, she just got promoted.
Oh, okay, that's brilliant. I didn't realize that. Well, that's good. Thank you for confirming that because I was just checking her website and oh, that's great. That is absolutely brilliant. She's yeah, like you said, Dr. Ford, she's the reason behind Maria Aid and thus we have MriyaReport. So that's just brilliant. So thank you, and I'll drop down again to a listener and Slava Ukrainian. Please retweet this site. It's important. And Ukraine, of course, will win. They will destroy the genocidal invaders from Russia. So thank you. I'm dropping down to listener.
Herom Slava, Martin, and you're always welcome, bouncing back and forth from listener to speaker. Always welcome. And I want to second what Martin was just asking all of us here to do, and this includes me. Retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, bringing you news from Ukraine in Ukrainian voices and in the voices of experts who join us from time to time to talk about the military situation or about Ukrainian history and culture, the Ukrainian language, who come here to talk about who come here to talk to us about Ukrainian infrastructure, the railway, the postal service, the first responders like our friend Roman, who is in charge of a fire station in Kharkiv. But do retweet this space. And when you have a moment, please make a donation in our ongoing campaign right now in the first week of April to Chef Zhenya. There are a couple ways you can do that. You can go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button there, or you can go up into the nest, which is a little crowded right now, but there is a tweet there about Chef Zhenya that if you tap on it, will take you directly to a donation page. So please do that as well. David.
Thank you very much, Alan. I thought I would just say I'm just off. I've just finished eating, and it's amazing how much I remember now. But because Daryl's here, it doesn't matter. So I would like to thank everyone for putting up with me over the last couple of hours. I will attempt to remember to eat next time, and I probably won't be quite so forget. I can't say that. In fact, I started saying it would have been a lie because I will be as equally as forgetful anyway. But I look forward to speaking to everyone then. So be good, farewell, and I won't be here tomorrow, but I will be here on Friday because it will be a very important day.
See, David, thank
you very much,
for
chaps.
everything you do.
Oh, wonderful. Take care, chaps. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, David.
Later,
Bye,
David.
David. And thank you. Daryl will be up
Bye,
with
David.
Good night,
David.
John boy.
Who said David you all speak of?
Not Jim Bob.
Good. I'm late. I'm late to the game. Sorry, I'm putting together Easter baskets, so I'm, just rushing it back over to the phone. So,
Dr. Nick, I love the way you observe every single special day in the calendar year. Just out of curiosity, what do you do on Arbor Day?
on Arbor Day, I plant a tree, or I donate to the Arbor Society.
You are so upstanding. What about Flag Day? And can you name when these days occur?
I actually am really bad at that. What's fabulous is I've got, and you know what? Oh my goodness, Google Calendar is reminding me of another event. Yikes. So that I must attend to because I've got an appointment in 5 minutes. So I'm going to jump off. That's the beauty of these calendars because they remind me of all of these days. And I have reminders like a month in advance. So on all the holidays. So that's what helps me out. So, but anyway.
Or in the case of really important appointments, 5 minutes in advance.
Yes, exactly. Because I have that set too. So I have for appointments, I have the day before, an hour before, a half hour before, and 5 minutes before. So yep. So I need to run. And it's good talking to everybody.
It's great talking to you, Dr. Nick. And I hope after your meeting you can come back and join us again.
I absolutely will.
Great. Thank you. Kylie, go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So I just wanted to let you guys know how much I appreciate you. I've been in jury duty the past 2 days, and I just had a beer, and my brain is extra al dente, and I can't tell you how happy I was to finally log into the MriyaReport again after 2 days of waiting in just a really kind of drab courtroom environment. So I just really appreciate you guys being here, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you very much, Kylie, and thank you for tuning in to Maria Report right after they dissolved your jury. And you know, that also is an interesting experience for anyone living in the United States or in the United Kingdom, I presume, Canada, etc. Anywhere where people have the right to a trial by their peers. Jury duty is not onerous; it's actually fascinating, and it's worth anybody getting called up to do. Daryl?
You know, Alan, I have voted since I was 18 years old. Never missed one, and still have yet to get called. It's crazy.
I'll see what I can do.
You know, for me, it's part of my. I mean, it's part of my citizen duty, and it was like, most people try to get out of it for whatever reason. To me, I've never been called because, and I'm one of those people that would be very interested in being there.
Yeah, they called 90 people in, and I was just one of the lucky 7 people who got selected. So it was an incredibly interesting experience to be a part of that.
Well, depending on the kind of trial that's taking place, defense attorneys and prosecuting attorneys will object to any number of people interviewed to become part of the jury. And I think both defense and prosecution can strike 3 jurors from the panel if they're not to their liking. That there's a whole process, and lots of lawyers will tell you about how they rate potential jurors, whether they would be likely to vote to convict or not. It's an interesting sidebar of the legal business these days.
Thankfully, this was a civil case, so it wasn't like seeing any like grotesque pictures or like criminal stuff. But yeah, they definitely were very thorough about making sure that you could sit through the trial and still maintain an unbiased. And yeah, it was interesting. So anyway, thanks for being here. I'm sorry. I've had some alcohol. So yeah, it's been an interesting couple of days.
Thanks, Kylie. Daryl, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, now I do know that sometimes, like on the federal court, they call in a bunch of people and then they pick, jurors for multiple cases out of one pool. And that I do know that happens on occasion, but like I said, I've never been there, so never got that letter. That's I'm sad.
Daryl, you're a very young guy. I'm sure it will happen more than once in your lifetime. It's all just by random selection.
There are people that get called almost yearly, Alan.
They're just unlucky. They should be playing the lottery.
Yeah, I bet they probably should.
Shaggy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I feel you, Daryl. I'm the same. I'm in my early 50s and I've never been picked either. I don't know what I've done wrong. I don't know. It's terrible. I'm on the electoral roll. I've been on the electoral roll for 30 odd years in different places. And yeah, I don't know what it is. No jury love for us at Daryl. Don't know what it is.
No love, no love.
Maybe we should just become judges instead. We skip the whole jury bit and just go straight to judge.
You don't need a law degree to become a judge. You know that, right?
This is true. This is true.
You don't even need a law degree to become a Supreme Court justice. Daryl, I have suggested you before. I don't know if you made the short list or not, but you have been considered for the Supreme Court of the United States, or maybe maybe not considered, considering the recommendation came from me.
I'll just take a state court. That'll be fine. I'll live there. That'll be good.
You'd be good. Waiting for some more hands to go up, some more questions and comments to come up, and some more speakers to come up. Pal, I can only see that very beginning of your name there. You have come up, haven't raised your hand, but if you'd like to bring us a comment or a question, please go ahead. Well, Pal can raise his or her hand just by tapping the heart plus icon and looking for the little raised hand icon, just the way Carrie has her hand up. Carrie, go ahead, please.
Just because it is quiet and so there's an opportunity to do so. But Billie Eilish, I sent to you, Alan, didn't I? A little speech she made about a song she was dedicating to Ukraine and made a very specific call for the return of all people who've been deported from the country, which is really powerful because she has an enormous amount of young followers who are utterly committed to everything that she does, everything she believes in. She's very outspoken. And we know that we're not breaking through to that younger audience as much as we would like to be. And so I'd be interested to see if there is an increased interest in the younger age group, because she does have a massive amount of very loyal followers worldwide. So just a nice little thing to share with you guys.
And she just released a new album that this song is on, I believe, right?
Yeah, and that message from her will go far and wide.
And that is an excellent way to interest young people in what is happening in Ukraine. And just like you, Carrie, I hope that that Billie Eilish's new album and her dedicating a song to Ukraine and speaking out about all the Ukrainians who have been deported into Russia or into filtration camps, including children, will be returned safely and will find themselves back in the loving embrace of their families. Shaggy.
Sorry.
Carrie, go ahead, Carrie, and then Shaggy. Carrie?
I was just going to say it's just making me think that it might be worth MriyaReport doing something where we get young, aspiring campaigners, or not so much young journalists, but young people who are passionate, do something that will give them an opportunity to maybe do something for us, some sort of, I mean, you've been a journalist for many, many years, Alan. I'm just thinking about an opportunity to have a space for young voices, give them some form of unpaid, but some form of commission to put something together for us would be really nice. Just a thought going around in my head.
That's a very good idea, Carrie, and it gives me an idea. At the community radio station in my city, we have a group of young journalists from high school who do an hour-long show every single week, and they learn how to become engineers in old-fashioned radio stations and in newly digitized radio stations. So maybe I will bring this idea to them and see if they would like to come here to MriyaReport and do a show here for an hour.
That would be lovely, because I mean, but let's face it, we're all old farts. It would be nice to hear from the youth.
I agree. Shaggy, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Speaking about music as well, Eurovision is coming up in a month's time. It's going to be held in Liverpool because it couldn't be held in Ukraine. But there's lots of Ukrainian things going on in Liverpool. The place is being painted blue and yellow. And it's not just Eurovision as well. There's DJs and performers from lots of different types of music and arts as well. So I mean, Liverpool's kind of used to be a city of culture, and obviously the Beatles and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think that would be quite good from a musical point of view. I know Eurovision's normally a little bit trashy. I did watch it last year, and I was well impressed. I haven't watched it for 20 years, but I thought it was rubbish. But I watched it last year, obviously, because Ukraine were in it, and they won it. I mean, a lot of the songs, about 10 of them, I got on my Spotify playlist. So yeah, so Ukraine in Liverpool, basically, in a month's time, and leading up to that.
Yeah, that'll be fabulous. I don't know the Ukrainian singer or band that's competing this year, but I bet they're good. I should take a look, and we should all get ready for Eurovision here at MriyaReport. It's not quite as big in the United States as you might imagine, as it is in the EU, but it does draw a lot of interest. I know I have musical friends who watch it. Daryl, welcome up as co-host after a very, very, very long wait, almost as long as you have been waiting to serve on a jury.
Not quite that long, but anyway. You know what, Alan? You talking about those type of shows. What about an Iron Chef Junior? Him hosting an Iron Chef soup edition.
Oh, I think that would be fabulous. I think Chef Eugenia deserves his own cooking show.
Oh my
And
God, that would be amazing.
it should, it should be in an outdoor kitchen under a tent. But yeah, Chef Eugenia should come here with a hot mic so we can hear all the sounds of his kitchen. And we'll of course have the swear jar handy for him and hear him prepare a meal. In fact, we could all prepare it at the same time. If he sent us the recipe, we could all do MriyaReport from our kitchens preparing the same dish, and then see who would live to come back to MriyaReport the next day.
Go ahead, Alan.
I was just going to say, because I'm not that good a cook.
I'm just saying, the Food Network, they do all of these things. It would be very interesting for them to take the show to Ukraine, and because that's something that they could do and really boost, um, some boost this whole thing up for him, and let them. We're trying to do what we can here, but make it go, make it big, boom, like boom, boom, boom. But no, I was just thinking about it when we were talking. We talking about soup centric and things like that, and it'd be kind of fun to have a Iron Chef Junior, hosting a soup battle in Ukraine to help feed the troops.
Daryl, I think that is a super idea. I'm all for it. If the Food Network or whatever these channels and stations are that do these big cooking shows, they could get Gordon Ramsay. I think he's a famous chef. They should get Gordon Ramsay over to Ukraine to cook with Chef Eugenia, and broadcast that on his show, because I think it is one of the most widely watched cooking shows. My daughter loves it. She and I have watched it before, and always in the course of the broadcast, she will say, "Daddy, you could never cook that, so don't even try."
Too funny, too funny. You couldn't cook that.
I could teach you, Ellen. I'm a product designer, but I very early on, I got thrown into, and luckily because I love cooking so much and I cook so much and I've traveled a lot, so I sort of cook from all over the world. But I teach food preparation and nutrition at school. So if I can teach 24 teenagers to cook, I would definitely be able to teach you. Believe me, I
Well,
would be able to get you sorted.
Thank you, Carrie. I do cook. I've even cooked some delicious meals that even my daughter has said, "Wow, I can't believe you cooked this." But I did because she was in the kitchen watching me do it. My signature dish is a baked salmon and also a scallop casserole. Nancy and then Shaggy. Nancy, please.
Hey guys, yeah, this I always like hearing people talk about cooking like this in competitions, and it actually was taking me back to Chef Genia's first featured interview with us, and I remember I think somebody asked him who a chef was that he admired or had always wanted to meet, and he had mentioned a chef who is in the United Kingdom. I think he's London based, I'm not sure, who was infamous for once making Gordon Ramsay cry. And his name is Marco Pierre White, if I recall correctly. And one of these days, I'd love for us to be able to come up with a way for Chef Genia to meet Marco Pierre White face to face and maybe see if he'd do a shout out for Ukraine as well. I have no idea how to make that happen, but I think it would be cool.
It would have to happen in heaven because I think he died about 2 years ago.
Ah, okay. I had been trying to look him up and thought he was still around, so.
I could be wrong, Nancy, but I have a feeling it was maybe 2-3 years ago, and there were a lot of very upset people because he was really like, he was amazing, an absolute Machiavellian cook.
Iconic, right? Yeah.
But yeah, he was a character. He was an absolute character.
Well, I'm disappointed to hear that. I'll have to look up more about it. I haven't had a chance to see any of his videos, but that's the kind of personality that Chef Xenia was really impressed by for just that
100%.
Just that
Yeah,
harsh
100%.
and dynamic behavior too. So
yeah, really hardcore. Yeah.
Shaggy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I mean, when I heard Daryl say Iron Chef Genia, I remind me of Iron Man. So I thought it was some kind of endurance, kind of strength cooking thing going on. So you get a big bag of spuds, a big bag of carrots, big bag of beets, or whatever, and you got to try and you got to peel them all yourself against other chefs as well, and then you get a certain amount of water, and then you have to make a borscht or something like that. Points, and by how much they've prepared as well, by peeling the spuds and stuff, which is actually good because you can feed more people like troops. So yeah, Iron Chef Genia.
It would be a fabulous show, Daryl. You and I might as well become co-producers as of tonight. We'll get it going.
There we go. They'll be called My People.
That's always the right thing to do to start. Call your people.
Call my people. Get with your people, and the people will be doing people work things. Well, what happened today, Alan? Anything, or is that just the reason why we don't have any hands because nobody had questions about something that happened today?
Well, some things have happened today, Daryl, but let me do a quick rundown. Well, one thing I saw that I felt was very impressive is that 40,000 newly trained Ukrainian assault troops are coming back into Ukraine. And that's a sizable number, and they're certainly going to be needed for the coming spring counteroffensive by Ukraine. And if I can find that news story, I'll tell you exactly where they were trained. I believe it was in a NATO country, but 40,000 is a sizable number. and they're all fresh troops, all newly trained in assault tactics. So that is significant. And also, the Ukrainians have reportedly shot down a Ka-52 helicopter, and exactly where did this happen?
It was around Bakhmut. If I was looking at the map that Chuck put up,
I think it was around Bakhmut. Now this is a little confusing. It says they downed a Ka-52, an Mi-24, and an Mi-35. So that would be 3 copters shot down in just one day, and it would appear to be, well, it's the location is not given to me in this news item.
you know, that sounds like the Russians are getting pretty bold. They thought that they had subdued, had suppressed the threat, and they felt pretty bold, I guess, to put 3 of them up and all 3 get taken down.
Well, I think they're learning. They can't be that bold. David, did you see the news of the helicopters being shot down?
Hello, Alan. Thanks for hosting, and Darrell. It's great.
Hey, Dan.
Contributions. Hey, good evening. Contribution you all make keeping the MriyaReport on the road. So thanks to you and all the co-hosts and the fairies and elves who work backstage, making the software magic work. I really appreciate it. So if you are listening, please do me a favor and retweet and share the space. I had seen the helicopters mentioned, and there was also a tad mud thrown into the water from the usual Telegram toilet. Some Russian channel mislabeled or mislettered something, and there was a little bit of a kerfuffle earlier in the day. I'm not exactly sure how many were taken down. I saw a video of 1, and I can certainly verify not the time, date, or place in the video, but I can tell you it was definitely burning. It was not going to be flying. And I think the phrase is, those aboard had an emotional time, probably the last emotional time. So yeah, they definitely hit one. I would think we'll definitely know more on the 12-hourly news release, so when they release their tabulation. I wanted to ask, had anybody seen Chuck Farrer's most recent diagram, or shall we say notated map, where it seems, and if I'm understanding the lingo he has been using in his bullet point segments, that the jaws have been pushed open again, that both to the northern tip and to the southern tip of the Russian effort round Bakhmut seems to have been thwarted, that they were able to repel and break up attempted advances from either vector, which to me says they're continuing to let the Russians walk onto the trap at their own pace. I wondered, had I've just been tuning in, I haven't really been here for the last couple of hours listening attentively. I wonder, has it been mentioned? And if not, if those who know better would mind picking over it, as I'd love to listen in. So please retweet and share the space. Visit MriyaReport.org. Consider becoming a recurring donor. Do sign up before tax season so that your donation can be redeemable against your tax liability if you're here in the United States. Slava Ukraine.
Heroam Slava. Thank you, David. So Chuck did put up a new map covering Bakhmut just about an hour ago, a little less than an hour ago. And the headline on the map is RU forces, Russian forces, increase operational tempo in Bakhmut urban area. Ukraine breaks up attacks at Bodanivka and Ivanivsky. So
that's the one. Yep.
Yeah, that's the one. Ivanivsky is the southern part of the mitten, and Bodanivka is the northern part of the mitten. So Ukraine is, as David is suggesting, forcing that mitten around Bakhmut apart. But we do know that the fighting in the center of Bakhmut itself has been very, very intense. Not only from Chuck's reporting, but from other reports about what's happening in Bakhmut today. So it has really become an intense urban battle in the center of Bakhmut, which is practically destroyed. So these are troops fighting through rubble and through burning buildings. It must be nightmarish, Daryl. Nightmarish. David, go ahead.
Thank you. Just from listening to you, reminded me of something I had heard here on the space. Like a senior commander from the Ukrainian side had said that, yes, the city center is a hot spot, all right, and they're making the enemy pay for every doorknob they take, which I thought was particularly eerie. Also, I'm very much reminded of the holding and the epic stand that was made at the Azovstal complexes, and how they were able to dictate terms, although completely surrounded, subsumed by land and sea, to dictate terms and maintain their supply. Even with the attrition rate, I think it was 2/3 of flights in were one way only, as in they weren't going to make it back because the cover fire from the Russians was too heavy. But these were odds that were happily taken on, and men and women loaded up their helicopters and flew off today, but to resupply the heroes before they did, or on their way at least, trying. So I think we should remember that this is the balance which the Ukrainians hold, and this is the gamble they're taking. This is their bet. So if we remember the nature of that grind, and that to me it's like the rope a dope I've heard people mention. Just let the Russians keep banging their head against the wall and make sure they lose more blood than we lose off the wall, and not to diminish the sacrifice of the heroes, rather to hopefully accentuate it and point out that this is an absolute defiance of an empire. There's a would-be emperor right now, and he can't walk half a kilometer in a straight line. He can't walk his best and bravest because they've all been wiped out, and he can't walk the best hired help they can get, which they call a military company, but it's just really a ragtag bunch of pirates. So they are defying this would-be great power and making fool of them. I think we should remember that, and that these are the odds which the Ukrainians are happy to take because they're winning.
Yes, and you are right to think back to the defense of the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol. It's very, very similar. George, and then Dr. Nick. George, go ahead, please.
Hello, everyone. So it looks like Zelensky's trip to Poland is coming with some purchases of some pretty interesting weapon systems there, Daryl and Alan, including.
Well, George, tell us about it.
Well, the one that I like is the self-propelled mortar. It's a 120 millimeter mortar. It's auto loading, which is pretty cool. Which, usually mortars, have anybody ever seen any old World War II or any of the footage, what happens is you drop the mortar, which is usually, they come in various sizes. You have a 60 millimeter mortar, you have an 81 or 82 millimeter mortar, depending if it's Western or ex-Soviet design, and then you have the 120 millimeter mortar, which is a bigger. That's a pretty sizable round. And what happens is you drop it down the tube, and then what a mortar does is it's used to be able to hit things that are, let's say, behind a wall, behind a building, because it has a very high arc of fire. So it goes pretty much out, but not in a looping trajectory that's kind of flat, but pretty much almost like a straight up and down thing. So if you have somebody in a trench, you can drop it into the trench. But these things are also mobile, right? So what happens is you have something now that's tracked. and it's got a range of about the vehicle has a range of about 300 something miles, right? Top speed about 50 miles an hour. But the fact that this mortar has a range of 12 kilometers, so 12,000 meters, right? And it could be ready to fire once it gets into the position in about 30 seconds, can drop numerous types of mortars. I think this is a good piece if you're getting ready to launch an offensive, Daryl and Alan, because what it does is allows you to be able to lob that high explosive shell in trenches as you move from one line to the next, right? So this would be a good asset for the Ukrainians to have. And I believe, someone check me if I'm wrong, but I believe the initial statement is that Ukraine purchased 50 of those. Does anybody else have anything different?
I'm going to take a look for that, George. And
I haven't seen it, George.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting, and it looks like the infantry fighting vehicles that was supposed to be 100 looks like it that number is now 150. So
Hey, that's that multiplication you were talking about.
yes, yes, and these 50 mortars, mobile mortar systems, they're not going to be going just a one unit. It's called a M120 rack. It's a self-propelled gun mortar, right? And 50 of them, they're going to be dispersed probably, I would say, on the battalion level, right, Daryl? Wouldn't you say that every battalion would probably get like a battery of these, maybe 4 to 12?
If they got that,
What was that? I'm sorry, you broke up on me.
so about yeah, I had a phone call come in right when I was getting ready to speak. Um, they could be a headquarters company maybe as a something that they can move around when they need it. Can y'all hear me, or did that phone call?
yeah, yes,
Oh, okay.
I can
Yeah, we can
hear you,
hear you. We
Daryl.
can hear you, Daryl. Sorry, it was me. I was fumbling with my mic button. But yeah, it would be something that, right, that you've got like a strong point or something that you need to reduce the rubble, and then you just give that fire mission to these things. And like I said, as you move forward, right, through the initial breakthrough, as you come up against the strong points, these things are pretty good at reducing them, because 120 millimeter round dropping on your head is nothing to sneeze at.
It will
So,
it will make a lot of rubble. It will.
so George, our friend Denjon just sent me a tweet that confirms exactly what you're talking about. And this tweet says that Ukraine has purchased 24 120 millimeter automatic. It's M120s. That could be the catalog number, but they're substantial vehicles. When I think of a mortar launcher, I wasn't thinking of a vehicle this large. It's got 8 tires, and it looks pretty daunting. Is that the design that you're talking about, George?
I believe so. It comes either wheeled or tracked. From what I'm seeing, yeah, there's a wheeled version and there is a tracked version of it. So I don't know which one, but I think that this one is going to be the wheeled version. And Yeah, yeah. Okay, so yeah, my mistake. It is a wheeled version, and it does have four wheels on each side, and yeah, it's
So what frame is it? Look like it's on a LAV or
it kind of looks
what?
like it kind of looks like an LAV, but I'm trying to find out like what did they base it on? I think the original ones were based on like a BMP type vehicle, but then I guess they switched out. So it's derived from an APC. So
Do we know what it? What is it? Who's building? Let's go with that. Then we can go from there.
okay, so it is Polish built, and yeah, so it's almost on the same chassis as the Rosamac, the infantry fighting vehicle that they've ordered. So they're based on the same thing. So that you know what that does, right, Daryl? Ease of maintenance, right? If the
Very much so.
Rosamac and this is based on the same platform, then you're talking about something that is uh, is easy to maintain.
You got a. That's right, and your logistics chain doesn't get longer.
Exactly.
You actually, consolidate your logistics when you have multiple vehicles of the same chassis. So that's a good thing. The turret may be different, or or whatever. That's going to add pieces, but at least you don't have to add an entire vehicle. Um, between that's from the ground up, wheels, everything.
All right. So yeah, and this mortar is it's got some state of the art equipment. So it's got digital fire control systems, thermal cameras, a laser range finder. So if it can see the target it's going to hit, that means that first round's going to be pretty much spot on, because now you have a laser range finder. It can tell you exactly the distance, and that's easy for the ballistics computer to elevate or depress the gun, and that first shot will be uh, right on the money. So that's why these type of things are so important, right? Remember, the West decided years ago, back when I was back even before I was in the army, that we weren't going to produce the quantity of equipment of the Soviet Union, but we were going to produce the better quality. So even if the Soviets had a 2 or 3 to 1 advantage against us in our armored, whether it be tanks or IFVs, ours were going to be numerical superiority, and we proved that. I mean, we've proven that. We proved that in Desert Storm. We proved that in other battles, and the Ukrainians are proving that too. Because
So I was just going to say, Daryl, I shared the tweet that then John shared with me, so you can see exactly what we're talking about. But George and Daryl, Dr. Nick has been very, very patient listening to our discussion of the mobile mortar launcher. Dr. Nick, thank you for coming back, and please go ahead, and we'll circle back to this mobile mortar launcher shortly. Dr. Nick. Oh, Dr.
Can
Nick.
you, yes, I'm here. Yeah, I got a phone call right at that moment, of course, just like Daryl did just a minute ago, because, of course, he and I are twinsies in so many ways. But anyway, one of the things that when David was speaking just a minute ago about Azovstal and all of that, it just kind of reminded me in relation to Bakhmut, ironically enough, that I track very closely the various Chechen battalions. One of them, Sheikh Mansour, they had put out a video somewhere, I think it was in, February, one of the umpteenth million times that Russia had declared that they had taken Bakhmut, right? And they had said, of course, that it was fake news essentially, and that you know, and they had said something kind of a little ominous, and but they had said that so long as they were alive, essentially, that uh, Bakhmut would be standing. That they, you know, so long as they are in Bakhmut, Bakhmut would be standing, and to not listen to anything else, at least from their perspective. You know that. Um, you know, them specifically, that, you know, they will hold Bakhmut at the very least, or something like this, you know. Um, so I just thought I would say that because it just sort of um, reminded me of that, since, you know, we see so many videos of them walking down downtown Bakhmut, and, you know, various things like that. So, but anyway, I just thought I would mention that video I had seen. And you can return back to your talk of your little track toys and all of that now, and I'll listen because I am interested in it. So I will listen
Thank you,
attentively.
Dr. Nick. Are you
Thanks,
putting
Doc.
are you putting cellophane in your Easter baskets right now, Dr. Nick?
Well, what I do is I wrap them. You know, I get those little bags that have the like little like Easter eggs or whatever on the outside of them, and I put them in the little bag. Or if I don't like the little bags, I'll go get the cellophane, like a purple or a pink or whatever, and I'll wrap it in cellophane. And I just made some handmade bows, and I'm attaching them to the bags right now. So that's what I'm doing. Yes.
Crafty, crafty.
Yes, I am.
Another thing I love about MriyaReport, you can figure out what people are doing while they are speaking to us. George, go ahead, please.
Hey, before we go, George, I had a question for George. George, is this thing going to have AI, or is it computer? Is it controlled by an operator elsewhere?
What are you talking about? The motor?
Yeah.
No. No. It's yeah. What it is that it's the Rosamac IFV that's been converted, you know, to become a motor carrier. So that's, yeah. It's crude. It's definitely a crude system. But like I said, so what I'm hearing is, so Poland said they're going to give Ukraine another 10 MiG-29s for a total of 14. They have another 15, right? But they said they will not release them until they start getting the replacements from, I guess, the United States for other aircraft that they're supposed to get. So once they get those, then they'll release the other 14 or 15 that they have. So Ukraine will have 14 MiG-29s, 10 from today, 4 they got there, I think, last week. The Rosamac IFV order has gone up to 150. The M121, this M120, excuse me, the mortar system, that is now at 54 vehicles. And
those can get spread out. They can get spread out quite a bit.
And another 30 PT 91s were announced that will be released. That is on top of 30 that were announced a couple of weeks ago. So Poland is.
That's a personnel track vehicle.
No,
right?
The PT-91 is the upgraded T-72 with the thermals, the whole 9 yards. The improved gun stabilizer. It's the ones that they used for the Kharkiv offensive. So the PT-91 is a T-72 upgrade, and so Poland had initially sent 200. A couple of weeks ago, they said they were going to send another 30, and this announcement is another 30 on top of that. It looks like Poland's getting rid of all their T-72s as they get replacements in. So that's a good thing. It is really good numbers, because the PT 91 is not a piece of crap. Those are the Tuardi tanks. The Poles call it the Tuardi. They're better than the T-72s that Russia has right now. Remember, they upgraded their T-72s with optics from the 1970s. Yeah, okay. Hey, Daryl, you could upgrade your TV with the first color Panasonic that came out in 1980. That's pretty much what the Russians are doing with their tanks.
I'll pass. I'll pass. Hey, just real quick, we're looking at this. This whole next phase is going to be heavy on armor. And I mean, like heavy, because well, and we know, Ukraine has had tanks already. Although they are, older, etc. They've had tanks, and now they got this new batch. This is going to be a very, very intense battle coming up. I don't think this is going to be a piecemeal action when it goes down, where they're hitting here, hitting there, hitting there. It's going to be a hit across the whole thing, the way it sounds.
Now, yeah, and the most important part is, and this is like, if the Ukrainians, are doing their training right, which I'm sure they are. So we were talking about these mobile mortars, right? The M120s, the Rosamax, the Leopard 2s that they're getting, the Bradleys, right? The mortars. They can all fight at night. And see, and that's what I keep stressing them, is that, you launch that attack in the morning, whatever the damn, you can launch it in the middle of the night, doesn't matter. But the fact is, if your crews are trained correctly, you now can press the offensive 24, 48 hours straight. That is just backbreaking to an enemy who doesn't like to fight at night or lacks the capability, because many Russians, and especially their vehicles, lack the ability to fight 24 hours a day in all weather capabilities. That's the other thing. It's not only night, but if it's night, if it's raining, things like that, these vehicles the vehicles that the Ukrainians are getting now have gone in theater, have gone in the Ukraine and are coming, give them 24-hour fighting capability, all weather capability. Doesn't matter if it's raining, snowing, whatever the hell you got going on, these things can do what they can do. Their optics, their thermals, they're not fazed by any of that. So that is a backbreaker when you're trying to defend it, because now there is no respite, right? There isn't, okay, we stopped this attack, blah, blah, blah. Nightfall comes, there's going to be a lull in the fighting. Surprise, no, it's not. We're going to press that attack. It's just like in Desert Storm, nighttime fell. We didn't stop, Daryl. We kept moving. Like I said, 20 hours straight, before the first break. It was 20 hours.
Adrenaline junkies.
What's that?
Adrenaline junkies.
Oh, trust me. The last 4 hours, yeah, I was doing a lot of that head bobbing. Remember, you're in a reclined position in that M1. I don't care how much noise is coming in there. It's not easy to stay awake. But we did it 20 hours straight. We had stopped maybe a little bit to get out to maybe do some refueling and stuff like that. But, It wasn't like, you know.
That's a hell of a road march.
Yeah. So it wasn't like, oh,
20 hours. That's a hell of a.
Yeah, it wasn't like we
That's a hell
stopped
of
for
a
6
road march.
hours, right, Daryl? We stopped for like, maybe it was like a half an hour, 40 minutes, and man, get back in there and keep moving. And that's why if the Ukrainians do this offensive right, speed kills. Speed of movement. You gotta keep moving. That's the most important thing. And you know,
George,
go ahead.
George, you got out, check the tracks, knocked the ends back on, and got back in.
Exactly. That was it. Like, just keep moving. You know, I hate to say it, you're peeing in a bottle and throwing it out the hatch. It was like, just keep moving. And remember, one of the issues that Ukraine had, because we have to be honest on this space, was their some of their battlefield formations weren't big enough, right, to keep the Kharkiv offensive going. You know, this now they're training on what we would call division or corps level. And that's a big difference than a battalion or brigade level. They're getting ready for a monster offensive. And all these naysayers saying about this and that, I've been saying it, for months. If this offensive is done right with the equipment they have, game over. It'll break their back because they are not used to fighting a defensive campaign against maneuver warfare. Trench warfare is different. Yeah, the Russians can, hold their own for somewhat, but against a modern armored combat maneuver force that's driving. Remember, like, it was funny because Gunny, I think it was Gunny, responded to some goofball that was talking about, oh, look, they've almost captured Bakhmut. Yeah, they've been moving 20 meters a day. We're talking about, offensives where after the first 4 hours, you break through and you're doing 15, 20 kilometers in a day, if not more.
And that's what they did the last time, ran them out of there.
Exactly.
Ran them out.
But this time, we're talking about they're going to be using corps level formations is what we used in Desert Storm, because you need that corps level formation so you don't run out of steam, so you can keep going, so you can rotate, like, after 48 hours you can rotate your reserve in and keep the fighting force fresh, right? That tip of the spear, keep it from getting blunted, and that's a huge advantage for the Ukrainian.
George, I have a couple of questions for you, and then I promise to the folks with their hands up who have been so patient, we will be going to you. But I have two questions. I wonder how important it is to have Ukrainian veterans of the Kharkiv offensive getting ready for this spring offensive, because they are the ones, as you mentioned, who had to pull up short. They didn't have strong enough forces to keep on the heels of the fleeing Russians. So they've already had this experience of success, but not as much success as they wanted. Now they're going to be incorporated into these corps with all the power that's needed to keep going. And my second question, George, is Thomas Tyner mentioned in a tweet earlier this week, he had anticipated Ukraine forming 2 corps, and it now appears they will be able to form 3 corps. What is a corps level formation? What does that mean?
Okay, so in our speak, a corps level formation is bigger than division. So you're talking about somewhere over 20,000 soldiers, 20 to 40, maybe 50, 60,000 soldiers. That's what a corps formation is. about the veterans really quick. So what the veterans would do is the ones that were at the battle, in the offensive of Kharkiv, they're going to be able to tell their command what went wrong with the offensive and what went right. So that way they can repeat the good things and make sure they don't repeat any mistakes that might have happened. So that's why having those guys give their after action reports, whether they were armored or infantry units, is a huge plus because they've been.
Listening to, looking at what they are getting right now, and I'm not talking about the artillery shells, because the artillery they're using that now. They're using, they're going through that right now. I'm just wondering, because of all the ammo, a bunch of the ammo that we're seeing now for the IFVs, the tanks, and things of that nature, if that was what they had to stop for. Was it a lack of ammo for the tanks and a lack of ammo for the general heavy equipment that they were using in that battle, and that was the reason why they had to stop, because they haven't had any issues with fuel that anybody can has said anything. And so I'm just wondering, was it because they didn't have enough ammo, that they were burning through ammo, because the older tanks, you had to maybe fire once, twice, maybe a third time to actually, do what you needed to do, because the optics are so much, they were crap in some of the older tanks, you know what I mean? And so you're going to burn through a lot more ammo if your equipment isn't accurate. And so I'm just wondering if that was the reason why.
Daryl, it looks like George had a connection issue and has dropped, but I'm sure he'll come back when he can. And meanwhile, we have 3 hands up: Balderdash, Jens, and Mac. Balderdash, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks. So when I was going through the Reuters article regarding the 40,000 troops that are being trained up and equipped with all this Western equipment, I happened to notice that they're currently being organized and under the command of Ukraine's interior ministry, and I thought that was kind of odd. So I was wondering if anybody on the panel has any ideas as to why they're being formed under the Interior Ministry rather than the Ministry of Defense, and what significance that might have on the battlefield. Thank you.
That's a sharp eye you have there, Balderdash, and it's a question I really can't answer. I wonder if it is simply a transition step from training back into Ukraine, because I am quite certain that all of these newly trained troops will, of course, be incorporated into the army and therefore be under the ultimate command of the Ministry of Defense. Wouldn't you say, Daryl?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that. I was just wondering, are some of these the local defense forces, the local guard units, because I think they may fall under the interior rather than the army, and that may be the reason, because like most states, they control those guard units, and so maybe the oblasts, they get their funding through the interior rather than the Ministry of Defense, and that could very well be one reason for that.
It seems as good an answer as I could think of. So Jens and then Mac. Jens, go ahead, please.
Yeah, the way George described these Polish self-driving mortars, it reminded me of a tweet from last week. I sent one to Daryl, and I just retweeted also from an exercise in Denmark called Dynamic Front, where they are training 777s and these Polish. I don't know I can't recall what you called them, and also other kinds of howitzers. So I just thought it was curious that just a week ago they were training with these, and now we are seeing they are being also heading for Ukraine.
As Daryl said, he is impressed by everything that is coming into Ukraine in preparation for the spring offensive. In preparation for the offensive, we all know is coming. We all know it's being planned. But Jens, yes, I agree.
Thank you. My question was regarding some of this new Polish purchase equipment. Was if any additional training was required for the operators, the Ukrainian operators, or if these was equipment that they're already familiar with in some way. The mobile mortar, the self-propelled mortar, sounded like it might be new, but it also might be that they aren't delivered in time until they'll have time to train basically before delivery. But I'm not even sure if anyone will know those answers. But thank you.
Well, anytime you get new kit, especially optics, there is a learning curve. You have to make sure that the teams they understand the inputs, the outputs, and how it goes into their system, because you have to know how everything works together. You have a commander's cupola and you got a gunner, and if the commander can actually override the gunner, that's how, it's those type of things that can make things make it to where they definitely need to have a little bit of training before they go into it. Now it may not be much because it's still the same tank, but it may involve some training to make sure that they can use these new optics to their optimum capability.
Daryl, I wonder if Ukraine already has some of these mobile.
From what George said, they had them in Kharkiv. But they only had a few of them. They didn't have a lot of them. They had a few.
Right. So obviously, the more you have, the more crews you need trained up on them. But in other words, there are Ukrainian crews already familiar with this equipment.
Absolutely. And then when we go, after we get done with Bearded, I did do one of my little map thingies up in the top there too. So that's something we can talk about and see where it's changed from yesterday to today. And I wish he had put the bigger map out there, because I wonder what he was. We had that little info come in late last night, and I'm just wondering how that fit on that map. But he put the close-in maps, so I put yesterday's close-in next to today's. Go ahead, Bearded.
Thank you, Darryl, and hello to everybody. I just wanted to make a comment on what somebody was asking regarding the advantage of the Ukrainians going to a core level formation. And the chap who was describing earlier before we got cut off, quite rightly, it's about momentum and sustaining the effort going forward. And that's not just sustainability from the combat arms, but how that's being done. And not wishing to be a doctrinal Nazi, but here we go. At various levels of command, be it regiment, brigade, division, or corps, you will have troops or formations that are assigned to you that are specific to that level of command. So what? Well, this gives a commander the ability to chop extra assets into a particular unit's area, or as part of a plan. It means he can reorganize or organize on the fly, especially when we're talking about divisional and corps support troops with the logistics. And having a corps level commander being able to look across his whole piece and assign and enable assets that will gain and maintain the sustainability and momentum going forward. That is all.
In other words, if he sees a breakthrough, he can assign other assets to help prosecute it without taking the other units away from where they are.
Absolutely. Every unit will have a fighting reserve, and there are also reserves of logistic items. Where best to apportion that will be at the core commander's level, based upon what his divisional commanders of the light are screening for at the time.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Bearded. That's a, understanding where those assets, how the core level gets and how that differs from the battalions and whatnot. That makes a big difference. Having having those extra people that they can move around and shift and refocus energies in that battle space on the fly like that.
Well, it helps me understand, Daryl, and I thank you, Beard Brit, for that information. But it helps me understand the core level formation is an agile formation that allows field commanders, as you say, to take advantage of opportunities and breakthroughs.
Yeah, agile depends how you define that. When you talk about time and space and decision making and how far ahead they're looking and the like, you can work 4, 8, 16, 24-hour planning tables and the like, and all the logistical support that will come in within that, and sometimes even further out, especially at core level. So agile with the apportionment of forces, perhaps based upon the plan, but unwieldy if you were trying to maneuver a whole corps at once. It obviously has to be done one step at a time.
Indeed.
Right.
I'm not suggesting agile like an NBA guard running a fast break. Sky Kiss, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I have a quick question about Friday. Chuck mentioned something yesterday evening about a special. He's bringing a guest, I believe. So is there any
on Friday, Sky Kiss?
about what time?
Chuck Farrer and Doug London will be together. And so this is, let's see here. I don't know what your time zone is, but for my time zone, it's at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So if you live in the Eastern United States,
I got it.
Doug London.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for paying attention to our schedule, Sky Kiss, because lots of interesting things are coming up. So, Daryl, I'm looking up in the nest at the comparison maps you put up, and this is a really good exercise.
Yeah, and just by the way, I did put up the that card for Chuck's segment that's going to be coming up on Friday. Okay, I did put that up there, Sky Kids.
So, Daryl, should we take a look at these maps?
Yeah, let's look at the map. Let's go to the map. Something we can do the what's her name? The little girl that does the map. Now, looking at the map, the maps almost look exactly the same, except for the intensities. That when you look at yesterday, there was activity in the city. You can see where he had two areas of conflict. Two areas of conflict there. And then you go back, and then on today at 2140, there is a lot of action going on as far as fires coming in, missile hits, and things of the like. And what that tells me is that the Russians, they are trying to break the Ukrainians' hold on that area pretty, with some kind of strength, because it's they only had one missile strike, one strike in there yesterday, and today there's four in that same area. And if they're going in, depending on the type of weapons that they're using in those strikes, they could be doing a lot of. There's a lot of rubble there anyway. They must be busting up more rubble. Is all I can think of. But they are trying to dislodge the Ukrainians from that city with some kind of force. In the south, they had clashes, and again, that line of conflict is pretty stable on the south. In the northwest, that line is holding. They've gained very little. The Russians have gained very little on that area, and so the maps are looking pretty stable. There is Avanansky. That line is a little more stable today. Looks like the Russians had an assault, but that line has not moved, and that's the area that previous the Russians would run that area all the way up to the H-32, and then the Ukrainians would back them up. And today, it looks like that line has stabilized, and they are trying to prosecute it, but they are not making any gains. And that could be just the fact that they may have moved troops somewhere else to help in that other area, unless they brought in more reinforcements to the core city, in the eastern section of the city.
What we don't have an update on, and we'd really need Chuck to get an update on this, are those Ukrainian forces that he felt were in contact east of the Bakhmutka River, and therefore potentially behind Russian lines, and that would have caused a panic, I assume, among Russian forces.
That's what I was looking for. That was the map that I was really looking for. He put in the close-in map, and the only thing I can think of, Alan, is that whatever got reported maybe should not have gotten reported, or it is still in flux. In other words, they made contact, but there's no line or no definitive positioning at this point. They may be on the move.
And they may have been special forces inserted for specific purposes, as Chuck mentioned. And if they are special forces inserted, they perhaps have been taken out by now.
That's correct. They may have gotten their objective and made their way out of there, like you just said. But let's hope they got what they wanted. Let's hope they got what they needed.
Exactly. It could have been a command post. It could have been a commander. It could have been an air.
Yeah, it could have been a snatch and grab.
Hey, it could have been. That's Chuck's favorite kind of mission, he says, where you don't fire a single shot. So, Daryl, at the moment, we don't have any hands. I want to take just a moment to do some housekeeping by cleaning the nest. It's springtime. Our nest is full. And I'm just going to go up there and take a look at some of the tweets that we don't need handy right now. Your maps will stay. Chuck and Doug will stay, announcing their show on Friday. And
Yeah, there's actually two of them in the nest. I didn't realize it, but there's actually one already there. So we can maybe take the older one out and then hope keep the newer one.
Okay, I'll take care of that. And, while I do that, Peter Duran is going to join us.
Good evening.
Alan. It is 7 p.m. on the East Coast. We are continuing our fundraising drive, our spring fundraising drive. But Daryl, thank you so much for that update. I always like to tune in at this time of day to hear where the fighting is, and it's always great to hear you and Alan. You guys just have this great chemistry, working together, tag teaming. It is a joy to listen in the evenings to the MriyaReport because of the style, the character, the banter that you guys bring to the report every single evening.
Well, we thank you. Nothing is a solo operation here. Everything is a team effort. Whether someone is on the mic, off the mic, in the back, and sometimes we're doing both on the mic and in the back at the same time, as Alan is doing at the moment.
Well, Daryl, I popped in earlier this morning for the European segment, and I wanted to provide everyone with an update because I know there's been a lot of questions. And so I wanted to provide both an update and a request and a thank you to everyone here in our community. I was looking at the numbers this morning. In the last week since we began our drive, we've raised in total donations and pledged support, we've raised a little bit around $17,500 for our fundraising drive to support Ukrainian veterans, Chef Zhenya, and our mission here at the MriyaReport. That's pretty good, but I think we can do better, and that's why we're going to continue. I also want to send out a very special thank you to everyone who has donated. As I said last night, I had signed off on the official thank you letter, so there's going to be thank you letters going out to everyone who has already donated. And I also know that there are a lot of members of this community who perhaps they put it in the back of their mind. Oh yeah, I need to donate to the MriyaReport. This community means a lot to me. I got to make sure I do that this week. And then the week starts going and people get distracted. Everyone has very busy lives. And I know for those members of the community who have thought, I'm going to make a donation, I know that this is a great moment. If you're listening right now, it's 7:15 in the evening or thereabouts here in the East Coast. Take that time. Go to the tweet we have in the nest, Alan and Daryl. I know it was up there earlier, but let's make sure our Chef Zhenya tweet is there. That makes it very easy for everyone to click on the link, to hit that donate button, or go to the MriyaReport website, and you can find out a lot more about us. You can see that donate button. Click it. Click that donate button. That also will bring you to the right place. And ask yourself that question that so many people have been asking this week. What does this community mean to me? How important is it for me to tune in the evenings, perhaps as I'm making dinner on the East Coast or ready to go to bed in Europe later at night? How important is it for me to listen to Daryl and Alan give me that final update of the night, to tell me where the fighting is, what the status of the front lines are, what's been happening while I've been away? How important is this community to me? And I have language and the vagaries of the Russian language and how language and the vagaries of the Russian language and obfuscate the truth. And we took that point and we were talking about Russian literature and we tied it all back to current events. This is why this community is so important. And so I want to thank everyone who has thought about their charitable giving during this important week, this very holy week for many religions around the world. And with U.S. tax season coming up in the middle of this month, you've thought about your charitable giving, your charitable giving, and you've thought, yes, this community means a lot to me. I want to donate. So if you have donated already, please accept my deep thanks on behalf of the entire team. And if you haven't yet, if you've put it off, if you've gotten distracted, this is a great moment to take the time to click on the link and to support a community and a cause that means so much to you. This is very important for us. It's how we are going to grow as an organization and ensure we are here for the long haul so that we can continue to push back against Russian disinformation, to separate fact from fiction, and to help our friends in Ukraine. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much for that, Peter. And I just want to add this one little statement that if you see a message pop up about the website, about the PayPal account, it is only because it's being they have the verification process. And last I checked, when I gave just last night. Um, it came up that my donation was pending, and about 10, 12 minutes later, it was done. So that time frame that it takes from the time you hit donate, the message popping up, you getting the email, and that email, you reading the email. It was very short last night. So please be patient. Know that donation is accepted, and it will come through.
I will just echo that. I have been working with, again, the team on the back end to make sure that everything goes smoothly for members of our community who do want to donate. And I can verify, because I've seen the real-time numbers come in, I can verify those pending transactions do come through. Don't panic. It is simply a matter of the MriyaReport and the account that we've set up for this fundraising drive. It is new, and so I think PayPal is just a little surprised by the generosity of our community, but those payments are going through. And like I said last night, I signed up on that thank you letter, and included in that thank you letter is all the information for U.S. taxpayers that you'll need for your filing perhaps next year when you think back. How much money did I give to charity last year? What is that right for me to make that deduction on my taxes? I'm not a tax attorney. I'm not an accountant. I'm not providing tax advice, but donations for American citizens to the MriyaReport, because we are a 501c3, because we follow those IRS rules, those donations are tax deductible here in the United States. Something to think about as you are preparing for tax season and your filing date in the middle of this month here in the US. So again, thank you everyone for your generosity. And if you haven't taken the time, this is the time. This is a great moment to help our friends in Ukraine and support a wonderful community that you become a part of. And to say thank you to our great co-hosts and to look forward to new events, new speakers, new opinion shapers, and new segments like the segment we've all come to love with Chuck in the evenings, The Dish with Fish, and dare I say, Stories of Freedom on Saturday morning. So, Daryl, Alan, over to you guys. Thank you so much for what you do. It's important to me. It's important to everyone. And I would just ask everyone who hasn't yet donated, please take the time this evening, make a contribution to this drive. It's very important to us. And I'll hand it over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Peter, for joining us and giving us that update. And to make donation tonight, fast and simple for all of our listeners, the Chef Zhenya tweet is now the first tweet up in the nest. All you have to do is tap on that tweet and then follow it along to the donation page. So it's really easy to do right now. We're not going to move that link for Chef Zhenya far back into the nest again. It's going to remain at number one. And we'll always keep it up there at number one. He is the number one priority for us this week, raising money to feed the frontline troops in Ukraine, thanks to Chef Zhenya. Daryl?
You took the words out of my mouth, Alan. Feed the front. Folks, that's what this is about. With feed the front. Okay? Not going to mince words about it. It's a bit so. Now, just know that these meals are a bit soup centric, and that's where that whole part comes in, because these troops love soup. And if you don't think they're going to need a lot of soup, think about these 40,000 troops that are coming in. That's a lot of soup. That's a lot of meals. And so we are doing our best to make sure that it's going to be successful. It's going to be successful. And we can always talk about bullets. We can always talk about equipment. But a hungry soldier is not a very is a well-fed soldier will be a better soldier. His mind, his thinking, his reactions, his sight, all of those things can be affected by how much his belly is screaming for food. And if we're feeding the front, we can ensure that these guys prosecute and kick Russia's behind out of Ukraine.
Well said, Daryl. And I think both Adam and Dr. Nick want to join the conversation, maybe about Chef Eugenia, I hope. Adam, go ahead, then Dr. Nick.
Hey, dobry ranok, dobry večer, dobry day. Everybody everywhere, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Adam.
I just had a question for Peter while he was up here. Are you guys going to seek the same tax exemption classification in other jurisdictions, namely Canada?
I got to tell you, having run simultaneously a U.S. registered 501c3 with a Polish registered fundacja, so in my previous job as the CEO of SIPA, I learned that the moment you open up a second operation in a different country, that country's accounting laws are very different. How you count things becomes extremely complicated. So the short answer for now is that we are a U.S. registered 501c3. We're staying focused on that for now. I won't close off any expansion plans for the future, never. But for now, we do need to stay focused on building up our US-based organization. And I understand perhaps that could impact others who are thinking about donating to the MriyaReport. How does that affect their charitable giving status in their country? The answer is I don't know. But even if you don't live in the United States, a donation to this community is important. It supports our mission and it supports our current fundraising drive to, as Alan and Daryl have said, to help Chef Eugenia.
Yeah, actually, I was just wondering while you were here, but I was going to say it doesn't matter to me really. Either way, I'm going to, I think, set up a monthly donation here pretty soon, because I don't know if any of you have read Dr. Timothy Snyder's on tyranny. One of his suggestions to fight fascism is to find a news source that you greatly enjoy and support them. And I'm definitely going to do that with MriyaReport because I love it.
Thank you. And I got to say, it is, second here, make sure you guys can hear me. I got to say thank you. And it is exactly that kind of thinking that has motivated so many of you to donate so far. My thanks to you. That's my special thanks to you. And it's my special reminder to everyone who has said, yeah, okay, I'm going to donate. That's right. This community is important. But the week is now midway over and it'll get away from us. Take the time this evening, settle down, take a look at the link. We tried to make it very easy for you and consider the question, what does this community mean to me? How do I support this community? How do I support this current effort? And I think the answer is pretty obvious. This community is powerful. It brings us together. It allows us to realize we're not alone and we're not crazy. When we see the Kremlin pumping out lies, we actually have facts. We can push back and counteract Russian disinformation in real time. And frankly, there really is no other platform. You're a part of this community. You're a stakeholder. And I'm asking you, if you haven't yet donated, take that moment, make that contribution. This is important to support our mission. So thanks to everyone who's given. And if you haven't, this is your opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I want to go on to Dr. Nick and then to Taras. Peter, I hope you can stay for just a little while longer. Dr. Nick, go ahead.
One thing I thought I would mention is I'm not sure who has actually gone to Chef Zenya's page. If you are unfamiliar with him, I highly recommend you go take a look and check out his operation because, he's not your average chef. Like, he wasn't a military chef before the war. Before the war, he ran a very successful chain of noodle restaurants. And he had created a nonprofit because he wanted to, bring nutrition and the idea of nutrition to Ukraine, into Ukraine schools, into the community at large. And of course, the full scale war had occurred. And so he decided that he wanted to volunteer with the defenders, right, with the armed forces of Ukraine on that effort. And if you look at the meals that he makes, because on his page, you'll see just some of the stuff that he does, and it'll really blow your mind. Watch him prepare like these, essentially, like he'll create meals that are very specific for, say, snipers, because he's like, well, they've got very specific dietary needs. They're laying in the same position all day, blah blah blah, and that those dietary needs are going to be different, say, versus specific, infantry officers. And so he'll make meals for the infantry that are like completely different. And he puts a lot of effort into that. And another thing that he does is he tries to ensure that he's including in those meals, even if they're the ones that he's sending right out to the front, directly to the front line, to them, that are his quote unquote, he calls them his own sort of MREs. But you see these things and they're just unbelievable. They're not like your average MRE. Definitely nothing like we got in the Marine Corps, Daryl. There are ones that he hand makes himself, and he makes sure that everything has like some sort of fresh fruit item or some sort of, you know, fresh item, because he understands that they need stuff like that too. They need that fresh fruit or fresh vegetable or something like this. And he tries to include his meals like that, fresh sandwiches with the best ingredients, and, that not like the bag nasties we used to get in the Marine Corps, just really, well,
no chicken dinner, no
yeah,
cold chicken
yeah,
dinners.
no cold, greasy chicken dinners. No, not that's for sure. And he really puts a lot of love and thought into uh, each of the meals he makes for each of these different units. And, he really downplays himself when he's on and he talks about this stuff, but you can see it and there's no hiding it when you watch these videos. And I really encourage everybody to, if not only if you're going to go make that donation, or if you're unsure because you don't know Chef Zhenya or whatever, or you're not sure how much to donate, please just go click on his link. Go click on his link, scroll through some of his videos, and you'll see like just the different, go back as far as you want, and you'll see just the care that he puts into every single meal he makes for every single unit, whether it's the officers, on the back line, or different groups that he's, preparing for. He puts so much care and so much effort into it, because his number one goal is to ensure that every unit is eating a healthy meal, a meal that is appropriate for their caloric intake, that what they need, all of their vitamins, everything. I mean, he just really puts so much effort into it, and it's not processed, it's real food. And that's really important to him. And I just thought I would bring that up. So please go check him out.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. Terrace was with us, but we seem to have lost him here for a moment. Hopefully, Terrace will come back. He is a Ukrainian living in the United States and always a wonderful contributor. Peter, if you have a couple of more minutes, you were talking a little bit about Russian disinformation. One bit of disinformation is the claim that the Russian economy is chugging along. It hasn't suffered from sanctions at all. I think you have been busy doing a special report looking into that claim, which is disinformation, and looking at how Western nations can make sanctions work better. Do you have a moment to talk about that?
I would love to talk about that. So, Alan, thank you for the tee up. That was very generous of you. All right. So, if you see my Twitter profile, click on that. It's the top tweet on my timeline, and it links to a report just published this week on Monday by the Foundation for Defense of Democracies called The Ruble Rumble. And we framed it that way because we wanted a catchy title. Take a note to appreciate the cover art. We got to work with a really talented artist who we actually had a Zoom call, and we talked about what our thesis was, and he tried to capture our ideas into a visual format, which I think was great. I hope you appreciate the cover there. But more importantly than that is the research. This is a very significant piece of scholarship. What my co-author John Hardy and I did was we went through and we said, okay, how do we break this problem into small enough pieces that policymakers and everyday citizens can understand it? And what we ended up doing was framing it in terms of offensive and defensive strategies that we can employ to deny Russia more effectively the means of waging its war against Ukraine. And the first question we encountered, Psyche's listening here, the first question that we encountered was this one about the Russian economy. Are sanctions working? And if they're not working, where are the holes? How is Russia evading sanctions? Is the Russian economy better off or worse off because of sanctions than it was prior to the war and prior to our sanctions? And what we found was that it's a mixed picture for sure. The Russians have been hurt. They have been hurt. We can see their industrial production falling off a cliff. We can see their consumer spending completely shrinking. We can see corporate retreat. So that's Western companies who were operating in Russia. They decided, you know what? We don't even like the sound of the word sanctions. So we're going to leave Russia voluntarily, even if we're not under sanction or we're not going, maybe there's a risk, maybe not, we're going to leave the country. And all of this did have a very powerful impact. But there are loopholes. There are gaps. As we've talked about on this space, Russia has found a way in which to essentially export crude oil to India. India refines that crude oil into, say, gasoline or petroleum refined products. And then India sends those refined products to Europe. Officially, Russian oil shouldn't be used in Europe because of our sanctions, and yet the Russians have found a way around that. There is this option of using secondary sanctions. It's a very powerful economic weapon that we could deploy. Congress has given the president the statutory authority to do so. He hasn't quite yet come to the conclusion that he should. We think he should, and we lay out our argument why he should. So that's the offensive side. We think of this as the sword of economic sanctions, but there's also the shield. There's the steps that we can take to harden our Western societies against Russian malign financial and influence operations, things like strategic corruption, the weaponization of energy, other methods using, frankly, mafia groups. Sometimes the line of distinction between a Russian mafioso who's importing drugs into Europe through Spain and an FSB officer, well, that can get a little gray, and the Kremlin likes it that way. Well, all right, so we have to address criminal organizations in our societies, beneficial ownership. Think of all of those multi-million-dollar apartments and condos in New York City that are completely empty. No one ever lives in them. No one ever visits them. Who owns them? Nobody knows. It's hard to find out. Well, the fact is, this is where many people are storing their ill-gotten goods. Many Russians are storing their ill-gotten goods in America. So they have basically stolen money from their society. They've purchased a multi-million-dollar home in New York, and nobody knows who owns that home. Well, that could be seized. We could use that money to help rebuild Ukraine if we knew who owned that apartment. So, understanding more about beneficial ownership and pushing hard on that. This falls to Treasury, it falls to Commerce. There's much more that the United States can and must do in order to strengthen both the shield and the sword of our economic weapons and defenses against Russia. And all of that is wrapped up in a very important report that we call the Ruble Rumble. So click on the link, check it out. And Alan, thank you very much for the chance to share a bit more.
And thanks for that quick summary, Peter. I really appreciate it. I've bookmarked that report so I can peruse it later. I'm looking for the summary page, to be honest, Peter, because it's a dense read.
It's basically a small book is what we wrote. Yeah. And we published it online for free for everyone to look at it. Check out the executive summary, check out the introduction. I know everybody doesn't have time to read a 45-page monster, but the scholarship involved here is really important. We break new ground. Every section has actionable policy recommendations. So we're not just sort of opining about things or admiring the problem. We're saying this is the problem and this is how we fix it. And frankly, that's how good policy gets implemented. When you can identify gaps, adjust policies, and fix problems.
Peter, I am so glad you mentioned the real estate edge on that, because for a lot of communities, this real estate is actually creating problems in the U.S. For homeowners and people looking for homes because they go in and they will buy homes and they don't care about the price, and so it drives up pricing everywhere. And that affects many people across the income spectrum. And so I'm glad I am very interested to read how you guys tackle these problems and what solutions come forth. And hopefully there's somebody listening.
Well, we're going to be doing a lot of in-person briefs on the Hill, at Treasury, at State. We're going to be laying out what we see and what we think are good, actionable policy recommendations to fix this problem. But Daryl, you're right. I can tell you, around the United States, one of the reasons why home prices are rising so high is because people are dumping their money into real estate here. And if you're like me and my wife looking to buy a home, we were in Arlington, Virginia, right on the outside of Washington, D.C. And our neighborhood, well, there were houses that were going for sale, but the owners would never even see the house. They would never even live in the house. They were simply using this investment to store their wealth. And so, that's fine up to a point. We just have to make sure that we strengthen what the term is beneficial financial ownership so that we know who exactly owns this home. Is this an individual who's on the sanctions list? Is it a cousin of an individual who's, a straw buyer? Is it a law firm who's acting on behalf of someone they should not be acting on behalf of? These are all steps the Treasury must explore. Treasury must do more, but frankly, Treasury needs a lot more people to do so. We were not prepared 14 months ago for the level of sanctions we have imposed upon Russia. So there is this gap right now at Treasury. They just don't have enough people to enforce all of the laws and regulations that Congress wants the president to enforce. All right, so, well, that's a fixable problem. Let's identify that. Let's fix that. So there's a lot of, again, practical solutions that we've identified, and we're going to be briefing on this, and it would help us if everyone in this community could share the report, to read it, to form your own opinions, to ask questions, and let others know about how you found it through this community. Again, it just underscores the importance of the MriyaReport.
Peter, I think sanctions have a kind of bad rap, especially with the American public. They see news about sanctions being imposed, then they see news about sanctions being expanded, then they see news about sanctions being tightened. And this wave of imposing sanctions creates the impression among the Americans that sanctions don't really work. But that just isn't right. They work quite well.
I am a big believer in the power of sanctions. Now, the critics of sanctions, and there are several of them, they've said, well, sanctions are a lot like cotton candy. They're high carb. Policymakers and legislators, they love sanctions because they can take action immediately and they can give a press release, make a public statement and say, look what I have done. We've imposed sanctions, and they can move on to the next hot topic du jour. Yeah, okay, so we have to fix that for sure. But one thing that is fascinating to me is how our sanctions policy has changed as a result of this war. And we're not ready for the new world that we are entering. So, flashback in time. Let's go back to the Obama administration. Let's remember the original invasion of Ukraine back in 2014. The Obama administration imposed sanctions on Russian entities and individuals who were a part of that original invasion. But they were very specific, they were very targeted, they were very limited, and essentially it was an attempt to impose costs for bad behavior. Now, the Obama administration had declared that the purpose of those sanctions was to incentivize Putin to leave Ukraine, but those sanctions were never painful enough. That's one of the problems, Daryl and Alan, with sanctions is that if they're too limited, well, a country or a leader can just ignore them. And this introduces the concept of economic resistance. We've seen Syria do it. We've seen Iran and Venezuela impose policies of economic resistance where the people suffer, the leaders don't. All right, so then go to the Trump administration. After 2016 and Russia's attempt to interfere in our democratic society and on our election, Congress, through a bipartisan effort, provided the Trump administration with unprecedented economic weapons that the president could use. And I would say that Trump, well, he was surgical in the application of these weapons. That's a kind way to put it. He certainly did not use the full powers that Congress had given him. And again, Putin did not leave. And then we go to Biden. Biden, for the very first time in my lifetime, did something very new. He used the threat of sanctions as a method of deterrence. But Putin, perhaps he didn't believe that Biden would really drop the hammer on him the way he has. I think that's true. Perhaps he believed that the war would be over before the full bite of any sanctions hit him hardest. Perhaps that's true. But now we have entered into, by definition, the territory of economic warfare. And we saw that in September when Janet Yellen gave a speech. She announced that she was imposing new economic sanctions upon Russia. And she said, in a very powerful line, we are imposing these sanctions to deny Russia the ability to wage its war of aggression against Ukraine. And in that moment, America crossed a threshold. We entered into the territory of economic warfare. And that's, frankly, I think, a necessary thing for us to come to terms with. In economic terms, so remember, we're not shooting bullets at the Russians, but in economic terms, we are in an era of great power, not competition. We are in a period of great power conflict. And our national security strategies and many of our policymakers are not yet prepared to conceptualize that. So this report plays an important role in helping to identify what has changed, to show where the gaps are in our current policies, and identify actionable, minimalist, and maximalist options that the United States and its allies acting together can take to deny Russia the ability to wage war.
Peter, our discussion about sanctions has raised some hands. That means you have to stay. You're the only person who can answer them as well as you do. Let's go to Dr. Nick, to Adam, and to David. Dr. Nick.
Peter, thanks so much. I can't wait to read this. I keep meaning to read it, but I'm got my own conference coming up here, and I'm just so slammed. But I am going to get around to it. I absolutely promise, because I am very much interested in this. But I'm curious your thoughts on something. So, if you remember at the beginning of the war, Biden had mentioned that, not to, everybody would kind of like how you mentioned that a lot of people imagine that sanctions should be some sort of, to have some sort of immediate effect, which is often the case in the past to some degree when, leaders in the past would mention sanctions and they'd be like, oh, look, I did this thing, yada, yada, yada. But he mentioned that, these sanctions are going to be in such a way that they aren't going to take effect immediately, right? And, everybody's going to have to be patient. And we should start to expect to see some of the effect of these sanctions about a year or so. And I'm just curious your thoughts on that. I imagine you feel that there should be more, and I can't wait to see your thoughts on that when I read the report itself. But I'm just curious your thoughts on that comment from Biden and how you feel if he has been right so far.
Well, it is true. The sanctions imposed do take time, but they were effective. I mean, we threw the Russian economy into a terrible recession. We absolutely destroyed its industrial manufacturing capacity. Again, consumer spending fell off a cliff because what were Russian consumers going to buy? They couldn't get many goods like they could before. Frankly, we're not using food as a weapon, so let's set that aside. But, if you can't have access to your Instagram account, or if it's hard to get an iPhone replacement, when your country is committing genocide against its neighbors, I think we need to keep our perspective here. And I'm sure you would agree on that, Dr. Nick. So the burst transmission and the answer to your question is this: we had an impact. We continue to have an impact. We have made it very difficult for Russia to wage war, but we have not completely foreclosed on its ability to wage that war. Russia has found ways to circumvent, for example, semiconductor imports. We've talked about it on this space before, but again, very interesting that Kazakhstan and Turkey and Serbia have spiked in their semiconductor exports to Russia. All right, so that's sanctions evasion. We have to drop the hammer on that. One way to do it is secondary sanctions. So we say to a company in Turkey, for example, if you are helping Russia circumvent our sanctions, well, bankers are going to lose access to the US financial market. Let's talk about India. If you are an Indian oil refiner who is running illegal Russian crude through your refinery and re-exporting it to Europe, well, you probably have loans that you owe to a bank. Well, that bank needs access to our financial markets in the West. So if we apply secondary sanctions, or at least the threat of secondary sanctions, to the bankers who facilitate these transactions, I guarantee you those activities will end tomorrow. This is the next important step that we need to be talking about because there are diplomatic ramifications. There are consequences for this, but we need to prepare our societies for the long haul. And that's, I think, the key here. Sanctions they are a sugar high, but we need to prepare our societies for the long haul. We're not there yet, but we should be.
Agree. Just a quick little comment, sort of follow up here. I think a lot of us are in agreement that, especially if anybody listens to this space, listening to finance or anybody else talk about the effects that sanctions have had, listeners to this space know that there have been definitely effects of those sanctions. Unfortunately, as soon as you leave this space and you come across the first Vatnik, they love to talk about how great the Russian economy is. So it's wonderful to also have your report as a new tool in that arsenal of to
Of
throw
information.
back at
That
them.
arsenal
Yes,
of information.
that's right. That's right. That arsenal of information to throw right back at them to demonstrate, that it is having effect, and we haven't even done our worst. So, yeah. So that's just something I wanted to point out, and a reminder to everybody else. Just to please make sure you read Peter's report. It is tagged on his page. Take a look at it and make sure you bookmark it or send it to yourself in your email or however it is that you do those sorts of things. And have it for the next time that some Vatnik comes across you and says that the Russian economy is doing fabulous, or that sanctions are completely and totally ineffective, or what have you. You could say, hey, we haven't even done our worst, and here's this, and we're gonna do more. So, or however it is that you wish to do that. So I just thought I would throw that out there. But anyway, thanks so much for your insight, Peter.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. And I'll sort of dovetail and maybe sort of bookend your wonderful comments with this. Vladimir Putin, perhaps he doesn't really care about the sanctions that we have imposed on him. Xi Jinping, perhaps he doesn't really care about the sanctions we have imposed on Russia. That's okay. We want their bankers to care. If you target the bankers, if you target the financial flows. That will deny Russia those sinews of war, those muscles of war that that have been necessary for waging war forever. And that's the purpose of our, that's the big takeaway of our report. So thank you so much, Dr. Nick.
You for staying and talking about sanctions. Adam and then David. Adam, go ahead, please.
Okay, wasn't planning on it since I'm such an expert on sanctions. I was just going to say, just because no one mentioned it, is that I feel like there might have been a slow start at the beginning with the sanctions a bit because nobody thought that the war would last this long. It was pretty much universally believed that Ukraine would collapse. Russia and everyone else believed that. And I would say that maybe it also had something to do with the inflation crises across the globe everywhere that all the democratic governments are facing. And that was at least in the back or the side of their mind as they were making their decisions about that would cause economic shock to their jurisdictions. I don't know if that makes any sense, but what I really put up my hand for was to say something more general about the space and Ukraine and Maidan. And I just wanted to say that you guys were joking yesterday, I think, when Chuck was on about how this started out as a anarchist collective or whatever that you guys were saying, and I just wanted to highlight, and it made me think of it through all of what everyone's been talking this week, and all our talking on, whatever the space means to everyone in the community, each of us. And what came across my mind is how similar, like, the way this thing started was to things that Maidan was. And Russian disinformation says that it was a CIA coup, but it was, if you read about it, one of the most grassroots phenomenons to ever take place in modern society, and very hierarchical, like, structures of just everyone pulling together and doing and filling the gap that needs to be filled and doing their job. And I just see that same energy in how MriyaReport operates and how it started. And I just wanted to add that to the discussion about what it means to the community. Thanks.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. David.
Thanks very much, Alan, and Darrell, and everybody for being here, and Peter for joining us. I haven't been able to fully digest what I have read to Ruble Rumble, and I do encourage everybody else to read it and share it. Do retweet and share the space here, MriyaReport. I wanted to speak about the secondary sanctions that you mentioned, and also the warehousing of the cash, and how we are likely armed, as you say already. On the legislation is there, we just need to choose to use it. And the mention of the secondary sanctions are really getting into the laundering network to break those mechanisms. Is what I think is where the next step needs to be. So the sanctions as are in situ at the moment are designed to break the system in Russia so that it can never rebuild capacity, either by government and also by military, to wage a similar war of empirical genocide. And so yes, they probably did take a while to kick into gear, but they certainly are devastating now that their effects have been, I guess, seen by those of us who weren't able to read the tea leaves prior to now. What I wondered about the secondary sanctions thing, if we are to consider the Magnitsky Acts as they are around the world and here on the statute book, they're pretty much the same everywhere, thankfully. So well written. And they do target the straw men and the fake corporations and the fake lawsuits and the fake clauses that mean money has to get owed in debt and no one really knows where it is, and all this opaque stuff. And I wonder if it is something that is, now that we are armed with this arsenal of information, which is a benefit of living in a free society, it's wonderful, but thank you for putting the work in. Is it now appropriate, or is this not an opportunity? Should we not recognize this as an opportunity then to push those who are, here in America can speak about it. At least the bipartisanship on this international issue has been firm, lockstep, like a brick wall across the party, across everybody. And so, this is an opportunity, as I see it, to push and build across that. And I wonder, should we be using this document particularly to achieve that? So, thanks very much for the time, Peter, for being here, and everybody. Please retweet and share the space. Visit MriyaReport. Donate what you can.
Thank you, David. Also, thank you for being just such a fantastic member of this community and coming in and reminding everyone to do just that. I really appreciate it. So, as many of you know, I had a somewhat sick Hungarian Vizsla over the last day or so because she got her booster shot, but she has now a spring in her step, and it is the time of the evening in which she reminds me the Geneva Convention clearly requires her to go out on her special evening walk. So I am going to duck out here after my answer. I will be back to field more questions, but David, I will highlight something that you mentioned, and it blew me away: money laundering. I was shocked when I started listening to my colleagues at FTD, folks who are much more expert in the field of money laundering than I, and I learned from them just
old-fashioned, like just straight in your face.
Yes, and Bitcoin plays an important role. That's a new development, but just the ability to launder money through our Western financial systems, the Russians have been exploiting this for years, using so-called chornaya kassa, sort of black box or off the books funds to run intelligence operations. Again, it's a very, very seedy underworld of the financial system, and it's very important that we tighten our responses, that we strengthen our responses. And David, my immediate reaction to your comment was your mouth to the Treasury Department's ears. Again, they have the tools. They do understand that this is important, and I will share this little insight with everyone. On the morning that our report launched this Monday, NPR had an entire segment by the Treasury Department in which they were pointing out that they recognize there are holes and they are taking immediate actions to close those holes. They've sent agents around the world to investigate, and they wanted the world to know, and they gave special access to NPR for the interview. They wanted the world to know that they were going to take some action very soon to essentially address all of the points that we had raised in this report. Now, we did a very good job of making sure everyone got an early look at this report. So I'm confident the Treasury is going to take some action. We just need to hold their feet to the fire and do so in a constructive way. And that's what think tanking is. That's what this community is all about. And so, David, thank you so much. I'm going to walk Psyche, listen to the conversation, tweet the space. And again, if you haven't yet given, if you haven't yet donated to the MriyaReport Spring Fundraising Drive, this is your opportunity. And I'm asking you to make that donation, and I'm thanking you if you already have. Over to you, Alan. Over to you, Daryl.
I'm glad Psyche's feeling better. Just thought I'd throw that in there real quick.
Oh, yes. Thank you to everyone who is sending your love. A couple of you said give her a special treat. Actually, she has these very high value treats that I gave her. And you can't see her bouncing around, but this is the first time in a day that she has had a spring in her step. And I'm going to give her some exercise now. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Peter.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, Peter. I hope you can come back and talk specifically about sanctions here at MriyaReport. Maybe some Saturday, extend Stories of Freedom for an hour. We'll talk about sanctions. But this is a report worth reading. It is a report worth understanding. And here we have the chance to do that with one of the authors, Peter Duran. So I do hope Peter comes back and talks more about sanctions. You know, one thing, Daryl and Dr. Nick and David, Peter, the places where he wants the sanctions to be felt the most. But I wonder when ordinary Russians will begin feeling the results of sanctions, particularly as the ruble tanks. So ordinary Russians are paid pensions and benefits in rubles, with the ruble being worth less and less and less. Russia is not increasing the rubles that are going out for pensions and benefits. They're just paying the same number of rubles. And so the pensioners are less able to live their lives, whatever kind of life it is they live. So they're going to feel these sanctions too. Do you think that's the case, Dr. Nick and Daryl?
Certainly. It's just not in the way. There are some areas that are probably going to be a bit more resistant to the sanctions, particularly rural areas, because they really just live off the land primarily. They may have issues if they are, big farmers, corporate type farms. They probably will. But as far as your mom and pop, tenement type farmers, I don't think so. They're not going to feel very much because they don't use the public services and as much as people that live in the larger cities, which I think they are going to be bear the brunt. And I think that's really the focus of these is to hurt those that have political clout, a voice within the cities, and they are more visible to the cameras as well.
But if I live on a fixed income in Russia, the value of the rubles I get every month or every week from the government is less and less. Prices in supermarkets are going up. And so, ordinary Russian.
Thanks very much, Alan, and everybody for being here. And hello, Nick. I see your hand is up. I'll be brief. I look forward to hearing what you say all the time. And G-Man, I see you up as well. I salute you. Great to see you here. Everybody, please retweet and share the space. I would just say that I think the Russians have a fetish of martyrdom. That they think themselves special by suffering, right? Some kind of queer thinking, some kind of twisted psyche. Not to excite the wonderful dog, but some kind of twisted, internalized victimhood where they would probably see it as a badge of honor to be suffering against the evil West. I just don't think there's a revolution in them. I think they'll suffer and feel the pinch. Personally speaking, I don't think. I try not to take pleasure in anyone suffering. I'm looking to see the jeweled thieves and little princes get themselves clipped and denuded of their wealth. And so, something Peter Durand mentioned just now was about the bankers and the intermediary nations, and something that he also mentioned was special based drug organizations laundering money and laundering profits. And I do think the things are connected, and by that I mean, if it is that we consider this a criminal enterprise to launder money, which it is, then using American assets or federal dollars is a whole book of crimes upon itself. And that, I think, will be a very rich vein to plow that Exley Limited in Mumbai is doing whatever kind of trade, and they could just get a little letter saying, look, these assets are, you have been found to be in breach of, and this is your warning. And, the warning may just arrive the same day they get frozen. But that kind of thing, I don't think should be beyond the imagination or the realm of discussion when we're discussing, even though national sanctions, and yes, there's a wholly different context than petty money laundering or criminal money laundering, but it is the fact that this petty and black market money laundering system has been abused for so long that we must now take the tools that are used to break such criminal organizations of international sanctions, and which is where the Magnitsky Acts jump out to me. So I really, really look forward to understanding more of the report when I've read it a few more times, and I'll be sharing it as well. Retweet and share the space. Thank you, and hello, Nick.
Thank you, David, and hello, Nick. Nick Brown, are you with us?
Yes, stupid microphone button. The extent to which the drop in the currency will affect people, I think, will be a function of the extent to which they consume imported goods. And I'm not sure that's a particularly big problem for Russia. First of all, a great many of the imported goods that they would want to buy are probably not being supplied anyway because of the sanctions. So I'm not going to expect too much additional benefit from a drop in the currency. They are self-sufficient in energy, so they really don't care too much about where the ruble is relative to the dollar. Arguably, every dollar of oil they export now buys more rubles, depending on who you are and where you are in the system. So I'm not going to ascribe a particularly huge value to this. I also suspect that the vast majority of people who we would consider to be elite and semi-elite probably have holdings of hard currency anyway. This is a fairly standard practice in many countries with semi-authoritarian or worse regimes with a history of, well, either a history of or likely future problems with the currency. So I think the effects of this will be limited because the people who might actually want to go out and buy something with hard currency, if they've got any sense, quite a lot of them will have some hard currency, and obviously within limits. And the people who don't need the hard currency, wheat and oil, they're fairly self-sufficient in. So I'm not going to consider the currency thing as being as big a deal as it would be without the sanctions, and as it would be if you had a currency crisis in an otherwise fairly stable country where large parts of the population were buying foreign-made consumer goods on a daily basis. But I just don't see that being particularly the case in Russia. So yeah, obviously it's not great if your currency is being battered on the markets, but and I know historically defending the value of the ruble was seen as a political prestige project, but I'm not certain whether it's now the number one priority for Putin to do that. So that's just, it's not great for them, but
Nick, we lost your audio there. I can agree with your last statement. I heard it's not great for them, but those are the last words I heard you say, Nick. Well, I think Nick has lost his audio, and he may very well be right that the declining value of the ruble may not have the effect I wish it would have on ordinary Russians. And as Daryl pointed out, in rural Russia, so many of the people essentially live off the land as they have for decades and decades and decades. But I still do wish there was a way for these sanctions to make ordinary Russians, wherever they live, whether in the major cities or in the rural villages, to stop one day and ask, what has Putin done to our country? What has Putin done to our lives? He's ruined them. But I have seen the stories of the mothers and fathers of Russian soldiers killed in Ukraine. I guess they believe a Lada is more valuable than a son, and that is just hard for me to wrap my head around. So hopefully Peter Duran will come back, and sometime we can set aside an hour to talk about this report that he has co-authored, and you will be able to find on his Twitter profile, and you can now also find it up in the Nest, Ruble Rumble. I'm going to delve into it tonight. a little bit later. Daryl, have you looked at the report yet?
Not yet, but tomorrow's travel day, so I have time, and I am going to read that, and hopefully when Peter's on Saturday, if he's got time, we can answer questions about that.
I intend to ask him some questions. I don't care what the story of freedom is on Saturday. I don't know what it's going to be. Maybe there's a story of freedom that can tie into sanctions. I don't know. Adam, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to quickly say again, in relation to sanctions, I heard before the new year that something about they couldn't get, lattes only came in white and red at least at the time, because they couldn't, that was the only two colors that they could because of limited quantities of parts that they were willing to. So in terms of regular Russians feeling sanctions, like, I'm sure they've noticed that they're cut off from the world. Like, I don't know if they care. I don't really care if they care, but like, it's and I think we were maybe all expecting these sanctions to be like an economic nuclear bomb off the bat, but as Peter sort of highlighted, that's not how they work, and of course the government is going to do things like what the Kremlin was doing to control the price of the ruble and all of these things and all of this financial kabuki things that they do, and which would affect the output of the sanctions as well. I think in any case, my point is that they know that they're cut off, and they know that the world thinks badly of them. And really, I guess what needs to be taken from it, what I hope is they're taking from it is to learn something, as opposed to hardening their resolve as their, RIA Novosti kind of propaganda encourages them to.
Adam, the only thing I can tell you is what happens in this case in Russia is substitution, where they may have been buying something that was made in the West. They go through a process of substitution. They can't get what they used to get, but now they get something that's homegrown, and it's what they would have been using had there been no trade at all to begin with. And so they have that suffer. They have that like David was saying, where suffering is part of being Russian mindset, so that it doesn't matter. It's the West that's hurting them, not what they are doing. It is the West that is hurting them.
Yes, of course. I misspoke there. You have that victimization culture that they suffer from very badly.
But we thank you for your comment, though. It's just, it's one of those ways we can reiterate exactly what's happening right now. Now, if they run out of the substitutions, that would be a different story. And I don't know if we can affect the substitution rate.
Well, I would say it's probably harder for them to probably, keep up with that stuff because of limited quantities, and that's going to drive up the price eventually. But my point wasn't that it was like affecting them. My point was that it's not a economic nuclear bomb, and it's not like they haven't noticed, right? Like, you're going to notice when all of a sudden you can only get one type of car in two colors. Like, you still get a car, but that the world's pissed at you. That was basically my main point.
Yeah, I think they do increasingly know not only that they are being cut off from the rest of the world, but the world is pissed at them. This is not going to mean they get pissed at Putin, which would happen in any other country. so far as I can tell. Nick, you came back. I'm hoping you have your audio back. You want to give it a test?
Yep. No, I just say to Adam, you're right, but they don't care. In very large numbers, they don't care. So it's going to take a lot more than, oh, we are international pariahs. Indeed, their TV propagandists tell them that this is exactly to be expected because they're at war with the West, and therefore obviously the West is going to say that they're horrible. So it doesn't add any, you or I might sort of go, our country is hated by every other country in the world. We might want to do something about that. But they will go, yeah, well, of course we're hated by every other country in the world. Every other country in the world hates us because we're great and they're all degenerates. So, it doesn't get you very far with the vast majority. It will, I think, require bodies coming home in large numbers, which I think is happening. And although I suspect probably not as many as the being publicized as we would like, partly because still I think a great many of the Russian conscripts come from parts of the country that don't count. So yeah, if people start coming home, if Moscow and St. Petersburg residents' children start coming home in body bags, maybe that'll make a difference. But they don't care. It's a badge of honor for them. It's a badge of honor for them to be assholes, and so we have to keep applying the sanctions. But let's not imagine that the sort of moral effect of them is going to be what makes the difference. It's going to be the actual physical effect. And let's not go around looking for any kind of psychological effects, because that just isn't the logic that they're in. They're in a logic of we are right, and this just proves it. And I mean, to some extent, I think that's true of any country that is being treated with hostility by its neighbors, because we all tend to rally around our country, even when it's we might not approve necessarily of the leaders. I've noticed this with with several countries where you can, even if their president is currently unpopular, even if the president is doing something that some people don't like, they will sort of go, well, maybe I wouldn't have chosen that policy, but I've only got one country. To what extent can I afford to apparently demonstrate hostility to it as opposed to opposition to my current government? And that gets quite complicated. So, even before we get to the Russia factor, it is difficult to get people to accept that what their country is doing is entirely wrong. And we shouldn't go, I think, down the road of giving examples, but I think most of us who are over a certain age can think of some examples in our lives where our country or a closely allied country has done something frankly horrific, but the people of that country have been less amenable to receiving the criticism, as I say, because most people only have one. I'm lucky; I have two countries that issue me with passports. And even then, there's one that I identify with, I think, more than most, and that's after 40 years of not even living there. So, it will legitimately pain people a little bit to see Russian people see Russia under attack, even the ones who are anti-Putin, like the excellent guy that I retweeted a couple of days ago, being interviewed in the street, and just saying, look, this whole operation is crazy, but even he will, kind of at some level supports his country, because not supporting your country is quite difficult for most people. So yeah, I'm not going to expect anything to change in terms of going, oh well, we're international pariahs. I think that's kind of a middle class Western luxury to say our country is a, you know, it's a Western liberal luxury. I think
To be clear,
yeah.
I was in no way implying that it would change their, you know, dirty Vatnik minds at all. I was just saying they know, and the sanctions have had an effect. My point was that people in the beginning thought that it would be like economic nuclear bomb right now, which it wasn't. And but it's not like they haven't noticed, was basically my tiny point.
No, it's
and nothing to do with morals. And I understand that pitfall as us as Western democratic people who are just like have a strong sense of right and wrong would automatically like judge things like in terms of why would they do that, right? Like, I mean, in terms of entire economic well-being, like invading Ukraine was the most terrible thing that Russia could have done, and so many of our Western experts before the war would saying he'd never do that because it would be the most terrible thing for his country ever, but he did anyways, right? So we can't judge them in any Western moral. That's definitely a pitfall that I've fallen into before, where you sort of like, well, why would they do that? Because you're automatically thinking in your moralistic, you know, Western mindset that you've just been raised in.
But that's why I would also question to what extent. I mean, we can get into a fairly fine debate here about the semantics, but I would question to what extent they know that they're unpopular. I think people have a strong capacity for motivated reasoning, and they will ascribe it. They won't think that it's in response to anything in particular that they can do. They will be, many of them will be convincing themselves that the West hates them anyway, and therefore that we might as well invade Ukraine because it's not like they're going to like us any better if we stop doing it. And I think there will be a strong element of that. But it's fucked up. It's fucked up, but I don't think we can do much about it. All right, back to you, Alan.
Thanks, Nick, and thanks, Adam. Good conversation going there. Prof, you have come up, have not raised your hand. I'm wondering if you have a comment, observation, question?
Yeah, sure. Alan, thank you very much to you guys, Derry and some of those speakers. And I'll be coming to this space like sometimes, and personally, I really support this very page space. And for me, it's motivation. In a week, I don't come think about you guys and supporting in my prayers and my thoughts, and but I just wanted to bring this, like you see Finland joining NATO. For me, I see that Ukraine, what happened in Ukraine, disaster that these guys are unleashing on Ukraine. We continue supporting Ukraine as long as it takes. That's just my opinion. So I think like Finland being member of NATO, I think that is a positive sign or positive fruit, if you will, of what is going on right now in Ukraine, right? Because if this atrocity that's going on in Ukraine ever happened, that wouldn't happen. So it's like the unity is so powerful. So for me, I just see that that's a big lesson to the world. And I want to, it suffices me to also say that Ukraine is a role model in leadership to many government, many leaders who are not really performing at all. So we keep really analyzing what is taking place in Ukraine. We can apply that to Africa. For example, I defend what is happening in Africa, like the trash that's going on right there. So Ukraine is like, it's like a book that must be read by all leaders in all countries. Just want to say that as my first word to say right now. So I thank you all. Contribute financially, contribute in every way possible, and I encourage all my friends, and they should. We're gonna keep fighting, keep empowering the soldiers. For me, Ukrainian soldiers, they are my brothers, they're my sisters. For me, you know what I'm saying. And, I really even let me say this quickly. One of my brother lived in Ukraine. Brothers lived in Ukraine and had a daughter in Ukraine. During the war, I was kind of worried. I discovered that she's now taking Poland now. Don't have a number, but she's safe. So Ukraine is in my heart. I'm part of Ukraine. Slava, Ukraine. Thank you, brothers. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, sisters and listeners. Thank you.
Heroam Slava, Prof. Thank you. I want to welcome Taras. You had your hand up, put it down. It's back up. So please do go ahead.
Thank you. I just need to step away for a while and just came back recently. So today,
Taras,
could you hear me? No?
Your audio just dropped for a moment.
Oh, sorry.
So try
maybe
again.
I'll try again. If that's too bad, let me know. So I want to bring attention to one interesting piece, which was from Professor Timothy Snyder. He was called as an expert to United Nations Security Council, which was run several days ago, and there is a YouTube video where he talks about his scientific or academic view on the term, which was the topic of that Security Council discussion about so-called Russophobia. And it's very, very interesting piece how he nailed down all the points the government actually doing to the Russian culture and to the Russian by imposing all these restrictions and actually starting a war, and what they do to the Russia, how it diminishes the Russia's culture and role in the world, how it destroys everything which they kind of been building up. Very, very interesting piece. So if you can find it, I think once I will get home with my computer, I can send a link, or you can just search on YouTube Timothy Snyder, United Nations Security Council, and I think it will pop up. Just that brilliant piece of logic and arguing with Russian counterparts. Very interesting, like point by point. I think it's very educational and helps people who don't quite get what the Russian culture and Russian people are doing now. It's very kind of educational and well thought of. And it has translation in many languages, so even more than English, there's like multiple languages translation on that same YouTube video. Thank you.
Thank you, Taras. I will definitely watch that speech. It's my understanding that Ukraine requested that Professor Timothy Snyder speak on their behalf at the United Nations. Is that right?
I think so, because there was some Russian puppet, so-called journalist, arguing for Russia's side, and Timothy Snyder was doing a counter argument to defend the freedom and defend the truth, and kind of counteract Russian propaganda on that session. So I don't know who calls the session. I guess it's Russia calls the session, but that piece by Professor Timothy Snyder was just a great counter argument to any Russian lies.
Thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. And I will definitely search for that and maybe put it up in the nest, Taras, because it is worth everyone hearing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's always great to see you come up to MriyaReport.
So, Alan, I see we got Prince up here. She normally has something in her grab bag. Good evening, Heather.
Yeah, my grab bag is going down a rabbit hole and looking for a document now, but it all has to do with Miss Lavova Bovalova, which we like to say because it trips my tongue up. You know, last night, okay, today there was an informal meeting of the United Nations Security Council. Typically, these things are able to be viewed via the UN webcast. Last night, news broke, well, last night, early this morning, depending on what time zone you're in, news broke that Britain had blocked the webcast so that what was going on in this informal meeting was not going to be able to be viewed by the general public. And so I've just been sort of keeping an eye out all day to see what ended up happening with that meeting. And I'm really still in some ways torn, because I feel like if those of us who know that this is disinformation had been able to see this presentation, we would be better armed to debunk it as the Russian talking points start showing themselves. But at the same time, the quote from Britain was that they did not want to give her a platform to spread and continue to spread disinformation about what was happening with the children that they have taken from Ukraine. So that is sort of the rabbit hole that I am down. The couple of updates that I had on that were a few things. I found out just after I woke up from a nap, because I stayed up like 2 hours later than I normally do last night, and I got up an hour earlier today, so I needed a nap. I was grumpy. But the news that I am getting now that I've woken up is that the United States, Britain, Albania, and Malta walked out while she was giving her presentation, which I think is a very good and very appropriate thing to do. I'm not surprised. I wish more countries would have done that. And I am now looking for additional information as far as what she said, and I found that there was a report released by her office yesterday, and I'm hoping to find that and get it translated. There's a lot of very interesting things, I think, going on with that, and the lies that are being told by Miss Lavova in public, basically admitting to the crimes that she has committed and that she is wanted for. So it's all been rather interesting. There was a good letter also on this earlier today from many countries, basically sort of preempting and denouncing what she said and speaking the truth. So yeah, so that's what's on my mind. Nick, I don't know if you have any input on how common it is to block the webcast of a meeting of the United Nations, or how common it is for people to walk out on speakers in the United Nations. I know that it has happened occasionally, but I don't know how common that kind of thing is.
The walking out happens occasionally. I think I read that the broadcast had only been blocked once before, and I think that was by China, because they were discussing something that was inconvenient for China. Russia has apparently said that they're now going to vote to block the webcast every time now because Britain has introduced a precedent. And they threw their toys out of the pram. It's an interesting question. It is an interesting question whether you block that kind of thing. I understand why the UK did it, but it's a bit like why we can't find. It's sometimes frustrating that we can't find out where the fighting and where the interesting weapons are deployed in Ukraine, even though we wouldn't leak it to the bad guys. So I suppose part of the cost of doing business. I mean, I don't think she had anything. It's not like we would have learned very much in the way of truth from what she was saying. So I don't think it's a great loss.
So, Prince, I just sent you the New York Times article covering this Security Council meeting that Russia had called, really to twist the information about Ukrainian children being kidnapped and abducted, deported to Russia. And I think, as you said, because Miss Lvova Belova from Russia had been invited to speak via a Zoom connection or a video connection to this Security Council meeting called by Russia, and that prompted Britain to block the live UN webcast of the session. And so Russia then provided a live stream of the session on YouTube. But of course, it's Russia using the Security Council to spread disinformation. They're absolutely shameless about it. They will do anything. They have a month as the chair, a rotating position, a month to chair the Security Council in the United Nations. 50 nations gather to condemn what Russia is doing. So it is a very interesting and key news topic to follow, and I'm glad you are.
Yeah, thank you for that article. I was looking at a Reuters article. Sometimes different things come up in searches, and I just sort of pick one, and hadn't gotten to the second one yet. And somebody also did send me the video link to what Russia did broadcast. So I'll take a look at that. I've got a host here, and I'm going to be hosting here in an hour and a half, so I'm definitely not going to be able to look at it tonight. But I appreciate our listeners, because something like this comes up. The one thing that I still would like to see, there was some kind of report released by her office yesterday, and I would love to get my hands on an English version of that, or even a Russian one that I can translate or have translated. Just because I think that seeing a report of what they say is going on, I just all I can hear in my head is talking points that are going to be coming at me, that people are going to throw out from these reports and what she said at the United Nations, and being able to counter those is I think a really important thing. So that's where my brain is stuck right now, but I'm going to have to go and do a couple of things so that I can be ready to co-host in a little bit. So thank you. But that was why I came up, as I was finding this stuff, and I thought it would just be something interesting to share, and that you guys might have some more information on it also. So thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you back later tonight as head.
I was just going to quickly say, since we're all having so much trouble with Maria Lvova-Belova-Belava's name, that we should probably just give it ourselves the English translation of it, which is a direct translation, which is Maria loves whiteys. And I think I'm not a Russian expert.
That may well be the translation, Adam. I'm not certain myself.
And I was frantically looking for a tweet that said that quoted her as saying that her adopted son, Ukrainian son from Philippe from Mariupol, chases his adoptive siblings and says, "I'm going to eat you, you little Moscow," as he chases them, but she forgives him because he's been brainwashed for the last 8 years by Ukrainian Nazis, quote unquote. And I just can't with this woman. She is so horrible, and I know everyone thinks that and says that, but geez Louise.
Yeah, I saw that quote today too, and I was just totally appalled by that. And Dr. Nick, if you would like to, if you're actually listening, send us, what does her last name mean? What does Lvova-Belova mean? Or any other Russian speaker, because I know he has several of them. So yeah, that would be very interesting to give her a different nickname. But it's sort of entertaining when the Mocker says it. Mockers does it very a little bit differently than mine, and it sometimes makes me giggle.
Adam, continue.
Oh, that's all I was going to say about Lvova-Belova-Belova. I was just reacting to Prince's. I do like the way that Morocco says it, but my vote's up there for Maria loves whiteys, like, because she is a Nazi, right?
Yeah, she is. At least we can say she's a fascist. I don't know if we have to label her as a Nazi, but she's participating.
Yeah, sorry, but I do speak Ukrainian, and I know that and the languages are very similar, and Bila is white, and Lvova is love. So I wasn't just pulling that out of my butt. Like there is a correlation.
No, I didn't think you were, and I know they are very similar, but I also know that we have some decent Russian speakers in here, so I just thought that I know there is a difference, and who knows, I may go play with Google Translate too, but I gotta go get some stuff done first. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Prince. I think you're very close, Adam. And I'm racking my memory right now because someone on this space did translate the meaning of that name. It beloved of something, or by someone, or beloved because of something. But that's all I can remember.
I remember Axel saying it had something to do with gold or something, beloved of wealth or gold, because there's that it's BULOVA, and I can't remember. I know it's a luxury brand of some kind, but I'm not very good. I'm going to go and Google it right now. But I think it was Axel said something about it being about beloved of gold or beloved of wealth, maybe, as I remember.
Yeah, there's a Bulova watch. That's what it is. They make watches.
So, but what is it? Yeah, I'm going to go Google it.
And come back with the information, Adam. Meanwhile, folks, retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, bringing you news from Ukraine, bringing you news from Ukrainians in Ukraine, and Ukrainians who live around the world, so they can share their perspectives and their understanding with us. And that means we can come to Maria Report and learn. That's why I'm here. I come here and I learn from all the experts and all the Ukrainians joining us every single day. Well, now MriyaReport.org is a 501c3 in the United States. And that means you can make a contribution to MriyaReport.org and take a tax deduction if that makes a difference to you. Right now, we are raising money for Chef Zhenya to feed the troops on the front lines. It's soup centric. A soup is nutritional, easy to supply to the troops, easy to reconstitute on the front line. It's nutritional. It is a taste of home for all the Ukrainian soldiers who uh, who need that taste from home to boost their morale and to keep them in fighting shape. So please do make a contribution. It will go to Chef Zhenya in Ukraine, cooking food right now. And you can do that just by going up into the nest and clicking on the second tweet in the nest. That will take you right to a link to the donation page. Or you can go to MriyaReport.org, click on the donate button, and be as generous as you possibly can. So this great home-cooked food by Chef Zhenya will get to thousands of Ukrainian troops on the front lines. And Daryl, I think it's probably better than an MRE, which is a ready-to-eat meal that armies use around the world, right?
Exactly. Let me say this. The MREs are very densely packed with nutrition. Okay. They serve a purpose, to be able to feed troops for days on end. But they have a few drawbacks. Namely, you you bind up a little bit. And I think with Chef Jinian, with these fresh foods, um, it helps the troops stay moving. They are light. They are um, they are definitely they have the right calorie mix, and it's very very well suited for this engagement right now because he's able to feed them. If it was something where they're in places where they can't be fed, yeah, MREs are definitely the way to go. You get enough nutrients. But if the troops are rotating, they're in places where they can get fed, then this is the best way to go. Um, you feel alive when you get fresh food, fresh hot food, if it comes that way. Um, or they can reheat it, and that's the glory of it. They can eat it hot or cold. So uh, when you're sitting down to your table and you're looking at your plate, you may not be eating as healthy as they do, but Chef is doing that on purpose because he knows he's making the meals fitted to the people for the soldiers and the missions that they're on. Even something we found out earlier today. Uh, that these missions, if they are snipers, they get one meal. If they are, the foot soldiers, they're going to get another meal. You know, sometimes they need more calories because they're expending so much walking. So, um, this is a very good way to feed the front. Um, I like to say it that way, but I'm being very truthful about that. You are feeding the front. So if you can, if you will, please give. Those soldiers are well worth every penny that you sent. And I just want to say thank you.
I love that you came up with this phrase, Daryl, feed the front. because this is a front that's going to be on the move very, very soon. We have to feed the front, keep them strong, and keep them ready to go. So I love Feed the Front. That's what Chef Genya does. He feeds the front. And speaking of the front, we were talking earlier with George about new weapons coming to Ukraine from Poland. President Zelensky was in Poland speaking, and when President Zelensky says "Slava Ukraini" to a huge crowd, and the thousands of people yell back "Heroam Slava," just imagine the feeling that must give to President Zelensky, and that's what happened in Warsaw when he delivered his speech. It's just a fabulous response. It is a kind of call and response. It's one I've learned and love to use it here at MriyaReport because it means so much. We were also talking about these 40,000 newly trained Ukrainian troops, newly trained in assault. And so we know that Ukraine every single day is growing stronger and stronger, gathering all the supplies it will need, not only the weapons, but the supplies and the heavy machinery, everything it needs to plan a successful counteroffensive and to launch it in a place at a time of their choosing. And Daryl, you and I and Chuck and others and George, of course, too, and track ruts, we've talked a lot about the heavy machinery that must be part of a counteroffensive. It's bridging machinery, it's mine clearing machinery, it's heavy and armored fuel tankers, it's armored trucks of all kinds to bring supplies up to the front, and it's recovery vehicles so that if a Ukrainian tank is hit and disabled in the field and cannot be fixed in the field, it can be towed back behind the lines and fixed there. It's really a key logistical element of any counteroffensive. And you've been involved in such a thing before.
That I have. And I will tell you this, there's nothing like, seeing one of your vehicles go down and knowing that you got to get it back. I remember there was a time there was an incident in the field, and on the front of one of our amphibious vehicles, we swam ashore in these things, and we had to get back to the ship. And one of the pontoons got punched. Let me just say, a soda can and some RTV got a vehicle back on the ship. You don't want to do that all the time. You don't want to do that kind of stuff all the time. But
so that's MacGyvering. You say a soda can. How did you do it?
You cut the soda can. You made a patch to go over a hole that was made in the pontoon, and that's how we got it back. It was one of those things. Is it gonna work? Yeah, it worked. But that's it. You get into situations like that, you have to MacGyver in the field. But speaking more relatively, I had a vehicle get stuck in quicksand. Yeah, it's quicksand. It was the front end was dipping down. It was stuck. Vacuum had gotten to the bottom of it. It took 3 other vehicles, almost 4, to get it pulled out of there. If you don't think that mud in Ukraine can cause problems, let one get stuck in the mud and they have to drag it out. It's not just the weight of the vehicle. It's the vacuum. It's those things. It's something you did not expect. And that's the kind of stuff they're going to run into. So they got to keep moving. And God bless them, because I can tell you sometimes I miss it. Being out there with the tracks, it is it's a different life. You rumble in it, and it's your home. And while my job was to fix them, I moved with them. And you don't ever want to lose one. And because that's troops that have to either get out and go on foot, or they become a target, and you don't want them to become targets. I don't care if it's a older Soviet that they're operating in, or one of the newer tanks. You don't want one of those sitting where Russia can hit it with a drone, because they'll use it as a propaganda piece. And that's the last thing you want, because there's enough people, at least I know here in the States, but I'm pretty sure it's universal, that somebody that is talking against sending the aid, if they show a video of them destroying a tank that was sitting still because it was, dead in the water, they're going to use that as propaganda. And we don't need them to have it. And having those retrieval vehicles and the ability to fix them in the field assures that that may not happen. It's not going to be because they just got a free shot.
The arrival of these engineering elements for a counteroffensive just gives me the feeling that the final pieces are being put into place by the Ukrainian army, the final pieces to launch a counteroffensive, because you can't go forward without all that heavy equipment. You can't go forward without the spare parts and the mechanics trained to do the job in the field or behind the lines in a repair place close to the front lines, I would assume. You need all those people, and you need all that equipment to give your counteroffensive the best chance of punching through, picking up speed, and delivering a really lethal blow to the Russian occupying forces. You need all of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the more that they get means that they can spread the wealth. You won't have units that have, you won't have a bunch of tanks and only one retrieval vehicle. With these packages, they're extending the range of the tanks and their ability to recover. Because if you have one, then he's going to have to bounce between units. And that means traveling from one place to the other, or just leaving a dead tank. Like I said, we don't need that. But if you have two, then now you have the ability to use one wherever they have support. And that's what you want everybody to have the support they need. It may not be absolutely enough, but it will be hopefully enough for them to not have to stop. We don't want them stopping. We want them to go right to the border. God bless them. God willing, right to the border. Tell Russia to go home, get their ass out.
And as we were talking before with George and have talked earlier with other military experts here, just looking back at the Kharkiv offensive, when the Ukrainians did break the Russian lines and the Russians did turn and flee, the Ukrainians made a very wise decision. And it was simply based on the knowledge we don't have the force to follow up. And so they stopped. And eventually the Russians stopped too. And that's what has resulted into this very, very long line of engagement with daily intense fighting, back and forth engagements between the Ukrainians and the Russians. But this time, they're going to have the follow-on forces. This time, they're going to have the follow-through forces. And they have the benefit of those veterans who fought in the Kharkiv offensive. As George said, they're the ones who know what went right, and they're the ones who know what went wrong. And they are probably some of the most valuable soldiers you can have in these three core formations that Ukraine is putting together right now. Thomas Tyner talked about hoping Ukraine would have two core formations. Ukraine is forming three. Again, a huge advantage. It speaks to the materiel that they are finally receiving. They haven't received it fast enough, but they are putting all the pieces together. That's kind of the way I look at it, and that gives me real hope.
I'm with you, Alan. I am totally with you.
I want to ask folks to please retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We've covered a lot of ground tonight. We have talked about sanctions imposed on Russia and the real effects those sanctions are having on the Russian economy. We've talked about Russia calling this disinformational Security Council meeting to twist the facts about Russia's abduction of thousands of Ukrainian children and deportation. Really, it's kidnapping Ukrainian children and sending them back into Russia. They attempted to have a Security Council meeting about that today. 50 nations in the United Nations condemned that meeting, and Britain said it was such a disinformational meeting. It blocked the usual UN webcast, and it's just more Russian disinformation. Imagine using the UN Security Council to broadcast it. Well, because Russia is the rotating chair of that council in the United Nations for the month of April, they're going to be able to do stuff like this for the entire month. And we need to be aware of it. Other nations need to stop it. And we will do our best always here at MriyaReport to diffuse any of this disinformation that comes out of Russia. We know what they're doing with those kids. It's genocide. It's why Putin and Lavova Belova, the head of the children's welfare department in Russia, it's why the International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants for them, because by kidnapping, abducting these Ukrainian children, Russia is committing a war crime and truly an act of genocide. So we cover a lot of ground here, Daryl, every single day.
Every single day. Hey, I just got a little piece came in from Daniel. He sent me in Ingushetia, is restless again this night. CATSAP security forces brought a large amount of equipment and are conducting a counter-terrorist operation in Kayazik Yurt. According to the local media, the wanted persons were found in one of the private houses of the village, refusing to surrender, resisted the security forces. As a result, long shooting battle ensued. According to the results, 3 militants dead, losses of Russian security forces, 5 wounded, 1 killed. So not everything is going good in Russia.
And Ingushetia is, I think, the breakaway. I call it a breakaway. It is the it's the breakaway province in Georgia, I believe. Of course, this breakaway was instigated by Russia, and so it's good to see this kind of action taking place. I think I'm right about that. Dr. Nick can tell me if I'm right. Is Ingushetia the Russian-inspired republic in Georgia? Well, she had to go.
She ran off just as you said her name.
Yeah, I know. But
she ran off just as you said her name.
But
because I had questions for her too.
She's,
there she is.
She's coming back. There's Dr. Nick. Thank you. Thank you for your help.
It's Ingushetia.
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 Close.
Ingushetia.
Ingushetia. Ingushetia. But anyway, yes, Ingushetia. But anyway, yeah. So, Daryl, would you mind like linking that, because I've been making Easter baskets all day. I haven't had a chance to even. I haven't even looked at my Telegram, so I'd love to.
Well, it just came in as a more or less a message than rather a link. I'll ask Daniel if he can forward it to me, unless it was just coming across a newswire or something like that. So he sent it to me, but it wasn't like a linked article.
All right, I'll look real quick myself, because I'm interested in that.
Okay. Hey, I do have a question for you, because when we were talking about those break, are you free, or are you still basket week?
Sure, kind of like at the point where I'm gonna like box them to mail, so I'm at a good point.
Okay. What are we seeing? Are we seeing anything? Okay, we know Kazakhstan, they took the equipment because of lack of payment. Are we seeing anything moving in that direction at this point?
In what?
Like Russia, in Russia trying to do something to get stuff back. Mounting anything up. Are you hearing any word of any kind of tussles or whatever over their troubles?
You mean in what way? Because I blinked out, so if you recall, I like vanished, so I didn't hear the tail end of what you guys were talking about.
No, this is a question I'm asking you. This is just straight. This is a new question.
Okay, what kind and like
After
then
they
what
see,
kind of stuff are they trying to get back? What are you worried about? Or
well, when they were seized all the aerospace equipment and etc. Because of lack of payment, that when that whole thing went down, are we seeing Kazakhstan or do anything? Are they prepping? Is there
is
any
Russia prepping?
Russian force?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything like that. Doesn't mean it hasn't happened. I can't possibly watch everything at all times. So I'll just say I haven't noticed it. But again, maybe it happened and I missed it. But I haven't seen anything about that. I don't know if it's because they realize that it's not possible at this point or at this juncture, or if there's some other reason, if they're not doing it, why that might be. But I have not noticed anything like that at this point. So that would be something interesting to look into. Again, I reserve that maybe it happened and I missed it, but I haven't seen anything major in that direction at this point.
Okay. And second question, are you seeing anything in your reads? Are you seeing any, um, because all of these republics, they are losing men and treasure. And I'm just wondering, is there any noise by the families
particularly in some of the maybe the Muslim territories where, having the body and burying the body properly is a big thing, or just the fact that the men aren't coming home. Are you hearing anything out of these republics? Or
Sort of. Um, information is kind of okay. So there's a couple ways to look at this, right? So on Russian controlled Telegram, of course, you're going to get, certain messages, but every once in a while, you'll get, you'll see some sort of, videos or news or something will sort of come through, where it suggests, that people might be a little angsty, but it tends to end up getting drowned out by other news. Now, I do follow, like I said, a bunch of Chechen channels, a few Georgian channels, etc., and they tend to cover the Caucasus or like any information related to Muslim groups within inside Russia. So including like Dagestan and whatnot, into Central Asia. And you do see people getting very anxious about the notion of a new round of mobilization. Um, that's one thing that I am noticing. There's also been instances of inside Chechnya as well as, in Russia, people who are Chechen who have been kidnapped. And that's been sort of, and I know I mentioned it every once in a while, but it's ongoing. Okay. These are people who have spoken out against the regime. There's fear that some of them are ending up getting thrown at the front lines. You hear a lot about stuff like that occurring. You know, the problem, I guess, still is that right now people fear that because, it's like the things that I see are people discussing things like, look, the Russian military may be in shambles, but the FSB inside Russia is not, or the military intelligence is not, and these people can come for our families. And they're quite concerned about things like that. So you see some mention of things like that from time to time. And it's just a very difficult situation. I feel like in Chechnya in particular, in Dagestan, they would need a bit more of the state to crumble before something could happen, as far as any kind of an uprising to occur, because still of that concern, because they will have situations where the FSB, like if they were to say immigrate somewhere else, to flee somewhere else, the state has in the past, and even recently, there was an instance of a Chechen who was in the diaspora in Sweden, who it was believed that the FSB had gotten hold of this person. He had gone missing for some time, and it's still uncertain exactly what happened to him. He hasn't really come out and fully explained the full situation. But this kind of thing happens quite frequently. And so it's just a concern that a lot of people have, especially with the kidnappings that have increased. So it's just, it's a really difficult situation for a lot of these people. So,
Well, I know that the current mobilization taking place in Russia is one of their regular draft mobilizations. I think they are looking for 146,000 young men to put into the army. Their two annual mobilizations occur, or semi-annual mobilizations occur, I believe, in April and October, and they take about the same number of
right.
young Russians. I don't know, 150 odd thousand Russians. But this is enough, even though it happens every year. It is causing consternation among young Russians.
No, it is. And, one thing to keep in mind, you're seeing that there's this effort. I've talked about this before, where people are trying to buy their way out. And now in this newest wave of that, the prices are getting more expensive because the authorities are wising up to this whole thing, and they need bodies. So it's going to make it even harder for people in these various ethnic regions to buy their way out. So we know that in the initial waves, there might have been some who, their families took their entire savings to do that. But that's not even going to be possible from the overwhelming majority of those people in the various ethnic republics. Now, we have to keep in mind too, of course, that's going to include a lot of ethnic Russians as well, because there is a significant amount of income inequality in Russia. They have one of the largest income inequalities among industrialized nations. But, the people that feel it more than anybody will be those ethnic others. And of course, those who will be able to buy their way out again and again are the elites, who tend to be of the ethnic Russian stripe.
Yeah, Dr. Nick, I learned the other day that it costs $9,000 to stay out of the Army. It costs $7,000 to be overlooked in the mobilization. So
I think it's
those are
doubled
pretty.
now. I'm pretty sure it's doubled now. So I think.
You think it's twice as much?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think they just doubled it, because there's like extra steps now, because the authorities wised up. So now it's like, it used to be, I think, that the doctor could give you some sort of military card or something like this, but I think now you can only get it through the military, and then you have to go back to the doctor after a certain period of time to get yet another check. And the authorities have made getting those checks, like those, the oversight of those doctors is getting more stringent, because the authorities again have caught on to this whole scheme. I guess not that they didn't know before, but they are making it tighter, allegedly. And so the doctors are having to, from their perspective, charge more, because the risk is greater to them than it was previously. And there are now extra steps involved in this process. So allegedly it is now double. This has just happened recently, like in the past few days or so.
So these are bribes you pay the doctor, for the doctor to say you have a hernia, you can't serve in the Army.
Right. Basically, there's another one that you can, I think, pay to the recruiters or the military or something directly to get out. But it's, there's multiple different kinds, there's multiple different layers, but really it's not even permanent is the thing, right? So this is just to cover you for this mobilization, right? So that essentially what happens is that your name gets put on the back of the list. And so the next mobilization, you would have to do it again. So imagine, think of that. Even if it was the $9,000 USD, you know, um, that's every single time. Now it's double that, Alan. Okay. So think about the enormous burden, and who are the only people that are going to be able to afford that? People like, Peskov or Lavrov or whoever, those types of people that have, well, I don't think either of them have sons, but, anyone who has the sons in the elite, they are the ones who are going to be able to afford that. Nobody else.
Well, actually, the one of the chief propagandists on
Oh
Russian
yeah,
television,
what's his name?
Solyalev,
Yes,
Sobolev,
yes. He does. And he will be able to continually purchase his son's way out of conscription ad infinitum.
a village in Siberia or somewhere, studying in Moscow or St. Petersburg. Supposedly, if you're a college student and you're studying, you get deferred from the mobilization. But if you're from Siberia, chances are they're going to come find you in Moscow or St. Petersburg because you're not a Muscovite or a resident of St. Petersburg. You are a Buryat from the hinterlands.
Yep, that's very possible. It depends on, they keep changing all of the little bits and bobs of, the fine print of everything. And I haven't had a chance to totally drill down on this newest one, but that's very probable. It's just very I hate to say it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate in that they are engaging in a different type of ethnic cleansing, but at the same time, I just don't know what to say about that. At the same time, if you understand, um, you know it kind of serves as a purpose to kill two birds with one stone, because if it were to become a problem later where there was going to be some sort of balkanization, perhaps that might make it less likely if they have fewer of those younger people who might fight for a situation like that. So it kind of, in a way, works out for Putin, works out for Russia in that regard, that these people are being sent to the meat grinder. But at the same time, it also works in a negative because some of the people that are going are also ethnic Russians of childbearing age. And as we know, Russia has a population problem. And in part to solve that, I don't know if you've heard this, Alan, but Russia has been looking to potentially attract people from the United States or other parts of Europe to come um, live in Russia.
I had not heard that, nor can I imagine.
Yes.
I mean, that's just unimaginable to me. But one question I have for you, Dr. Nick, the phrase ethnic Russian. Uh, is there some department in the Russian government that determines whether or not you are an ethnic Russian?
Um, it's kind of on your birth certificate. So if your mom is a Buryat or your dad is, um, Russian or something like this, you're sort of half and half or whatever, I guess. You know, um, so for example, like Shoigu, his mother was Ukrainian. His mother was Ukrainian. His father was um oh gosh, from Tula. I mean, not Tula. What am I saying? Oh gosh, it's just completely yeeted out of my brain. That area over there next to, it's in Siberia. It starts with the T. Tuva. Is it Tuva? Anyway, but from that ethnic group there, that's name has just completely escaped me. I can't believe it. But anyway, And they're Buddhist and whatnot. And so it says that on your birth certificate. And so clearly he would not be ethnic Russian, you know. And from just how you sort of live your life, I guess, would be determined as you either go up through the system. If you are, working in government or et cetera, they might be able to tell whether or not you've Russified in any sort of way. But still, your birth certificate would determine really whether or not you are ethnic Russian or not. If both your parents are, then you are. If not, then probably not. So that's kind of how they make those sorts of determinations.
Okay, guess what? I got sent another one. This time in Chechnya, the first photos of a Ukrainian aircraft landing in Bryansk region, a machine gun, ammunition, the pilot's body armor were found next to the aircraft. The pilot himself tried to escape but was detained by the Russian Guard and Special Services. The task was this: fly at low altitude behind the leader and at the command of the leader, take a picture when he says. The Ukrainian pilot was detained in the Bryansk region and said that he was on a mission for 50,000 hryvnias, according to the man. He followed another plane and did not even know he had already got into Russia. The Ukrainian plane landed in a field in Clint, 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 Clincy district and was eventually noticed by local residents. They immediately reported this to the law enforcement officers. After that, the FSB, the Ministry of Defense, and the Russian Guard blocked the area and found the pilot, who tried to hide in the forest. After being detained by the National Guard, the man said he was not a military pilot, but a civilian one, and was performing the usual task for 50 hryvnias. He was only required to take a photo at the command of his presenter, according to the preliminary version. In reality, the pilot was engaged in reconnaissance on the instructions of the armed forces of Ukraine near the plane itself. The security forces found automatic weapons, ammunition, and body armor sprinkled with earth. According to the pilot, all this was given to him for protection. So I hope I didn't jack up those names too bad for you, Doc.
Wait, what happened? Could you give me the?
They flew a plane into the Bryansk.
Who's they?
A Ukrainian. It's a civilian plane. It looks like a little Cessna, but it was flown into the Bryansk region on a mission to take pictures.
Well,
But
Daryl, is this a Ukrainian doing reconnaissance of Russian positions, or a
yes,
Ukrainian?
it is inside Russia, the Bryansk region. Let me spell it for you, then you can tell me what. No, not Buryat. It's spelled the Klinsky district, which is Klintsy, but it's in where's the Bryansk, Bryansk, right?
Yeah, Bryansk.
Right. So that's where this was, and it was near Klinsky.
Okay, so now what was the source?
Daniel is sending. I guess Daniel is translating it, and he's sending it to me. So I'm not sure of the source, but there's pictures to go with it. So he is getting it from somewhere with pictures.
So this is our Daniel, Mr. Arfire?
Yeah.
Well, he does come up with the damnedest news, doesn't he?
Yeah. So he's like I said, he must be translate. He must be translating it. So that's why
Okay,
it's coming to me as a text.
so this little plane flew in there, and
Baza.
it's supposed to be a Ukrainian plane doing recon,
Yes.
and they were busted by Russians allegedly.
Yes. They got caught. The plane landed and it was in a field, and that's where the locals saw it and reported it.
Okay.
So I guess they were only supposed to be there a short while because there was if there was another person there, they weren't there. The pilot was hiding in a field. I mean, in the forest near the field, and that's how he got caught.
Okay, so then they got arrested, I presume.
Just one person.
Oh, just one person?
The
Okay.
plane doesn't look like it can handle more than maybe 3. So if it's 1 or 2 people that are still out there, that's what we may be looking at.
Interesting.
How big are the tires on the plane?
What you mean? How big are the tires?
Do they look oversized to the size of the aircraft?
Well, while we look into this story, and Raver, I'll come back to you in a moment too.
They look like they could be a little bit, just a little bit, little bit bigger, but not much, Raver. They look pretty standard tires.
Hey, Daryl, if you would, send me a picture of the plane. I'm wondering if this is a bushcraft.
Will do. Daryl, I just wanted to take this opportunity to ask folks to retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But this week, we are doing something very important for the very first time. We're raising money because MriyaReport.org has qualified as a 501c3 in the United States. And that means any donation that you give to Maria Report is tax deductible if you're a U.S. citizen. It's tax deductible here in the United States. This week, Maria Report is raising money for Chef Zhenya. Chef Zhenya, who's visited us here at least twice. You can go to Spotify and listen to some of his interviews archived there. Chef Zhenya, as Daryl says, feeds the front. How does he do it? Well, right now he's doing it with nutritious soup. Soup that's literally homemade soup from fresh ingredients. It's freeze dried by the chef and in his kitchen and sent to soldiers in the front lines. That's why Daryl says, feed the front. And that's what we're doing tonight. You can make a donation by going to MriyaReport.org and tapping on the donate button, or you can just go right up into the nest here. And the second tweet is about Chef Zhenya. You can tap on that tweet and follow it to a donate button. So please do that tonight. This is an important step, not just for Maria Report as a 501c3, but it's really important for what Chef Zhenya is doing, feeding thousands of Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines with really hearty, nutritious food, soup in this case, that gives them a taste of home, keeps them ready to roll, ready to do whatever they need to do in a given day. And pretty soon, the front will be on the move. That makes this food that Chef Zhenya is delivering to the soldiers more and more important every single day. So please do that tonight. follow the links to Chef Zhenya, make a donation. It's really important. Thank you. And on to Raver.
Hey, Dr. Ford. First, I saw that you went full Cadbury on your son and his girlfriend. And I thought that was awesome. But I was just coming on as you were talking about Russifying and Buddhist on the birth certificate. So how does all of this explain Shoigu? If you already answered it, I'm sorry, but this has been a question I've had in a racist society. How does somebody with a Tuvan father advance so high?
Basically like this, right? So this kind of goes back to Soviet times, etc. Basically, it goes back to this idea of Russification for the most part, right? So his family, they spoke Russian. They, for the most part, gave up, at least outwardly, okay, gave up the, their ethnic otherness, and embraced the Soviet identity, because that's where this all started initially. Remember that, Shoigu kind of came up through that system initially, in his father as well, and of the Soviet person, the Russian person, Russian identity, all of that. And when, and hiding anything related to their ethnic otherness, um, outside of their religious beliefs, for the most part. And so if you could do something like that, then you could move up within first Soviet society. And of course, also, it makes you more appealable as well within the Russian, post-Soviet political society as well. So anytime that you sort of Russify yourself, that's the number one step. The number two step with Shoigu is that he's always been a yes man. Right? So he has literally been the only person that is in Putin's, power vertical, that has been in power since the switch from the Soviet Union to Yeltsin, right? And has remained in power, within that power structure. So he worked for Yeltsin, and has worked continuously with it, all through the Yeltsin presidency, and then all through the Putin presidency as well in some way, shape, or form. So he's the only person. And the reason why is because he basically just, like I said, was a yes man, didn't, contradict anything that anybody ever said or did. And that is another very desirable thing, not calling out on people's corruption, like the one of the generals previously who got fired. So it's that combination of qualities that is very admirable in previously Soviet society, and transfers towards Russian society as well within politics.
Hey, Dr. Ford, a quick follow-up, and thank you for that. Does the fact that he is not 100% ethnic Russian and thus can't really aim for the crown make him safe? Is that one of the reasons he's managed to survive?
In a way, yeah. Because look, there's no way that in today's world anyway, that Russians are going to look at somebody like Shoigu and be like, oh yeah, he could be president of Russia. Like, no way. Because number one reason, he's not an ethnic Russian. And and look at the population of Russia, still ethnic Russians make up a sizable portion of the population still. And so, it's just not going to happen. So, that that's one reason why he is safe. But at the same time, though, what makes him even more safe from Putin's perspective is that he seems loyal to Putin. And that's a quality very important to Putin, is that notion of loyalty. He is very terrified of anybody sort of turning on him at any point, because he's concerned that, one day there could be a situation where, what if there is a coup? What if something were to happen? Or what have you? And he doesn't want to end up getting put on trial or something like that. And so he feels like Shoigu is one of those people that has his back. And, so that's one of the benefits, I suppose, of putting somebody like Shoigu in that kind of position of power, because then, maybe from Putin's perspective, he feels like, Shoigu owes me or something. I don't know. But regardless, Putin sees him as being somebody who's loyal. He's been loyal throughout the Yeltsin period. He was loyal throughout Putin's presidency. And that is a very important quality for Putin.
Okay, another follow up. Sorry, you say interesting things.
No
and it gets
problem.
the wheels turning. So on the subject of loyalty, how loyal is Putin? Because I know he traded Azovstal defenders to get Medvedchuk back from Ukrainian custody. So is this a quality that Putin will then give in return? And is that why Shoigu has survived the blunders of the invasion?
Yes, but I think that loyalty exists because I don't think it's wholly selfless, though, if you understand what I mean. So, Shoigu, I think for him still serves a potential purpose, because for whatever reason, I think that he still imagines that Shoigu could have some sort of control over the military in some way, shape, or form. And I think that he, whether or not that's real, actual, or otherwise, is irrelevant, right? Because clearly Putin isn't making the wisest decisions. I think that that's just something he imagines, again, on what information he's making that decision is, for people to determine at a later date. But I think that he imagines that Shoigu has some sort of role that he can still play in relation to the military, that he's still respected among the power vertical within that military structure, because he comes from that long lineage of military structure. He's within that formal structure, unlike, say, somebody like Prigozhin. And so even though there have been these blunders, that I think he realizes that he needs people around him, because the war has gone wrong too, that are going to protect him, because again, Putin is terrified of revolution. He's terrified of the Russian youth. He's terrified of an Arab Spring happening, something like what happened to Gaddafi or what have you. He's very, 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 very terrified of this kind of thing. And I think that, he, at least for now anyway, is willing to overlook something like that, with the idea that perhaps Shoigu might be able to protect him in some other way at a later date. And again, he still serves some sort of purpose. He still has some sort of legitimacy within the military structure right now. And so, I imagine that that's why he is still kept around. And I don't know that it's loyalty to him in an altruistic way, if you understand what I mean. Like out of just loyalty and love, you know, like how friends would be. It's more out of a selfish need because he sees a potential need for him down the road versus like true loyalty. Of course, he would position it as loyalty. If that makes sense, does that make sense?
It does, but the only thing that's bugging me about it is Putin took a political hit by freeing the Azovstal defenders and traitor Medvedchuk. So where does that former disgraced turncoat Ukrainian oligarch fit into Putin's worldview on loyalty?
Right. Well, so I'm thinking that it's because of, well, look, number one, where he took that hit was from these ultra nationalists at home that Putin has always had trouble with anyway. And he's kind of had a problem sort of controlling and dealing with regardless. Those were the people that had the biggest issue with it. Okay, so we're talking like, you know, like the Rusich type people, you know, the what are they called? The Russian Imperial, um, why am I forgetting the name? The Russian Imperial.
The Russian Imperial Movement, the RIM.
Yes, I was looking for what the M was. Yes, the Russian Imperial Movement. You know, those people are the people that were angry about that, right? And other people in Russia were just kind of like, meh, you know. It's the ultra nationalists, and Putin has had a lot of with them generally. Okay, he uses them when it benefits them, and when it doesn't, he just sort of ignores them. And I think that the reason why he took that guy back is because he's still imagining a potential where Russia is going to win Ukraine. He's like believed that somehow this is going to happen by crook or by rook or whatever, and that it's going to happen. Okay, and he needs this guy for that to happen. Now we've talked about it before, like early on, where like the first couple of days, the invasion, you know, Yanukovych was an it, okay, because Putin had the idea that Yanukovych would be over as president. I know a lot of like Western media saying that that one guy is going to end up being president. No. That guy is going to end up being president, and Yanukovych is the one that will be president. All right, he's always been the one that Putin has earmarked to be president of. And the other guy is going to be the prime minister, right? And that will be his payment for, you know, loyalty, whatever, you know. But that guy has been someone that Putin has been paying off for years and years and years too. But he's not presidential material, and plus, Ukraine has to eat their lumps for getting rid of Yanukovych, who was Putin's man in Ukraine. And so that's why in those early days of the invasion, Yanukovych was the one who was but that over, remember, call it. So Yanukovych, president, from back to that other guy for the president. So he's convinced that that's going to happen, that he's going to take Ukraine, and these are people who will be the puppet government. That's why he needs that guy. That's the only reason. And it's not about not any kind of loyalty to him per se. It's a selfish need because he needs somebody that he can trust in Ukraine, you know, in both positions. He knows he can trust Yanukovych, and he knows he can trust why I'm telling you, I'm getting Alzheimer's or dementia or
Medvedchuk?
yes, thank you. Yes, no, you pronounced it just fine. Mievicek. they need him for the prime ministership. He can trust him. He's known him for a long time, and that's what it is. He wants somebody in a position that he can trust in Ukraine. And it's not about any sort of endearing feeling about the guy or anything like that, like they're BFFs or anything. It's about who can he trust in these positions of power in Ukraine. He's not going to get it. It's not going to happen because we all know Ukraine is going to win. So it's a moot point. But that just answers your question as to why he did these things. I hope that makes sense.
Absolutely, and I'll cede the floor.
Thanks, Raver. Thank you, Dr. Nick. Daryl, I just want to bring a little news to listeners and donors here. Every listener can, of course, become a donor to MriyaReport.org. We are raising money for Chef Zhenya, who is feeding the front lines, with homemade, really nutritious borscht and Ukrainian soups and stews of all kinds. And the news I want to bring you is that there are some glitches at PayPal. Some of our donors have mentioned they see their donation pending. This is the word they get back from PayPal. Your donation is pending. Why is it pending? It's pending because the Maria Report charitable account with PayPal is new. Pending donations do go through. It might take a few hours, it might take a day, but your pending donation is much appreciated, much, much needed. So keep donating. The pending message will become a confirmation message within hours or overnight or within a day. So please just be patient. Don't let that stop you from making the most generous donation you can make to Chef Zhenya. Whether you go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, or if you just go to the Chef Zhenya tweet up in the nest and follow that link to the donation page, you'll be able to quickly and easily make a donation. So please do that tonight. This is the very first time Maria Report has raised money because this is the very first time as a 501c3 we've had the opportunity to speak to our supporters, all of our listeners, all of our speakers, and ask you to help Chef Zhenya. He's the first recipient of funds raised by Maria Report, and we chose him because he is able to help soldiers on the front lines. And pretty soon we know those front lines will be on the move. So Chef Zhenya feeding the front is really, really important today. So please make a donation today if you can. Keep it in mind. Make a donation this week, and we'll bring Peter Duran back at some point, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, with an update on funds raised. But every single dollar makes a difference. Every single dollar makes a difference. So please make a donation tonight if you can. And Raver, Daryl, Dr. Nick, sorry for interrupting with that public service announcement, but I did want to let folks know not to be concerned about this pending message. It's just the way things work at PayPal with a new account.
Yeah, just to let you guys know, made a donation last night. I got a message pending. About 10 minutes later, it had gone through. So I gave one last week, and it took a day or so for it to go through. But the time is getting shorter. I think as it gets to know us as a personage, they can they'll
these donations will go through a lot faster. So please just give. We are feeding the front. Everything when you give, that's what you're doing. You're feeding the front, and we want to make sure these guys are healthy and ready to take it to the Russians. Because that's what this is all about, is making sure these guys are healthy enough, nourished enough to make it through the day's battles and kick Russia out of the damn country. So please give. Thank you. And I
Yeah,
thought
sorry,
Alan.
Sorry, sir. I just want to say that my
We have a process. You have to raise your hand. Um, Alan, I thought you were going to give me a total.
Well,
I thought that's what you.
I can't give you a total. I can only say, Peter Duran earlier tonight said, more than $17,500 so far. It's probably much higher. The reason I can't give you a total is the same reason get a pending message as a donor. We get pending messages as a charity, and I have a feeling that we've raised over $20,000, but I cannot report that with total solidity. So we'll have to wait for the morning and wait for the PayPal accounting system to catch up with our donors, which it will do. And that this is a great opportunity for donors to make PayPal do a little work, make their accounting system keep up with our generosity.
Yeah, Alan. I was ready to do the Tiffany. I was going to do the whole Jerry Lewis thing. Tiffany, hit it. Watch the numbers light up, start crying, and doing all that kind of stuff.
Do I look like a Tiffany to you, Daryl?
No. I'm talking about Tiffany, the board. Jerry Lewis telethons, where he would light up when Tiffany would light up with a good number. Jerry Lewis would start crying, and doing all that. I was gonna do the same thing. Start crying and give the audience a. We're gonna start singing. I'll find a song and sing the song, just like he did.
I'm not that talented, but I'm talented enough to go to Dr. Nick and then back to Raver. Dr. Nick, go ahead, please.
Just real quick on the donation thing. Like during around just before the war, actually, I had started a nonprofit. I was trying to get the 501c3 status, and then the war started, and I just kind of gave up the process because I redirected my efforts. But the point that I'm making is that I was setting up the bank account and getting everything ready for when I got the 501c status, and all of that. And I know that like PayPal and like Venmo and all them, they like ask for your your nonprofit status and like all of that. There's numbers that you enter and everything. So what they're probably doing, I'm sure, is they're going back and saying, okay, they're getting like a ton of donations, like all of a sudden out of nowhere. Um, they just started, and they're probably going and verifying for your safety as people who are donating money, our donors. PayPal is doing their due diligence for your safety, just to make sure that, okay, they entered this. We checked them the one time. Now let's check them again and make sure that everything's okay, everything's normal, okay, everything's fine. And, so I'm sure that's all it is, because, I remember when I had to, when I was going through that process, waiting for the 501c3, I had to enter in, the nonprofit information and, all of that stuff into PayPal. So it's probably just something like that where they're just, doing that sort of due diligence. And probably with our next fundraiser, everything will probably go through immediately, I'm sure. So I just look at something like that as they're doing the right thing, and it's fine.
That's exactly right, and that is part of what is happening. Just as you described, Dr. Nick, just as Daryl described his experience as a donor. One day it went through just like that. The next day it took a few hours or overnight to go through, and that's
Yeah,
exactly what's happening.
um, it took. I still haven't gone back and looked. I don't know exactly when it went through, but I know it was pending for at least like 24 plus hours, I think. Um, but it's
When we did the one last week, that it happened. That's how long it took
yeah,
last week.
yeah. So at some point it cleared. I don't know when. I wasn't really paying attention. I knew it would, so I just, but I know it took more than 24 hours. But it cleared, so it's fine.
All right, Raver.
Yeah, so one for MriyaReport, and then back to a question to Dr. Ford. So, is there a way to set up recurring donations so that as you guys switch charities, the donations get spread around just because it's recurring, and people can just know that their money is going to be going to a variety of good causes that help Ukraine just by setting up a recurring donation. And then Dr. Ford, I don't see like Scruffy or Constantine or anybody here that's a Ukrainian, so you're the closest thing we have to east of the Danube expert. How mobile is Ukrainian society? Like your son's across the country, my mom's in Arizona. Americans tend to be pretty spread out people. How spread out are Ukrainian families?
Right now, they're spread out. Um, a lot of people left initially. So what was it? It was something like or a little bit more than that. And I forget what the exact numbers are. Let me look at that real quick. But a large percentage of them have since come back home. But what home means is going to be very different still, of course, because if you are in, one of the places that is currently occupied, or if you're near the front line, you're probably, maybe your home has been destroyed if you're from Kharkiv or you're from Kherson, and you don't have a home to return to. So people are living in Lviv, or they're living in other places in Western Ukraine, or perhaps even in Kyiv. Some people have decided that they feel safe enough to be in Kyiv. So that is definitely the case. You still, of course, have some people that are still in Poland or in Germany or in Ireland or various places like that. So hold on. Just one second. I'm looking up this number real quick here. How many Ukrainians left after the war? And it was, let's see. So, of course, Ukrainians who left the country to escape the war returning. Um, so it's like I hate giving wrong numbers because I just really hate doing that. So let me look. More than 8 million Ukrainians of the pre-war population left their homes. Right. So I knew it was somewhere around 10 million. So more than 8, less than 10 had left, and more than a third of those have returned, and even more of them keep coming back. Okay, so like more of them are coming back like just about every day. All right, so they are still very spread out across Europe. Some of them have even come to the United States. So there's that, of course, and of course you have a very large diaspora as well. So that's something else to take into consideration. There's a very large diaspora in Canada, in the United States, and various other countries around the world. There's also a very large diaspora in even Israel. I hope that answers your question, or if you have a different follow up you'd like to ask.
Yeah, I was thinking more pre-war, where mom and dad are in Kyiv, uncles and their spouse and Kharkiv. Like as Americans, we're pretty spread out. Our families tend to be. I was just wondering
Yeah.
how that played in Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, that's not really much different, you even hear of cases where people had family in Russia, or grandparents in Russia, or uncles or cousins, as well as across Ukraine. So that's definitely something that you would see there. An exact number, I don't want to give. That would take a little a little bit more time to dig up. But they definitely, had some spread in that, across Ukraine as well. So, you had instances where some people were having to drive across the country to go get parents, and then they drive across the country and the parent would refuse to leave, or stuff like that. So that was obviously very difficult for some people. So they definitely have instances of that. So I can look into that and give you a better number, because I don't like giving you know bad stats, but they definitely are spread out as well.
Oh, I don't need a specific number. I was just trying to get a feel for how cosmopolitan Ukrainians were before the war.
Yeah.
Like a lot of Americans, I came to this war knowing. I mean, maybe not like a lot of Americans. I knew where Kyiv was. I knew a little bit of the history, but Ukraine wasn't really on the radar until genocide dropped in all of our labs.
Right. Yeah, like Ukraine, first of all, you got to realize like Ukraine is like a huge country, and it's hard to kind of get that understanding, especially because it's like, but its butt up is against Russia, which is a giant country, spreads across 11 time zones. But Ukraine is the largest country in Europe. And it's also, up in even in the middle of this invasion, it's still a very modern country. It has a lot of, all of the modern conveniences that you can imagine. You know, People, very, how to say, like, and as we're seeing, I guess I could say they're very, like, entrepreneurial, right? I mean, they're very, like the word you use, very cosmopolitan. People, uh, have a sense of the world around them. They're traveled, they're educated, they're, they have a very freedom loving spirit, again, which is diametrically opposed to the Russian attitude for the most part. They have a very strong sense of self, which, leads to a lot of nationalism, and sometimes can be misconstrued for the wrong kind of nationalism, which isn't necessarily the case. Um, and they have a very strong sense of self. You know, they're they're just a really beautiful country with a really beautiful group of people, that come from a whole varied of different ethnicities, different backgrounds, different religious backgrounds. Again, you have some people that are, as we've seen, Korean, and have been there for decades, or scores, their families, or even in some instances, more than a century. In like in MriyaReport, they have a very rich Greek history that goes back hundreds of years. Of course, the Tartars, and a very rich Jewish, religious history. Of course, the people of the steppes, including some Chechens, have made their way there. They've just got this very rich, it has always been a multicultural society. From the time of Ukraine's infancy, it was this place that, people would go when they had nowhere else to go. Ukraine was that place where people from all over the region would come. And, together they sort of forged this country, um, and, made this really beautiful multicultural country. And I don't know. I think it's a really great place. I don't know. I could just go on and on and on about it for a very long time. But everybody is also, again, they've got all the modern conveniences. They're very multicultural. They're very, uh, you know, uh, just a great place. It's just a great place. I encourage everybody, if you ever get the chance to go there, to definitely do that.
Hey, Dr. Nick Raver, I just want to bring Daryl in to say good night and goodbye. Daryl, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say good evening, folks. Please, if you haven't done so, please help us feed the front. Chef Junior is a wonderful guy with a wonderful organization doing God's work. And that's all I want to say to it. Alan, it's been great being on with you. Dr. Nick, Raver, Will, David, I'm glad to be up here with you guys. But I do need to turn in and do a couple of things before I say goodnight here where I'm at. All right. So Slava you my tongue got tied. Slava Ukraini. All right.
Heroam
Slava.
Heroam Slava. Thank you, Daryl. It's always
Oh, it's just about time for me to lose service anyway. It's been a rough several days in Arkansas, so I need sleep.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Raver. I hope you're okay.
Yeah, Raver, you've had a lot of rough weather out there on the road. So, Raver,
the border in Killian.
we're kind of losing your audio here, Raver, unfortunately. Raver, I think you're in a hole. I know you're on the road, but I think you're in a hole. And he is. Welcome, Prince Heather. Great to see you up here tonight.
Good evening. And I believe your replacement has actually shown up also. Or actually, that didn't sound right. Your replacement is here also. I didn't mean for it to come out that way because that just didn't sound right. Oh my goodness. It's going to be a great night at this point.
I'm easily replaced, Prince, especially by a man who's making a cup of coffee to get going in the early morning hours. And just in the last few minutes while I'm here, I want to give people a little more information about the donations that they are making to MriyaReport.org in support of Chef Genya. I think I said 100% of your donation will go to Chef Genya. Well, it won't be 100%. It'll be about 98%. There's a 2% processing fee ultimately that goes through PayPal. So if we could get closer to 100%, believe me, we would. but virtually every penny you give to support Chef Zhenya will get to his kitchen, and from his kitchen, his soups will get to the front lines. And that's why we're asking you to be generous tonight. So please go up into the nest, find the link to Chef Zhenya, follow that to the donation page, or just go to MriyaReport.org and tap on the donate button. Your donation will make a great difference and help Chef Zhenya feed the front, as Daryl says, feed the front line, all the Ukrainian soldiers fighting to free their country. And what Chef Zhenya makes is a real taste of home for these soldiers. It raises their morale while it gives them all the nutrition they need. And we do know that very soon the front will be moving forward. Probably Chef Zhenya will move forward a little bit too, so his kitchen can be closer to the front lines. But his food will reach every Ukrainian soldier as they approach their sovereign borders and kick the Russians out. That's why we need your donation tonight. So please go up in the nest, look for the tweet about Chef Zhenya, follow that to the donation page, or just go to MriyaReport.org and tap on the donate button. Now, you might get a message from PayPal that says pending. This has been happening to lots of donors. There are a couple of reasons for this. We are a new 501c3. This is our first major fundraiser. I think we might be overwhelming PayPal just a little bit, and that is a testimony to your generosity. So keep overwhelming PayPal and be patient. The pending message will become a confirmed message overnight, maybe in a few hours, but just please be patient. And thank you, everyone who's given. Thank you, everyone who's going to give. Thank you for being generous. And thank you for being here at Maria Report. Prince?
Good evening, everybody, and good morning, Tim. It is good to see you. Yeah, it's actually sort of feels like morning to me too, because I took a nap today, but that's all good. Dr. Nick, who are you sending millions of Easter baskets to? I know that's not a related question, but if you've been making Easter baskets all afternoon,
Yeah.
why are you waking? Where's mine?
Yes, I know. I if I only could. I am only just finishing, and I've only made 2. I am making
So you're
for
you're
my.
that kind of person.
Yes, I really am. I'm extra. I am very extra and always have been. And I still have to make one for my daughter. This
have never known a life without a holiday celebration.
Yes, and not one that has not been way overboard. So this is for my son. It's his first year in college, and his girlfriend, because I'm like that too. So I had to make her an Easter basket. And so I'm sending them tomorrow. I just packed the box. You can hear the box. Just finished packing the box, and I made all these those little plastic Easter eggs. I shoved them with little Dove chocolates and little Godiva chocolates and little whatevers and warheads, because my son likes warheads. Huh? They're not gonna melt. It's going.
Dr. Nick, I just wanted to say one of the highlights of this evening was following your progress making the Easter baskets, first with the cellophane and then with the packing tape. It was.
I had to make the box.
Yeah, my husband had to make the box. He made the box for me, so which was very nice of him. And now and then I had to, because you don't want the baskets to like fall over and everything. So then I had to put the eggs in in such a way, and then cards, and then extra candy, and then I had to pack it full of, tissue paper and everything so that the box moved too much. And so, yeah. So uh I had to think the whole thing through. So now I'm about to write, his address on it and all of that. And then tomorrow morning, when I drop my daughter off at school, I will go straight to the post office and mail it. And then
Well,
come here and write my paper for that conference I have to attend.
well,
So.
Dr. Nick, the first step to great writing is procrastination. So don't put off procrastinating.
Yes, and I did a smash up job of that. My attitude was it was going to happen at some point anyway during my writing process, so why not now? And plus I had to get it out in the mail for him before Sunday, so anyway. Yeah, so there you go. There you have it. So
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Nick. I'm going to welcome up Tim Sennett, and when he comes up, I'm going to sign off by saying good night and Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava.
Heroyam Slava, and
Heroyam Slava.
welcome. And
Thank you very much,
good
everybody.
morning, Tim. I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. Nick, sorry, this is fascinating. What is a warhead?
What is a warhead? Okay, so it is a type of candy that they make here in the States that it's definitely like a warhead because it is super, 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 super sour. And my son really likes super sour stuff. And then warheads went off, and I guess for the wimpy people made variations of things. So I put some of the other variations in there too, in case his girlfriend doesn't like super sour things. But so I got him some warheads, and I got him some warhead Laffy Taffy, and warhead gummy Easter bunnies. So, because he loves and the warhead, like sour strings, like sour straws, and all of that kind of stuff. It's a brand of really sour candy that also has a sugar coating on it.
So, I mean, are you not on some kind of list now? Because, you've been talking to your son saying, oh, hey, miniature Nick, I'm sending you some warheads in the post. Like, that must be a nightmare.
I know, terrorist list or something like that, right? Yeah. Yeah, you would think, but maybe I am, and I just don't know. Could be. I mean, especially all of this, between teaching a course on terrorism and my Google list sometimes, and this research on Chechens and stuff. Because a lot of people, don't realize that not all Chechens are bad people. So I'm not surprised if I would be on some sort of watch list somewhere. So.
Now, Dr. Nick, are you making Edgar Allan Pig a Easter basket also?
I am indeed.
I knew it. That's
Yeah.
extra.
Yes, I know, because I am the queen of extra, and he will have one that has like some apples in it, and some carrots and stuff that are good for him because he cannot eat warheads, unfortunately. So, stuff like that. No chocolate for Edgar Allan. So he'll have the things that are good for him in his little basket. I know it's very sad. But he has to keep his hoggish figure. So
Yes, I get it. I saw the video of you brushing him, and he is just a svelte little piggy.
for a pig, he is for a potbelly pig, he is quite svelte, but not too svelte because then that would be bad. So yeah, he's in the just right fatness. Okay, he's not too fat. He's the right amount of fat, and he's not skinny, so that's good. So he's right where he's supposed to be according to his doctor. So don't want him to go anywhere else. So he gets apples and carrots in his Easter basket. So that's it. Oh, and little peanut butter
I make these frozen peanut butter coconut oil treats. So he gets those too.
Those actually sound rather delightful.
They actually,
Okay, go ahead. What?
they actually kind of are, because you can actually eat them because they're just peanut butter with coconut, like coconut oil, like that thick coconut oil that you use to cook. It's that stuff. So it's actually kind of, they are kind of good. Like you could eat them too, because they're human food. So and I just freeze them in like these little piggy shapes or little like spider shapes or little whatever, and give them to him. So
So I'm
yeah,
absolutely fascinated by the pig, Dr. Nick. Um,
yeah.
is this like a Christmas pig, or is this like a
No,
long-term pig?
this is a long-term pig. He is my pet, and he will never be food. So he is forever. He is a friend, not food. So yes.
And every now and then he talks on the space, which is always rather entertaining. And we should probably move on to something that isn't Edgar Allan Pig related. Although I do love talking about Edgar Allan Pig because he is absolutely delightful, and I love how you continue to spoil him with his pink harness and all. I think
Yeah. Yes, forever, 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 forever. I will spoil that little dude. He's a funny guy. Anyway,
yes, I just got a message that we do want to see him opening a video. We want to see a video of him with his Easter basket.
I
So
can do
when,
that.
yeah,
And I'll put little bunny ears on him too.
that doesn't surprise me. We talked about costume of the week for Edgar at one point, and I still think that is a beautiful idea.
Yeah, I have to
So
think about that. So
go ahead.
yeah.
No,
Go-
go ahead.
No, I said I have to think about that. I'll start thinking about that maybe after this conference. This conference is like this sort of like watershed thing for me. So once I get past this thing, I'll have another one in June. But this initial one is the big one. So um, once I get past this, I'll have more time to think about things like that, and maybe I'll do that. Shit. I'm sorry. My phone just attacked me. Costume of the week for Edgar Allan Pig. I will put it on the calendar as something to think about, and we will take pictures, and I'll tag MriyaReport because he can be the official. I don't know. The official. I don't know. Mascot.
Pig.
Representative of the bovine class.
That's right. There you go. Thank you. Porcine. Porcine. Not bovine. Bovine is cow. He's a porcine.
Whatever,
Yes, I got you. I got you. All right.
All right. Shall we move back to Ukraine? And in order to move back to Ukraine, I think we're going to start in Estonia. Yeah, how is Estonia this morning, Tim?
So far it's cold and dark and extremely tired, but it has coffee.
Coffee is good. So I hear that an Estonian national has been charged with helping the Russian military acquire US electronics, including radar components, and he sought computer hacking software. Have you heard about this gentleman?
Yeah, I saw something about that. So this was the news that I believe it's U.S. federal authorities have indicted Andrei Shevlyakov with charges relating to procuring electronics on behalf of Russia. It's quite a big rap sheet he's got there. Now, do we know? I mean, the information I've seen is that it's an 18 count. It's an 18 count charge. Does that mean he's been doing it fairly prolifically, or is this the kind of the kind of U.S. prosecutor tactic of throwing loads of charges at people in the hope that one will stick. Do we know? And have we got any idea how extensive this is? Will?
So I don't know how extensive this is. I haven't read the report that Prince is talking about, but Shevyekov doesn't sound like a very Estonian name, does it? He's probably one of the Russians that's moved in after independence was reestablished, and maybe is essentially reporting home.
Ooh, well, yeah, yes and no. So sorry, I'll just turn my kettle off so you're not getting that horrible noise. So there is a substantial Russian minority in Estonia. It's about between 20 and 25% of the population. There were kind of 4 waves of Russian immigration into Estonia. There was the original wave, which were the old believers in the 17th century, who formed a small community in the south of Estonia to escape persecution by the Russian church. They've been here for centuries. There was some movement in the 19th century, some Russification-related movement. There was a very large importation of Russians in the 1950s as part of a wider genocide. A lot of Estonians were deported at that time to Siberia and Sochi as well. And so then there are kind of newish Russian arrivals who did arrive after independence, and they kind of use this as an offshore kind of a pied-à-terre in Europe. It's extremely likely that this guy is just from the Russian minority that's been here for decades. It's I don't know, but it's the fact that they're calling him an Estonian national means that he is probably more than just a resident here. To me, that suggests he's a citizen. And in order to be an Estonian citizen, you have to speak Estonian. So it suggests to me that he's one of the properly established Russian-speaking minority here, rather than just some dude who's been imported. Because who's going to learn that language just for work? Like, that's crazy. So yeah, I think we do have to be careful, because there are 20 to 25% of the people here are ethnically Russian. They have Russian names. Exactly how Russian they are does depend on their age. So if you're over 40 and you're a Russian, you're one of the Russian minority, you're probably going to be very Russian. And if you're under 40, you're probably going to be very Estonian. So yeah, there's kind of a generational divide here. But yeah, from his name alone, you can't really tell an enormous amount. He could just be a dude, or he could be something a bit more sinister and some kind of import. So you just can't tell.
Well, what I can say at this point is, reading a little bit through here, it's been alleged that for decades he has been acquiring sensitive electronics from U.S. manufacturers on behalf of the Russian government in defiance of U.S. export controls. So, yeah, I believe he has been extradited from Estonia and has now and has now made an appearance in the United States. Typically, that is how it goes when the indictment is unsealed. And in order for us to know these things, an 18-count indictment was unsealed today in Brooklyn, charging him. So it sounds like it's something that's been going on for years and years and years, and has where did that quote go? His illegal actions of sophisticated U.S. technology endangered citizens of both Ukraine and the United States, which I think is interesting the way they worded that. I wonder if they were working on this before the invasion, or if it's just something that they decided to pursue since the invasion because of sanctions or things such as that. But because they specifically name Ukraine is one of the countries that he is endangered with this. So it's very interesting to me. It's one of those rare, just random things that I ran across today as I was looking through the news. Professor?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to say this, that you know what? I think one of the reasons for me why Ukraine should win big in this crazy, useless, senseless, devilish, demonic war in you know, is the fact that these guys, you know, and then the state itself has engaged in aggression, force, and a lot of atrocity to its own people and to other nations. So that's why, please, you're in this room and contribute to this very space. Donate, because I believe that Ukraine is I will say that they are exposing this evil nation, right? Leaders there, right? And let me bring you guys. If you go to Africa, like Nigeria, and the president-elect is a drug lord, right? And it has ties with Russia and other states that are part. And youth are fighting so hard to make sure that it's not sworn in. A region is Spain, which is a region is Spain, which was the heart of Europe. And when that was a few years ago, and they wanted to unilaterally by themselves declared independence, or rather a referendum, and the Spanish Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that. You can't do that, folks. And the guys were boasting, we're gonna do it. Well, to cut the long story short, and they went ahead. But you know what happened? Russia came, contacted the Catalonia guys and said, go ahead, just do what we're backing you. We'll supply you military, we'll supply that. You guys, most of you guys are not aware of that. You can Google it if you like. That's what he did. Should they be trying every way possible? So, like I said, we're not going to leave Ukraine alone, because these guys, they are fighting for the entire world. They are disgracing them and saying, you know what, your cup is filled up atrocity, and they will pay for that.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much. As the professor mentioned, we are on a bit of a fundraising drive at the moment. We are currently working with Chef Zhenya in order to assist him feeding the Ukrainian army. Now, for those who don't know Chef Zhenya, he is a businessman, a professional chef who owns a chain of ramen bars in Kiev. And when the war broke out, he started trying to do something about the parlous state of nutrition in the Ukrainian armed forces. And since then, he has been feeding several thousand soldiers a day with nutritious, healthy meals to keep up their spirits and to keep them fighting and to keep them healthy. Now, we have recently incorporated, us as the MriyaReport, as a 501c3 in the United States. This means that we are able to accept and distribute charitable donations from the public. It's particularly advantageous if you are a US citizen because your donations have tax advantages. We do issue tax receipts. So I believe it's tax season. When's the tax deadline? It's Monday or something, isn't it, Dr. Snake?
Technically, usually it's April 14th, but I believe they extended it to the 18th this year, because I think the 15th falls on a weekend or something like this. Yes. So I think it's extended to the 17th or the 18th. So correct.
Now, just to make all our American listeners extremely jealous, I live in Estonia, where the government does your tax return for you, which is jolly nice because, you know, they have all the information, so they can just do it and say, "Hey, we owe you this much."
I wish they. Yeah, why don't they just do that in the United States? It's just so ridiculous. But anyway.
I'm sure there's some very technical accounting reason for it. I don't know. But anyway, here in Estonia, they send you the information. You say, "Hey, that's fine," and then you sign it and send it back. And then you usually get a refund because taxes are really low here. Anyway, move to Estonia, everybody. Anyway, so as it is tax season, I believe you do have an allowance when it comes to this sort of thing every year, and you can use that by donating to Maria Aid, and we will be distributing some of this. We will be distributing an amount of money. I'm not sure exactly how much it is. It will depend on how much we raise to Chef Zhenya. Just to give you a picture of what Chef Zhenya can do with this money. To feed a soldier for 24 hours, it costs between $8 and $14, plus the cost of delivering it from the kitchen to the front line. So between $8 and $14. So if you think about how many soldiers you could feed with a bit of spare change and chuck that over, then that would be very, very much appreciated. Nancy, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, no, just the difference between taxes in the United States and in Estonia. I'm guessing it probably relates to how much of a cottage industry has sprung up around tax preparation and all of the stuff that goes with it. Here in the US, it would be hard to change. That's my guess. I'd be very curious, but definitely for a different space and a different time.
I mean, accountancy is a big thing here as well, but you don't really need an accountant to do your tax return. I mean, your personal one. I mean, a lot of people here work through their own little limited companies because it's much more tax efficient that way. But doing the accounting for that, I mean, you don't really need an accountant for that either, but lots of people do. Doing the annual report for that's also dead easy. But even still, I mean, it's probably only going to cost you about 100 euros to get someone to do that for you. I mean, it's really not expensive either. Yeah, it's from a tax administration perspective, it's a very nice country to live in. Put it that way. It's just a shame it's like -2 and raining at the moment. But there we go. Nancy.
And I did just look up the reason why tax day is not on the standard Monday and why it's on Tuesday, April 18th this year, is that in Washington, D.C., on April 17th, they celebrate the D.C. Emancipation Act of 1862, where slavery was ended in Washington, D.C. So because of that, it is a holiday in Washington, D.C., and that's the reason why us laggards have an extra day to file our federal taxes this year.
Yeah, and just to point out that things go yearly, and you're thinking about what your tax deductions will be for this year. Anything donated in this calendar year, like now, will be deductible on next year's taxes, unless something is really changed that I'm not aware of. So what you donate now will be deductible on next year's taxes. So, even as you're doing your taxes this year and thinking, oh, wish I had a bigger charitable deduction,
you can think, oh, well, I can donate to MriyaReport and I will have a bigger tax deduction next year, or charitable deduction next year, to be able to put on my taxes. So that's you're not going to be able to declare them on last year's taxes, which is what you're going to be filing in April this month, but you will be able to claim them on next year's taxes, just to make sure that's clear and doesn't confuse anybody.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. That must have been jolly inconvenient when they abolished slavery in Washington, D.C., right? Because you think about all the gentlemen from slave states who kept houses there coming to do Washington stuff. They'd want to bring their servants with them. That must have been thoroughly inconvenient. My heart bleeds for these people.
Yeah, actually, when I was trying to figure out in my mind without looking at a calendar, I was like, well, there's got to be a holiday, but I couldn't remember that there was a federal holiday. So learning that it was a Washington D.C. holiday made a lot of sense. And yeah, I imagine that was transition was difficult in many places, but in Washington D.C., when you show up to the capital of the United States, it must have been a little difficult. Go ahead, Nancy.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was just reading up on that because, to be honest, I wasn't that familiar with it. It's when they're doing a bad job of teaching you history in public schools in Florida, they don't exactly talk about the DC Compensated Emancipation Act of 1862, which it freed 3,100 individuals and reimbursed those who had legally owned them. And it was a reminder to me, actually, that the thing we see with democracy and freedom is there are changes in society that don't happen on a smooth bell curve. They happen in fits and spurts and jumps and starts. And I think in some ways that's what we're seeing with Ukraine now. Many of us would have assumed that they were free well before this, well before the full-scale invasion, but Russia kept the pressure on, kept the infiltration recurring and ongoing, which meant that post the collapse of the Soviet Union, they've still been fighting for their freedom. And I really give them so much credit for reminding the rest of us who have gotten a little bit lackadaisical and, like me, didn't even remember that there were specific emancipation acts long before the end of the Civil War, which, when I read it, makes complete sense. These things are dynamic and volatile. But the fact that Ukraine is still fighting for their freedom from an oppressive state, it really brings it home to me to look at that day and to think about where they've been, where they're going, and the fact that their democracy may be messy, may not be corruption free, but the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness and of self-determination is something that Russia will never repress or remove from that country. And it's a very firm reminder to all of us about what our values truly are. When we look at our day-to-day disputes and our internal politics, this is what matters. And what we support Ukraine for is for all of us. That's it. We can go back to just talking normal taxes now. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Nancy. I guess, yeah, it's one of those things, right? So the end of empires is kind of more of a process than an event, right? And what you often see happening after an empire has an imperial relationship has formally has formally ended, is that the imperial power maintains a degree of influence over the former subject. This certainly happened with the European colonial empires. The thing about that, though, is once the formal ties of empire have gone, then the extent to which you're able to maintain that influence depends on what you bring to the table as an imperial power, right? So you can be, you can have economic ties, you can have military ties, you can have defense ties, you can have ties in the governance sphere. If your former colonies have fairly limited apparatus for government, then you can provide technical assistance and things like that. What is interesting about the Russian Empire is that the former Soviet Union, the CIS, the Commonwealth of Independent States, basically every country that's politically capable of leaving it has left it. Right. So this was something that just kind of didn't really interest the former states of the Soviet Union, except those that are still under the political domination of Russia. Right. So it's their puppet governments that are still in it. It's the ones that are capable of independent action are not in it and have done something else. Right. And this stands in stark contrast to many of the European empires, where the ties of influence are still there because the imperial power does actually bring something useful to the table. It's not something that we have to pretend to do. It's something that we are actually capable of doing and actually do. And so the old ties do tend to be quite strong. Whereas with Russia, if you can get the hell out of there, boy, do you get the hell out of there. What do you think, Prince?
I apologize. I was distracted. I really do apologize, Tim.
Were you looking at pictures
was
of Dr. Nick's pig?
no.
Because I
I
was
was
doing that for a bit.
looking,
It's amazing.
isn't it though? I was looking at a message from a user, from a listener who is having a hard time donating to MriyaReport. So yeah, that's what I was looking at. And so yes, I apologize, but I think that one might be forgiven. Dryfly, I bet, has some good input here though. He
I was
always
just
does.
gonna give you some trivia regarding the 1862 and why DC matters so much to the to the African American community and the community that thinks emancipation is a holiday that should be celebrated. First of all, in 1862, it was unlikely that most slave owners would be making a visit to DC, and that's because that was in the middle of the Civil War. And if you were a slave owner, it's more than likely you were in the South. And if you were in one of the border states, you were probably in the South anyway, or supportive of the South, and very, very reluctant to show up in DC with your slaves. In 1862, the emancipation of DC was announced. That was the first place in the United States that had legal slavery, that had emancipation. There were some other border states, Delaware, Maryland, I'm going off memory here, Kentucky, and Missouri. I believe those are the ones that were in the Union still, but had slavery. They didn't get emancipated until 1863 with the Emancipation Proclamation, and it didn't go into effect until after the Civil War with the with what I forget the amendment, I think the 14th Amendment. But the point is that that was the first. So it has some real significance, even if it doesn't get a lot of cachet nationwide. Now, bringing it back to Ukraine, I can bet there's going to be dates in this battle, in this war, that are going to be similar to that, where populations say this date was really, really important. And it's going to be like the Kherson Offensive. It's going to be like the Kharkiv Offensive, and probably the offensive that comes up. As areas get liberated and people get free, I can bet you dollars to donuts in generations to come. They will cherish those days, not unlike DC cherishes their Emancipation Proclamation. And it will probably be every bit as significant to them. And I will listen.
Thank you very much, Dryfly. I mean, I believe these landmarks in Ukraine really are quite, are already quite significant. For example, they talk of the revolution of dignity, which is a very, I don't know, it's a very sonorous phrase, right? The revolution of dignity. It speaks of, it's very evocative. It speaks of, well, I mean, I don't have to explain it to you. You know exactly what kind of resonance it has. Yeah, I certainly agree that that this will become one of those great moments, right? And here you all are being part of it, which I think is interesting. So, Prince, what's been happening overnight?
I took a nap. President Zelensky spent some time today in Poland. He and Duda had a what looks like a just wonderful time together today. The friendship that you see between these two guys is so apparent. Um, and there have been many good quotes out of today. And one of the things that actually stuck out to me was a tweet by our friend Mache, where he mentioned that he was there just about a year ago in that almost exact same spot watching President Biden giving his speech supporting Ukraine in Poland. And now he was there watching Zelensky and Duda giving their speeches right in the same spot. And it was something that I think that he will probably always remember as a very powerful thing. And I thought it was very nice also today that Mrs. Zelensky, the First Lady, also went with him. And there were just little things that I noticed that, while they were on stage and waving at people, Mr. and Mrs. Zelensky were holding hands. And it's just nice to see that kind of a relationship with a leader and their spouse who clearly are in this together, because we hear more, of course, about what he does. But if you look at the news, it's not really hard to find the things that she does either. And she had a meeting this week with somebody who had come to also meet with the president. And I know exactly where I have it. If you give me a second, I will be able to remember who it was that she met with. It was, come on, mouse work. My mouse has been being a pain in the butt lately. The UNESCO director, Audrey somebody. Sorry, I can't pronounce that last name.
UNESCO.
It starts with an A. Oh, yes, but it was, yes, the director of UNESCO. They had a meeting in Kyiv with the participation of the Minister of Cultural Information. So they were having some meetings about the educational sector, about restoring cultural heritage and the restoration of the educational sector. So I see that there are things that happen that that he does on a regular basis that are very, very out front. But you see things that she's been doing also that are more, he's helping a lot of the out front government stuff, but she's in the background there doing things like working on initiatives to make sure that as the country is rebuilt, that it is rebuilt in a handicapped accessible way. She's doing things to restore their cultural heritage and the restoration of their educational sector. She's doing those more almost humanitarian kind of things to try to help, looking forward to try to help the country recover. And I'll be interested in the coming days, because I didn't follow a lot of what she did that was separate from him today. But I'm betting she had some meetings in Poland that would be along the same lines of looking towards those, um, taking care of people, taking care of people in her country in a different way, than he is. It's more in a personal and in humanitarian way, which I think is absolutely fabulous. And I know that you asked me what's happened today, and I sort of got onto this about Mrs. Zelenskaya, but I think it's an important point to keep an eye on, not just what he does, but what she does also, because um, it looks like she's going to be very, very involved in the restoration of the country in many different ways. Anda, how are you this morning?
Good morning. I'm very well, thank you. So I came up to bring some information, but I was listening to you talking about Mrs. Zelensky. I want to point out one important thing or factor, if you want, regarding Mrs. Zelensky. In Ukrainian history, but also in other former communist countries of any form, there were very few women which were involved in politics, legally bound to participate. So what you see that there, and actually expect, right, in the United States, you expect the first lady to have a certain role and to do some things. That's not exactly the custom in this part of the world. So I'm very glad she kind of changed that, right? So she kind of emulated a first lady in the United States, and she is vocal and standing by her husband and visible, right? There are a lot of presidents, a lot of prime ministers, of which in this part of the world, you never see their husbands or wives, right? You don't see their partners. You don't know anything about their life. So she being so visible, that's actually very courageous of her in time of war. And I think it's very important. She is setting an example, right? Not only for Ukraine, but for the neighboring countries, that it can be done also in this setting. And one other thing is that this is my impression, I might be wrong, but she also um, embodies, right, portrays the fact that Ukrainian women are also fighting, right? They are also there. They are not helpless and helplessly waiting to be rescued, if that makes sense. So I think it's really important, and I like that. Actually, I like that part. So I like that part of what's happening and how she handled everything, if that makes sense.
Thank you very much, Anda. Yeah, I think it's something I've noticed about President Zelensky's Twitter account is he only follows his wife. Is this a thing with very prominent men on Twitter, or is this just a Zelenskyism? So he's got, several million followers, but he only follows one person, and that's Mrs. Zelensky.
I don't know. Actually, so apart from what I saw from the first lady, and this is actually something I never checked. I don't believe I saw any other couple in those, at least in the eastern part of Europe, but not so much in the West either. I think we saw at some point Mr. Macron's wife some years ago in some pictures, but it's not a thing, right? So it's I will actually check this out, Tim. I will check this out and see who else does this and what's the custom. Let's put it this way. I will check this part.
It's really interesting because, I sort of drifted into the subject of her, and I have brought her up before very specifically when I've seen news of meetings she's been having. Not just because she was having them, but because of the subject that they were regarding. But it struck me as a very cohesive working relationship that they have, and it struck me as a little bit different. I mean, I know in the United States we have seen first ladies for many years have their own initiatives and their own projects and do those kinds of things, but I guess I don't feel like I see that quite as much in other countries. But it's all really good to see. It's good to see that husbands are supported in the work that they are doing and the jobs that they are fulfilling. So anyway, anybody have anything else to say about that?
Well, as we touched on the granny botherer in chief, the president of France, do you know what he's been up to in the last couple of days, Prince?
The man is in China.
The man is in China, and he's accompanied by the woman, not his wife, Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission. Now, I've heard this reported with various degrees of cynicism. I think that my favorite cynical report about it so far has been the understated Al Jazeera, who've reported that hang on, let me find the exact article. It's Macron and von der Leyen will discuss the war in Ukraine with the Chinese leadership, accompanied by more than 50 CEOs from the French business community. Yeah, that's obviously, the CEOs obviously had to be there to discuss Ukraine. This was quite important. Anda.
So one of the things that happened, I have to say this, I'm sorry. One of the things that happened there is not striking, and I will tell you why. There were some important companies, French companies, in Russia that refused or still refuse to retreat from Russia. Those who did lost money, and I think this is not only, I think this is a very economical endeavor of them trying to shift some part of the production and some part of the to gain market and an open door. I might be wrong, but I have this nagging feeling that they are trying to, like a monkey, release a cord and grab another, right? So they are thinking of going out of Russia and into China with business in order basically not to lose market and not to lose money. How should I put this any other way? Not to lose money, right? So this is why you have the CEOs there, in order to make connections and to see if this shift is possible and how fast, because from that it will derive, it will go in a completely different direction. And I think we kind of touched on this a bit a while ago while we were with finance here. I was asking him why are some companies building factories in China only because it's cheap labor, and he said no. You also have cheap transportation and a very large market, right? A very absorbing market, who is more likely to buy if it's produced in China. So taxes, cheap labor, and the big market means profit. Even if you have a smaller margin, you still make profit on scale. So I think this is the role of the CEOs in this trip. It's not, if that makes sense.
I mean, I was being cynical and joking, of course. I was saying, there is this. It was just the way that Al Jazeera reported it kind of interested me a bit, because as we know, France in general and Macron in particular has been fairly lukewarm in its support for Ukraine. As you say, there are large parts of the French business community, particularly larger corporations, who have not withdrawn from Ukraine. And the way this was spun by Al Jazeera was, they're going there to discuss Ukraine, which is exactly why they need to have 50 CEOs with them, because it's very important. It's not about making money at all. It's all about Ukraine. Anyway, I thought it was a little funny. But in terms of French businesses losing money, withdrawing from Russia, I mean, just imagine the depth of my sympathy. Do you know how much BP lost when they withdrew from Russia, Anda?
No. How much?
£21 billion. 21 billion. They made a 6-month loss of 21 billion because of that.
That's 2/3 of what of the land lease. 2/3 of the land lease, right?
It's absolutely enormous. And okay, BP is it's an oil super major. It's an absolute whopper of a company. But even still, that's really quite something.
It is. It is. It's a very large amount, and wow, that's how should I put this? In order um, to be not only able to be okay, I will say it this way, to have the balls, right, to do this and to take this hit for the company. You have to be sure that you're not going under. That's one thing. And the second, to stay by your principles, right? You to show that you do have a moral fiber behind gaining money.
Absolutely. So I think if BP can take a hit like that, I'm not sure it would kill the likes of Carrefour to maybe close a few shops in Russia. I don't know. Call me a horrible bastard if you will. I just don't think it would kill them. But Will, you're a former oil man, right? I assume you've got something to say about this. Will.
Hey, Tim. Okay, Prince. Yeah, I mean, look, 32 billion is a whopping great big number, and I applaud BP for withdrawing. But it's much like a donation, an analogous donation to a MriyaReport or MriyaAid, in that they will write that loss off on their taxes, be able to cover it with current cash flow, and probably not reduce their dividend 1 penny. So that's the thing you get about being a super major that people lose track of, that they're dealing in numbers that they can take a loss like that and take it in their stride and then just write it off against future profits. They'll be fine. The problem and the thing that sticks in your craw about Carrymore or Auchan is the fact that essentially they're war profiteering. So the difference between a defense manufacturer making money, making 155 shells in the middle of America, is unfortunate positive stimulus for that area. But the problem with these companies that are still working in Russia is they're essentially war profiteering because they know they can charge more for the Western products that they can get in, and they've got a pipeline of supply, and they're willing to look the other way. And I believe in Oshan's case, right, made those little care packages for Russian soldiers. If I'm not wrong, I think.
Yeah, I seem to remember something similar. I mean, while we're bashing the French, which is one of my favorite things to do, have you heard the story of Yves Rocher, Prince?
I have not.
So
I have not heard that story.
Yves Rocher, not to be confused with Ferrero Rocher, is a French cosmetics chain. They manufacture cosmetics, and they have like boutique shops. Very, very active in Russia, and not withdrawing from Russia. And in the last couple of days, I think in the last couple of weeks, a story emerged about their marketing in Russia. Now, this is very interesting. They produced a section on their website, which basically exalted the Russian beauty standards. Basically, it was this kind of really creepy thing with like measurements on a Russian lady's face. I assume as Russian, I don't know. They might have used anybody. And it was this kind of slightly Third Reichy kind of thing where they measured how long her nose was and explained exactly, why this made her beautiful and why this made her genetically superior. I'm just finding the exact wording.
I actually know them as a company, and I have to say they are expanding business. So what they do, and actually works really well in Russia, but not only. They are gaining market. They expanded the way they sell, right? So usually they had shops. One part of the selling is now done online. So you can order from them. You can order by phone, or you can order by internet, and they will send your products home. And they actually have sell people who will call you, and they will tell you, hello, Mrs. Senate, uh, or Mr. Senate in your case. We saw that you haven't ordered anything in 3 months. Maybe you want to sell some more. And basically, why is this relevant and important? When you have part of the luxury companies off Russia, Chanel was actually one of the luxury companies which withdraw from Russia, which started a fit during in the first months of war. There were ladies destroying Chanel bags in order to protest. Russian ladies, right? In order to protest against the fact that Chanel withdrew from Russia. I thought that's ridiculous beyond anything else. It's like, yeah, someone bashing their iPhone, filming themselves as they do, because yeah. Anyway, so they did that, and compared with Russian products, Russia in cosmetics, Russia only had one major internal company that sell better products. Let's put it this way: Russian better products, and there were natural products. So a direct competition to Yves Rocher, which also portrays themselves as selling almost natural products. So in the eyes of the buyer, in the eyes of the common person, now Yves Rocher is a luxury, right? They are not really expensive, but they are a bit more expensive than the Russian products. They come from outside. They have a French aura, which is always good with the Russians. So it absorbs. And one more thing that you need to take into consideration, and it's really relevant. There is a clear distinction. I don't know how much the men notice it, but the women do, between East and West, and especially Russia and former countries who were under the USSR. Usually, women use more beauty products. They are more inclined to not give up this part of let's say femininity, right? Makeup, styling, stuff like that. Russia also has their own style of makeup, which is sort of exported outside the country. Um, so it is relevant, right? One other major melemé company that sold door to door, let's say, was Avon. They also chose not to retreat from Russia. From this is not actually frequently discussed. Um, they sell really good. So Russia was, if you split Europe in east and west, Russia was half of the east selling. So everything that was sold in Poland, the Baltics, Romania, Slovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, and the former Yugoslavian countries, Russia sold almost the same. So the percentage was high in cosmetics industry. They absorbed a great deal of products, and therefore, when they after the invasion, when the first requests for them to retreat from Russia arose, they thought of ways of avoiding that, right? And one of the ways they are avoiding this is, for example, I don't know if Rocher, where are their factories, but I can tell for sure that Avon has factories in Russia, and they said they will keep the factory in Russia running, and they will sell only to Russia. So what's coming from Russia, it will be sold in Russia, and they will not import. So that was the concession they gave. But they are not retreating, right? And Yves Rocher apparently does the same. I don't know actually where are the factories. I will look that up because it's really interesting. And I also will look up the third company, which is a major on this segment, which is Oriflame. So these three basically fought for the same segment of the market: Oriflame, Yves Rocher, and Avon. So I think it's, yeah. At first they said, they are necessary products. No, they are not.
Well, it's interesting you should say that, right? Now, one of a mate of mine worked in a refugee camp in, I can't remember exactly where, it may have been Turkey, and he was part of some official organisation. It might have been the British Foreign Office, and this camp was like pretty rough, right? It was fairly recently established. The UN were doing what they could, the British government were doing what they could, the aid agencies weren't really there yet, so it was pretty nasty, and it was pretty, pretty temperate. And one of the things, it had an awful lot of women living there. So women, older female children, etc., etc. He said that once they received a big box of lipstick, right, as part of an aid package. And so there were various agencies were sending various things, various governments, food, medicine, tents, stuff like that. And somebody decided to send an enormous box of lipstick. And apparently the women were really, really happy about this because it gave them something normal. It gave them something mundane, something they were kind of used to. And I think that if we translate that into the Russia situation, is that you know, the ability to do something that the rest of the world does is very important to their sense of, you know, their sense of prestige, you know. And this is why we, you know, this is why we see them, you know, constantly berating the West in their official propaganda, but still going on holiday to Biarritz, right? Is because being part of a global civilization is very, very important to them. And if I can torture this metaphor a little, you know, having the same stuff as the rest of the world is important to them. And particularly on the makeup front, I would imagine that has an important psychological attachment for Russian women. Wouldn't you say, Ander?
Yes, you're completely right. There are some articles that you use every day as a woman, right? Like some, because this is why I said there is a difference. I talked actually with men from the West more than with women from the West, so I would be interested on their opinion also. But what men noticed and what I noticed when I went West is that Western women use less products or less visible products. So more on the caring side and less on the visible makeup side. On the Eastern Front, you will see more attention to makeup, to styling, to nails. Actually, that's I'm sorry to say this, Tim, but that's something I noticed. and I noticed also that, for example, some Ukrainian women on the front line, so they were with the rifle in their hand and they had their nails done, right? So yeah, that it's probably.
I've got. Sorry to interrupt. I've got an anecdote in that regard. When I was in the army, I served in a mixed sex unit, so we had a very small number of women serving in the unit as well. And we were once on an exercise. It was a predominantly field-based exercise, and it was 2 weeks long. So we were out in some godforsaken place, you know, living our own shit, and generally having, you know, shall we say, it was difficult to maintain standards of personal hygiene. And while we were, one morning, we were, you know, we'd woken up and we'd gone into daytime routine, and one of the soldiers under my command was a female soldier, and she was there. She'd done her boots, she'd done her rifle, she'd eaten her breakfast, and she was putting makeup on. And I just thought, why are you doing that? You know, look, I can smell you from here, right? And we're outside, and you're still doing mascara. This is just extraordinary. Sorry, Ander, please carry on.
I think it's that sense of normalcy that you said, like not letting go of something that you're doing every day, and it makes you feel good about yourself, even if you're not clean, because you have no means to clean, but you will look decent. Let's put it this way. Add a tidbit of information from history, because this is something that actually grandma told me. I think I mentioned before that grandma was was in Russia during the war. Have I mentioned? Probably yes. So I don't know if you were there. Long story short, she was in an orphanage. She was deported. They were rescued, right? They were rescued. She was in an orphanage in Chisinau in Moldova when Russia invaded Moldova. and they were rescued, just like Russia is rescuing right now, for the last year, children. And they were sent further back, first in Ukraine, in several places, and then to Rostov, and then to Siberia. And two things that she told me about Russians that struck her and kind of remained with her. So they were for 3 years in Siberia, right? It was an orphanage for the children, but for female. So there were no males basically there, and they kind of had an indoor school, and they had a teacher, a Russian teacher, who came, and in the afternoon, she will give them 2 hours a day, dancing lessons, right? So 2 hours a day, they will practice waltz, tango, ballet, or all sorts of classical dances, which was actually mind-boggling for me. And when she came back to Romania, she had to stop in Moscow for a couple of weeks, I think. What she said was that after very soon after war, Moscow, right? The opera was running, the theaters were running, and when women went to the opera and to a theater, they were wearing their best dresses. They were all dolled up, and as nice as they could be, right? So this was 45, and this stuck with her, right? She was like, she interpreted this as a respect for the art, but I think it was more than that. It was this stubborn clinging to something that they saw as normal, right? Something they didn't wish to give up.
Absolutely. Thank you, Anda. Yeah, I think there is a deep need for that, I guess. But returning to the case of Russia, I want to read the statement that Yves Rocher had on their website. Right, well, not the statement; it was kind of an advertisement they had on their website. Now, they said, when patriotic feelings in Russia are stronger than ever, Yves Rocher celebrates the unique, exceptional nature of pure Russian beauty. Now, when patriotic feelings in Russia are stronger than ever is obviously a reference to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. So they're very happy to trade off that. Now, the statement continues, and this is the really good part. When the best genes from generation to generation have created a unique image of Russian beauty, it is our duty to preserve and multiply it. The Russian phenotype is a reflection of the purity of Russian culture, a special and striking example for those who have long lost their primordiality and exclusivity, wastefully mixing their genes with the genes of other people. Sorry, other peoples. Just
What?
crikey. Yeah.
What?
So
I'm sorry. What?
yeah,
What
I'll
kind
read
of propaganda is that?
it's I mean
That's
this is
insane.
Goebbels level stuff. Is a
Exactly.
special and striking example for those who have long lost their primordiality and exclusivity, wastefully mixing their genes with the genes of other peoples. Now, the statement continues, the wives, mothers, wives, and daughters, those who have been traditionally the guardians of the family hearth of Russia, while men increase the glory of their native land, this is the basis of special Russian civilization of greatness, strength, and unique beauty. Like, this is just absolutely extraordinary stuff. And of course, Yves Rocher, they denied that this statement was ever made. They have said that it's a disinformation campaign against them. The problem with that is that it's archived on a previous version of their website in the Wayback Machine. So it's there, right? It was on the internet, and it was there. And now they're denying it, which is a bit cheeky. But it really is just it's arse clenchingly Third Reichy stuff. Anda.
I'm sorry. I have to. Oh God, how should I put this? So, in marketing, one of the things that you do is to sell yourself, right? To differentiate yourself and to make the people buy your stuff, right? So basically, there are a couple of ways of doing that. Not many, actually. So it depends what you're selling. When you're selling products, beauty products, highlighting beauty and the importance of beauty is something that you will do because you want to sell beauty products, right? Just as other car company, for example, will sell specifics, right? Or they will sell a feeling or something else. Coca-Cola has a very hard time, so they are they cannot sell the product, right, per se, because it's water with bubbles, some color and caffeine in it. So what they do, they sell a story, right? They sell what you do around the product. So each company has its way of selling themselves and selling their products, right? Using beauty, highlighting the importance of beauty is not uncommon. But being racist about it, that actually is, right? So one of the things that actually was in the last 10 years or more in the beauty industry, it was exactly the opposite trend. So inclusiveness, showing other types of faces, showing other types of women, showing and expanding the palette, the colors that you provide in order to suit other types of skins, right? Other colors of skins, because you have one palette for white and, for example, white skin, if you want to call it white, but actually there are two undertones. One is cool and one is warm. And one amazing thing and fun thing is that some companies use just one undertone. So basically the other part of women could not use their products, or they looked odd on them. So they tried from very high end products to very low end products to be inclusive, to include in beauty, and to recognize beauty as being diverse, and diverse through culture, and diverse through how do you say, genes, right? But diverse, so, and inclusive. And they are exactly the opposite. This statement that you just read is the exact opposite of everything that I have witnessed in the last 10 to 15 years as a trend in beauty. And I'm 99% sure this was not written by someone in France. This was written by someone in Russia, and even if they put a cap on it when they realized what they are running as an ad, it still looks really, really bad. Like, on top of everything, on top of the fact that they are making money out of genocide, basically, they are disparaging each and every other nation, right? Like, exactly how you and Prince put it. It's Goebbels level of statement. How could you? Yeah, I'm sorry. This is. Could you please send that to me? I want to archive that. I want to make a PDF out of that and save it for me for later, and also share it with some friends in Romania from Yves Rocher. Yeah. Oh God. All right.
That got you going a little bit there, didn't it, Anda?
Actually, I have
insane.
It is. It is. Well, I will ask some questions. Like, oh God. Okay. Thank you, Tim. I had no idea, actually. And I think we're keeping Ali Reza a lot with his hand up. I'm sorry.
Not a problem. If I may, thank you for letting me speak. Actually, Tim, I wanted also a copy of that because I mean, I'll explain. But overall, I remember like 2 years ago when Russia was massing the forces and thinking about attacking one of the, well, I think they already had taken part of the country, but they were going to actually do a full invasion. One of the arguments they were making is the Nazis. The Nazis in Ukraine are making life a living hell for the ethnic minorities that are on the eastern border and all this stuff. Now they're actually going and talking about like the Third Reich propaganda. I mean, this is amazing. Anyway, so what I want to talk about was actually I have a question I want to ask. I mean, we got like 300 people here. I think it's imperative for I'm Iranian American. It's imperative for the Iranians and to work in conjunction with the Ukrainians to on two fronts. One, to basically lobby governments, Western governments, to provide, or not provide, but to make it faster, to make provide aid faster, and in terms of if it's weaponry or whichever it is for Ukraine, and also with the media, to keep the story alive. This also, like for instance, I actually had a tweet a few days ago. I think it was about the type of weapons that Iran is providing Russia. So basically, they are putting low-tech drones. They're giving low-tech drones to Russians, and the cost of bringing these drones down is, those drones are going for around $50,000 or less by some estimates, and the cost of bringing them down is at least like 4 to 5 times that amount, and even higher. So I guess they've been provided some technology that's much cheaper to operate. Mainly speaking on laser weapons that can take these drones down. I think it was deployed in Israel first to provide cheaper anti-missile barrage for the type of rockets that shoot to Israel. Anyway, I'm not a engineer or a military guy, so can't talk about that. But I think one of the areas is, right now these weaponry is getting parts and finances and things like that through IRGC and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And even though there are sanctions in place, this organization, by setting up companies throughout Europe and North America and even Southeast Asia, they purchase this equipment even from American companies. They provide, they buy them through these companies that they set up, and they basically make these weapons, and they kill Ukrainians. Simple as that. They just use it, and in fact, I personally can attest to this. I've seen Twitter accounts which have gone hidden now. It's private, by people who work for this IRGC, for this Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or affiliated with them through family connections or business connections or what have you, who live and reside in the U.S. And they were proudly saying, "Oh, look at the weaponry we deployed, and we're hitting Ukrainians." I'm talking like 8 months ago, 6 months, 7 months ago, and to put IRGC in, to work with Ukrainians and basically to force Europe, mainly speaking Europe, because IRGC is already sanctioned by under sanctions by the U.S. As a terrorist organization. It makes it very, very difficult for these propagandists, for these companies to continue supplying weaponry, which is, I think, much cheaper than actually getting a laser gun and try to shoot them down. No matter how cheap that laser gun is, it's still, lives are at stake. It's still a war. And whereas by drying up the supply of these weapons, we can achieve the same goal much cheaper and faster, and even hopefully somehow get rid of the regime in Iran and Russia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ali Reza. So a few topics touched on there. Now, the thing the main weapon system, or at least the most notable weapon system that Iran has supplied to Russia, is the Shahed drone, which is a reasonably large, in fact, for a suicide drone, it's a pretty heavy system. It is, as you say, Ali Reza, it's fairly low tech. And this presents challenges and opportunities when it comes to countermeasures. Now, the basic logic you touched upon there is that these things don't cost very much money. And so if you want to shoot it down, you dealing with a $20, $30, $50,000 drone using a $100,000 missile, right? The economic logic of shooting these things down becomes, shall we say, a bit questionable, right? But I think that's to miss a number of points. Now, the first is about kind of drone countermeasures. Now, you mentioned lasers. I'm not sure about laser systems, but the typical way you deal with a drone is on the electromagnetic spectrum. So you will have a man-portable system that interferes with the ability of the drone to communicate with the unit that's controlling the drone. So you basically isolate the drone on the electromagnetic spectrum. Its operator can't control it, and so the drone gives up and falls out the sky, or tries to return to base, or does whatever the drone is programmed to do in that situation. Now, that's not going to work with Shahed, because Shahed is not a remote controlled device, as far as I'm aware. It is guided by GPS, and it can also be guided by dead reckoning. So the drone can be launched into the sky, pointed in a particular direction, and told to drop and deploy its warhead. If it, when it has traveled a certain amount of, a certain mileage, so dead reckoning, and it also knows where it is using GPS or a similar satellite navigation system. So it doesn't require an operator to control it. You fire it, you program it, you fire it, it lands where you tell it to land, more or less. So the typical electromagnetic spectrum-based countermeasures are not going to work on it, because it doesn't need to communicate with an operator in order to find its target, and or rather, in order to know it's arrived at its target and drop. Now, so the typical countermeasures are not really going to be useful. That said, it's not a case necessarily of having a very expensive weapon system to deal with this, right? The Shahed drones, they are delta wing, so they're kind of triangle shaped with a little nose on the front. They're quite large targets. They're physically quite big things, and they travel fairly slowly. So they're not rockets, they're not jet powered. They have a two-stroke petrol engine, a bit like a lawnmower or a strimmer, and that powers the propeller, and they travel fairly slowly. So you can just shoot at them. And this is something we've seen the Ukrainians doing. When I was in Kiev, I witnessed Ukrainian policemen with their rifles in their shoulders, firing AKs at Shahed drones. And this does actually work. You can shoot them down with small arms fire. Another thing we're seeing in Ukraine is the return of gun-based anti-aircraft systems. So you think about your typical tactical light level anti-aircraft system, probably going to be a MANPADS, so probably going to be a shoulder launched anti-aircraft missile system, or it's going to be a heavier version of basically the same thing. So a thing on the back of a Land Rover or a Humvee, or even a tracked vehicle, an armored vehicle that fires a missile at something. When it comes to the Shahed, as you kind of briefly touched upon, this is overkill, right? You can shoot down one of these drones with a system like this. You don't really need to, because you can get them with a gun-based system. And so what the Ukrainians operate, they have the German Gepard, which is a German-made, I think it's a 35mm twin autocannon type thing. It has very, very precise radar guidance. So it fires short bursts of large rounds, largish rounds, very, very intensely. and the radar guidance means that it will reckon on target very, very effectively. So it just fires a little burst of lead and takes the drone out the sky. We've also seen lower tech solutions as well, like the good old 40mm Bofors gun, which was the mainstay of kind of unit level air defense until the middle of the Cold War. So I think the Bofors came out in I think it was the First World War. It's quite an old gun, but they were used very, very widely. So I think the Royal Navy used them on their ships. The British Army used them before we introduced Rapier, so before we switched to a missile-based system. But this basically was a 40mm cannon on a trailer that you would point at an aircraft and fire at it. Now, they're far less effective with fast air because it's more difficult to hit the fast air, but they do work with very, 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 very well against systems like Shahed, because Shahed is a big target. It moves very slowly. It's easily detected on radar, and because it's so slow, it's very easy to target. So it's not necessarily the case that you have to use a big, expensive system to deal with a system like Shahed. You can just shoot at it. The second flaw in the whole concept when it comes to this particular war, so this idea of drone swarming has been a bit of a meme in military circles for 10 years or so now. It's the idea that if you have enough assets up in the sky, you can overwhelm enemy air defense, with sheer numbers. Right? So you think about an anti-air radar that supports the kinetic system that deals with air threats. It can only detect and track a certain number of targets at a time. If you put loads and loads and loads of targets up in the air, then it will only be able to deal with some of them, and some of them will inevitably get through. This kind of works, but you need to have a heck of a lot of them, and the Russians don't have a heck of a lot of Shaheds. So the swarm concept doesn't really work, simply because the capabilities on the Russian side aren't there, and the capabilities on the Ukrainian side are. And if you look at the rate at which the Shaheds are being shot down, it's something like 80% of them. I think 80% is about the average, are shot down before they reach their target. Right. So these are not getting to their targets effectively. If we look at the economics of it, now it's very, very well in theory to say, hey, if our system costs 20,000, that's all very well if we were talking about a true peer-on-peer conflict, right? From an economic perspective, if this was, I don't know, France invading Italy or something like that, then yeah, that logic starts to stack up a bit. But the numbers when it comes to Ukraine and her allies and Russia and her allies, both of them, the numbers simply don't stack up, right? Because the economic power of the West is so enormously greater than the economic power of Russia, of the axis of evil, so to speak, that if they're fighting like this with these cheapish expendable systems, they are going to run out of money before we do, right? So we could be firing $1 million missiles at every single $20,000 Shahed that goes up in the sky, and the Russians and the Iranians would run out of money first. So it's an interesting thing in theory. It's possibly sound when it comes to peer-on-peer conflict, but when it comes to the Iranian, the Iran and Russia versus Ukraine and her Western allies, the economics of it simply doesn't work. Does that kind of answer your question, Ali Reza?
Yes, certainly. I actually tweeted, I put something in the nest and I tweeted something at you. Again, I'm not a military guy. I'm not an engineer, so I'm not exactly sure. And I appreciate you explaining this stuff. I'm just going based on what I read, and even if you know, like you said, they can use weaponry that's much cheaper and older to take these slow moving drones. And in terms of volume, they don't really mass to that much. My argument was basically with cooperation between the two people, the nation, the Iranian revolutionaries and the Ukrainian people. As we've seen through this past, I think at least a year, I've been in the space and I've been, you know, talking on behalf of, or at least speaking about the situation, how I mean, it's not just those drones, but you know, this kind of goes a little bit more. I mean, even with Ando, and you were talking about the racist remarks and how these guys were going after Ukrainians and saying, "Oh, these are Nazis." Well, I mean, that was the same line that you know, Assad and what's his name, the Libyan, Muammar Gaddafi was saying, "Oh, these are Al Qaeda, and this is Al Qaeda, and all this stuff." And I mean, in terms of Assad, he actually let them out of jail to create such a chaos. And there was a, I believe, Russian ploy because they did similar thing in Georgia in 2008. Anyway, I'm not going to go tangent too much. What I wanted to get back to is if there is a coalition and the people of the two nations can work together to fight against these oppressive regimes who are using these technologies to basically assert their the will on the free people. Well, you know, if they can work together as allies, we should work together as allies, and it shouldn't just be limited to the government. I mean, right now, I mean, you all know. I mean, there are spaces I go to, and these are freedom-loving Americans, and they're like, oh, we are getting into, I don't know. Honestly, I don't even want to entertain the idea like a BS that they talk about, but it just kind of like makes me so scared that, my God, these are the people that I'm counting on, and now they're talking like some as if like they're themselves zombies of Putin, and so you know, you can't really be counting on every government in the West and every administration in America. You don't know what's coming up. You don't know what's happening. So so we need to basically get together and try to do the best we can to argue and to lobby on behalf of each other for a better tomorrow for both nations. And that would be much cheaper than any other thing and much more stable, because we still are missing the media end of it. There's a war front on the media, and I know personally there are propagandists, Russian propagandists on these spaces. They come and they talk, and you know, a lot of people on these spaces, not everybody, I can't say a lot, not everybody is aware or well read or know the situation, and you know, they basically try to change their mind, and they basically push the idea of, oh, you know, it's the Democrats are trying to steal money, your money, and they just kind of like sending it to Ukraine. And you know, it's like, oh my God, like I cannot believe what I'm hearing. And you know, you have a bunch of people who don't know, and they're like sending thumbs up and everything, like yay, like, you know, we're gonna take over and we're gonna stop this. And that these are the stuff that kind of scares me truly. Anyway, I appreciate that. I'm not going to take too much of your space time, and I'm just going to go down and listen. Thank you very much for the explanation.
Thank you very much, Ali Reza. Yeah, this has been an interesting phenomenon, right? Is the the shift of kind of anti-government, anti-institutional sentiment from the left to the right, and this is something that's happened in the last 20 years or so. So, for example, could you imagine an identified conservative person saying they don't trust, you know, they don't trust Western intelligence services 20 years ago? Like, this was not a thing you ever heard from the right, right? This was, you know, this was something that came out of the kind of the Jeremy Corbyn, George Galloway tendency. You know, this was loony left stuff. You never heard this from conservative people, but now you do. You know, there's this idea that you can't trust you can't trust the CIA or MI6 or whatever. Well, it's not even that you can't trust them, right? It's the suggestion that these organizations don't work in the interests of their countries and peoples, right? That was something you never heard from a right-wing person, from a conservative person, to my reading, as even perhaps 10 years ago. But now you do. Now it's kind of a shibboleth. It's the idea that if it's a Western government institution, it's immediately suspect. And it's very odd, and I'm not sure why this shift has occurred. Because okay, so Russian disinformation, which is a thing, but it's not that powerful. So it does make me think, where on earth has this come from? It's a very, very odd phenomenon. I think when it comes to the IRGC, it's an organization that, for those who aren't aware of it, it's a paramilitary organization in Iran. It operates across a spectrum of capabilities. So it has a navy, it has a marine corps, it has an army, it has an air force, and it has militias. It also operates Quds Force, which is it's kind of their overseas terrorism organization. So their job is to commit atrocities, to support and train terrorist groups like Hezbollah, and just generally act in the destabilizing interests of Iran. The IRGC is sanctioned as a terrorist organization by the United States, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain, but nobody else seems to sanction them. So I don't know. I mean, perhaps that will change as we see the Iran participating more and more extensively and directly in Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. It would seem to cost Western countries very little to apply sanctions to these organizations. But I guess that's one for the politicians and the diplomats. Thank you very much for that, Ali Reza, and do come up if you have any other questions. Professor Obert, you had your hand up, but your hand seems to have disappeared.
Yeah. Just real quick, it's about living. But I just wanted to say what the Ada was saying before about Ukraine First Lady, the way she's and said that it affects us kind of empowering women, other First Lady in the neighboring country. I said, well, that's a brilliant talk, but it is absolutely affecting other developing nations, across the world. Well, that's just a point. That's something that's going to be get up from the point. But I want to ask you a question. You're a military guy. What would you say if the West confronts Russia tied with China? What would that scenario be?
I would say it would be unlikely. What you mean in a straight up military conflict, or what do you mean here?
Yeah. Just kind of a hypothetical scenario, economically and then militarily and all that. So what's your take about that?
Well, I mean, from an economic perspective, the West and China are heavily interdependent, right? So there is an enormous part of the Western supply chain that relies on Chinese manufacturing. This is a lot more difficult to undo than European reliance on Russian oil and gas was, simply because you can buy oil from somewhere else. You can't set up a complicated supply chain somewhere else quickly. And also there's the relationship between the Chinese economy and the US dollar as well, which is a whole other kettle of fish. Now, I think the importance of economic interdependence when it comes to preventing war, I think it's drastically overstated. So I think it's important, but it's not that important. So, for example, the example I like to give is that in 1914, the British Empire's largest trading partner was Germany. This did absolutely nothing to prevent the outbreak of World War I. and this degree of economic interdependence, it did not prevent, the economic interests did not prevent the British Empire and Germany from going to war. It is a factor, but ultimately wars are always ruinously expensive. They never make economic sense, yet they occur anyway. So the economics of it, whilst important, I would say is less important than the politics of it. These things are driven by the geopolitics. When it comes to the military side, I'm deeply skeptical of Chinese military capabilities. There are a number of reasons for this. Number one is probably the experience, probably what we've learned about Russia since February 1922. February 2022 rather. Russia is not the power we thought it was. Russia is not even a shadow of the power we thought it was. Conventional wisdom from people who knew about military stuff, professional soldiers, officers, military watchers, policymakers, was that Russia, on the eastern borders of Europe, Russia is this irresistible power that will flatten everything before it, right? And so the military strategy of NATO has to be delay them for as long as you can until the cavalry arrived, but you basically can't stop them outright. Now, I think that this has turned out to be completely untrue, and it's been proven in Ukraine that Russia is not a significantly capable military power, even when it comes to invading her much weaker neighbor. She is fighting a war and she is losing that war. And I think the same is true of China. Now, when you think about Chinese military capabilities, you think, well, okay, so the People's Liberation Army is a very large organization. But everything we know about it basically relies on Chinese information, right? And this is the same. This is also true of China's economy, right? Everything we know about China relies on Chinese statistics, and those are always nonsense, right? They cannot be relied upon one jot. The military analysis we're capable of doing similarly relies on Chinese information. So they will talk about the specifications of their systems. They will talk about the numbers of soldiers they have, the state of their training, etc., etc. Ultimately, it's none of it is going to be true. It's simply not reliable information. So we're basing it on Chinese lies. We do see the proof. We do see proof in the pudding. So the Chinese complex systems that China exports tend to be crap. And I use crap in the technical military sense. The best example I have is the Zulfikar class frigate, which was a Chinese-made frigate, class of frigates. It's based on a Chinese design in operation with the PLAN, and it was exported to Pakistan. I think Pakistan bought 4 of these. They were very cheap. Yay, great! But you got Chinese quality, and so these things, they can't sail and they can't fire missiles. They're supposed to be guided missile frigates, so they're supposed to be able to sail and they're supposed to be able to fire missiles, but they don't work at a very, very fundamental level. And okay, so all complex weapon systems will have teething problems. This is particularly true of ships, but ships do have a certain, there is a certain expectation of capability when it comes to a ship. And all ships have accidents, all ships, stuff goes wrong, they need repair, they need refit. But when they don't work at so fundamental a level as the Zulfikar class frigate, then you have to wonder about the capabilities of the company that made them. Now, China has 2 state shipbuilding companies. They both build military vessels, and they export them. But I think this was the first major, this was one of the first major export of a ship class from China to a significant military power like Pakistan. And it was an absolute dog's breakfast. These ships, they do not work. They are fundamentally useless, and the company that built them is busy denying that there's any issue with them, and the Pakistanis are very, very unhappy about it. I would expect to see this kind of capability or lack of it replicated across the Chinese armed forces to some degree. I think they have a lot of stuff that has very, very deep problems, and it's not, it is not actually going to be very useful. I think when it comes to when it comes to Russian systems, there was a similar thing. You'll remember how poorly Russian armor performed in both Gulf Wars. And of course, the excuse from Russia was, oh, well, those were just the export versions. It's like, no, mate. These are crap systems, and you know it, and you use them. And currently, it's being proven to be the case in Ukraine in a peer-on-peer conflict. The other issue is corruption. Right now, we know the Russian army is extremely corrupt, and the Russian state is extremely corrupt. China have this down to a fine art, right? So the Russian military is corrupt, and that's a problem. The Chinese military is corrupt by design, right? This is not fundamentally, this is not a fighting force. This is a business that exists to enrich its officers. And that is true from top to bottom. There was an investigation by some Cantonese journalists into corruption in the Chinese military, and part of their investigation was they tried to get a commission in the People's Liberation Army for a young man, and they were quoted. They went and talked to various officers about this. You can't just turn up at the military academy, pass their selection, and go and train, and then be commissioned an officer. No, you have to pay for that privilege. And they were quoted between $16,000 and $120,000 equivalent to get a commission for this chap. So that tells you a number of things. It tells you that only people with money get to participate get commissions in the PLA. This means that the most suitable candidates are not being selected. It's the candidates that are best able to pay for the privilege of serving. It creates an officer class that has a very, very strong interest in maintaining the corrupt status quo, right? Because if you're paying $100,000 to get a commission in the Chinese army, you're going to expect a return on your investment, right? So you are immediately corrupted by participating in that system. Unless your parents have oodles of cash to spare, then they're going to expect, your family is going to expect something in return. And the money for corruption comes from somewhere, right? And it will typically come from private industry. And so if you have a Chinese company looking to get a contract with the Chinese army, and it has to pay to get that contract, that probably tells you something about the quality of the equipment they're providing, right? That's a secondary consideration. The main consideration is, how much have they paid the officer who's in charge of making the decision? This causes enormous systemic problems in a military, this degree of corruption, and we're seeing that the effects of that corruption on the battlefield in Russia. It makes for a far less effective military, and this is absolutely rife in the Chinese armed forces. Like it's deep-seated institutional culture. It's not even the kind of chaotic, the chaotic nature of the Russian armed forces isn't there. No, this is ruthlessly well organized in China. It's a very well-oiled machine, and lots of people make a lot of money by participating in it. Now, I don't want to get into military hypotheticals. What I would say is that a formal military alliance between China and Russia in order to fight the West, I would say, is very, very unlikely. Because, well, number one, it's probably not in the interests of China to do that. China is, as I've said, it's a far more globalized economy than Russia is. China have a lot to lose economically from that. Economics doesn't direct war to the same extent as people generally believe. But even still, this would completely destroy the entire Chinese model, which is based on undervaluing their currency artificially and exporting cheap stuff to the West, right? That's that's what the whole thing is based on. Economically, China's in a pretty parlous state already. Their whole property industry is circling the drain. This means most of their banks are circling the drain, and when your banks start to go, then you obviously have problems. Yeah, I don't know. Aside from it being very, very unlikely, and aside from China being not the power she advertises herself to be on paper, I'm not sure I have much of an opinion on what any hypothetical conflict would look like. But yeah, my key takeaway would be China as a military power is a lot less strong than everybody seems to believe. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. You did. Yeah. I would say that the reason I'm asking is kind of bring some sweet and peppermint and some juice into the conversation. You know what I'm saying? And just have some coffee. That's what I'm asking. And then energize the room. Thank you very much, brother. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Anda, you've got your hand up.
I do. I listened to what you're saying. Just a brief comment on this one, and then I will change the subject if it's okay with everyone, or I don't know if
So, Anda, sorry to interrupt. The Duke of Earl had his hand up and then he dropped his hand when you said you were changing the subject. So I think he might have something to say on this topic, and then we'll move on. The Duke of Earl, please.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Tim. I don't know we have ever met, but thank you. Hi, Enda. I've heard you before. How are you? I just wanted to add something about France and China. You were talking about that earlier on, and indeed, only this month alone, for about 334 million beauty products are shipped to China. And also 191 million trunks and cases. So I expect Louis Vuitton. But yeah, I start looking up on the internet what I could find about who is going, and people at the energy sector from EDF, from a train company, Alstom, and Airbus, of course, because they had in the past some big orders, and they want again a big order. And Total is already building the biggest solar spot on Earth in China, and they want to continue. So I think what I suspect that Macron is doing is try to lure Xi with economics more to the Western side. And the guy from Alibaba, he can do some trading again. And yeah, giving a soft signal to the West about China from, okay, I want to do business again. Yeah, and what I heard about the military, it's I think on the technical aspects, they have a problem. And I heard some people say here on the MriyaReport that they have not so much fighting for real. I mean, they have practiced a lot, but as a modern army as they are now, they haven't been a lot in real fighting. And I noticed that China is claiming now in around Tibet some parts, and near Pakistan and India. So yeah, it's claiming all over territory, but I don't think it can hold up that claim. It has to make a choice from what do I gonna do. But yeah, I don't know if that will China something to reckon with, but it's not that a big danger that we probably some years ago would have feared. All right, thank you.
Absolutely, and that's an important point that I missed. The Chinese military has zero experience of actually fighting, and that's, I think, what the last war they fought was the invasion of Vietnam, like in the 70s, and that was they lost quite spectacularly against Vietnam of all places. And okay, the Vietnamese had been at war for quite some time, so they were not to be sniffed at. But even still, that you would expect, a country that's entirely comfortable with brutality, such as China, to be able to suppress a country like Vietnam. But apparently they couldn't. And so yeah, that's very important. So actual experience of fighting is how you build a military tradition. It's how you build your doctrine. It's how you decide if your systems are effective or not. How you work out what works on the battlefield and what doesn't. And these are hard learned lessons. And it takes a long time to go from relative inexperience and relative negligence about military matters to being able to defeat a peer adversary on the battlefield. The example I like to use is the British Empire during World War II. Now, the British Army of the early 1930s was basically a colonial police force. It had, there were developments in combined arms doctrine in the interwar period, but the establishment didn't really run with them in any significant way. Interestingly, it was Sir Basil Liddell Hart's ideas about combined arms armored warfare that the Germans adopted very enthusiastically, and they became the controversial concept of blitzkrieg. Of course, that was invented in the United Kingdom. We just didn't run with it in the same way as the Germans did. But you think about the UK started rearming seriously in 1935, 1936. It was not until 1942 that the UK fielded an army that was capable of meeting Germany in the field. Right? It wasn't until 1942. It took 6 or 7 years of rearmament and fighting to develop forces and doctrines that could actually create effects on the battlefield against a determined peer enemy. And this is not something you can just create with numbers and buying stuff. It's something you have to try and test, and it's something you have to base on real life experience. And that is something the Chinese don't have. Arguably, it's something the West are lacking. We haven't fought a peer-on-peer conflict for some time either. I mean, the last time a NATO power did that was probably the Falklands, and even that was not really peer-on-peer. It was kind of near peer. So yeah, I mean, there is an experience gap, and this is one of the reasons I think Ukraine will be very, very welcome into NATO when she wins, is that she will be the NATO power that has the most recent experience of fighting a proper war, and that is absolutely invaluable. There's a lot of talk among the frowning classes about oh, okay, well, we could have Ukraine in NATO. Wouldn't that be a liability? What can NATO? What can Ukraine do for NATO? You think, I think that's the wrong way to answer the question. We should be, I don't know, NATO should be joining Ukraine, in my opinion, not the other way around. This was a point that Igor Smeliansky made to me when I interviewed him, the CEO of Ukroposhta, is that Ukraine does a number of things quite a lot better than the West does. And these are areas where we should really be looking to Ukraine for examples of best practice. Shaggy, you've got your hand up. Very good morning to you.
Good morning, Tim. Good morning, Prince, and everybody else. Hopefully, everyone's having a good day. Yeah, on when you're talking about buying military commissions in China, it made me think of the UK. I had a little look, and apparently that ended in 1871. I thought it was a lot. It ended kind of closer to today than that. Maybe it was just a hereditary type of thing, that a spillover from that as well. But yeah, I just kind of found that interesting. Trying to see where China is in its military kind of compared to like other places without getting into what about. Sorry, Tim, you were about to say.
Yeah, you see, I'm not sure those situations are directly comparable for a number of reasons. So, for the background here, the British Army used to sell commissions. So there were two ways to get a commission. You could either join the ranks and you could be in the army for an awfully long time, and or commit some enormous act of valor or spectacularly well-timed piece of politics that would enable you as a ranking man to get a commission. That was very, very unusual. Most military officers purchased their commission, and this was quite an open thing. And that's really the key difference. In China, the sale of commissions is corruption. It is covert. It is unofficial. In the British Army of the 19th century and before, it was a very official, open thing. And that system existed for a number of reasons. Number one, it existed to restrict the leadership of the army to a particular class of people. And this was very important because it went some way to prevent political military activity, right? So if all of the leadership of your army have a vested interest in the class system of the British Empire basically remaining intact, then they're not going to go all revolutionary and coup d'etat-y on you. Another reason was it was an informal retirement system, right? So if as an officer in the army, you are expected to maintain a certain gentlemanly lifestyle, and if for whatever reason you leave the army, you will expect to maintain that lifestyle. The pay is not particularly high, and so you can't live like a gentleman on army pay. You certainly can't live like a gentleman on an army pension back in those days. And so what it would provide you was that your lump sum that you paid your commission with would be refunded to you when you left. And that, this is another important distinction, right? When you bought a commission in the British Army, you weren't paying a general for it personally. You were paying into a regimental pot of funds that would be returned to you if and when you left the army, or you were invalided out, or be returned to your family if you were killed in action. So it wasn't a straight up sale. It was more like a deposit. It did have some iniquitous results. It did, the focus on only gentlemen serving as officers. I mean, that became, that was very plainly outdated by the middle of the 19th century. And yeah, so it was not without issue, but it did exist for a reason, and I don't think it can be counted as an example of corruption. Simply because it served a very, very different practical purpose. It wasn't there to enrich the guy up the chain from you. It was there for, it was your money still. You paid it into a pot, and you got it back when you left, and that was kind of the whole point. It also created an incentive towards good conduct, in that if you were disgraced and booted out of the army, then you would not get your commission money back. Hence the term cashiered, funnily enough. So talk about being cashiered. That's where an officer forfeits his commission by some disgraceful conduct or another. It was known as cashiered because leaving the army generally involved going and seeing the cashier to get your officer's feedback. Shaggy.
Yeah, I didn't know cashier came from that. That's very interesting. Yeah. I mean, the main similarity, and there's loads of differences, is the corruption, but not corruption as in the monetary corruption, more corruption from a meritocracy point of view of not maybe having the best military minds as officers, because they just paid for it rather than it being on a merit of being being good at your job. Apart from those, as you say, few that kind of got raised up from the ranks. But yeah, very interesting discussion. I'm going to drop down now and start work. So enjoy your day.
Thank you, Shaggy. I mean, the notion of an army being a full meritocracy, I mean, I don't think it's a laudable goal, but I don't think it's ever really achievable, simply because of the reasons in Western professional volunteer armies, the reasons people serve in the armed forces. A lot of it has to do with family tradition. Certainly in the UK, I'm sure that's true in other Western countries as well. So if your father was an officer in the Grenadier Guards, you're going to be an officer in the Grenadier Guards. So these things kind of, they have a degree of heredity, and that, you know, that applies in the ranks as well. And so, for example, the sons of paratroopers are very, very keen on becoming paratroopers, right? This is, the parachute regiment is almost entirely hereditary. I exaggerate only slightly. So this is very much a family tradition. And with other regiments, it's this, you know, it's this regional tradition as well. So in the British Army, regiments have a particular geographic recruitment area. And if you live in that area and you want to join the army, then you join that local regiment. And this creates a degree of hereditary. So you have army and non-army families. And I think the idea that, okay, you can be somewhat meritocratic about it, but I think the idea that it's ever going to be a full meritocracy is a bit of a myth, because ultimately this kind of service interests a particular type of person, and that type is a hereditary, you know, is a hereditary quality to a large extent. And so I think the idea that you're ever going to create a pure meritocracy in an armed force, I think, is unachievable. But, you know, you can be a lot more meritocratic than just selling commissions round the back door, which is what the Chinese army does.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, it would be my usual improper use of incentives to have it full meritocracy. So yeah, it's a laudable, a glorious aim that will never be reached. Anyway, definitely going to drop that now. So enjoy your day.
Thank you, Shaggy. Always a pleasure. The Duke of Earl, I believe you were next.
Hi. Yeah. Well, I keep it short. Only want to say that my father and my brothers all served their terms, and one of my brothers served 4 years, and yeah, it was a way to get your driver's license. You could get education, and indeed afterwards, when you served, then and you had good conduct, then you get on a nice sum of money, and you could go on your way into society in your new life. And yeah, the best way or the best paying was the Navy. But yeah, you had to sign for 6 years, and my friends did. And yeah, with the medics and the Air Force, it could do for 4 years. But that worked like a charm. Okay, thank you, and a good day.
And to clarify, this is Holland?
Yes, Weesp, nearby Amsterdam. We are confiscated, overwhelmed by the city of Amsterdam, our little beautiful town. And so without moving, I'm now an Amsterdammer. Thank you, Lord.
This ruthless Amsterdam imperialism. Yeah, thank you very much for that, Duke of Earl. Anda, you've got your hand up.
Yes.